Hello, and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy. Thanks for joining us tonight, everybody, for our little Wednesday night. I don't know what do we call it. I feel like we need. I almost feel like it's something to call it, like because like how Marin on Misinterpretations like calls it like her virtual like fireside chat or campfire or something like that.
Um,
Sorry to just spring this on you right
I don't know.
right
You want to
at
start
the
a
top.
cult, and we'll name it something
Ooh,
related to cult stuff.
I mean, kind of, but not really.
Weekly human sacrifice dry run.
All right, pissing off the algorithm early tonight. I love it. All right, so
Yeah, things to not say in the first 5 minutes.
But speaking of trying to appease the algorithm, if you're new here, be sure to like and subscribe and keep commenting and chatting. Share, if you will, with someone who else you think might, you know, find this entertaining or disturbing, but you just want to see their reaction. I don't know, whatever. But let's see who we got here tonight so far. First, got Guard with Happy Wednesday the 13th, which, as everyone knows, is Flaming Goat Fart Day. So
Huh.
if the emojis are to be believed, I mean, I'll take it. And we got a John Gooderham. Hello, hello. I'm part of all, so hi. And so are you. And Claude Simeon, John Lennox. Yes. Spoiler alert, in case anyone didn't actually read the title. Um, is the mathematician, right? Yes. He always struck me as giving pretty typical stock answers despite his math degree, which I used to think meant someone was smart. Right. I'm sure he is very
Uh,
smart with the math stuff, but and
Apparently, logic is for math, not for faith.
yeah. So, but more to say on that, obviously, but we will get into that at some point. And I was never here. Sacrifice puppets, not humans. The gods prefer the smell of burnt felt, not flesh. Yes, those are my kind of
Hey,
gods.
um, shit, I don't remember. Um, I found this nostalgia channel that reminds me of puppets. It was called Outer Space Roller Coaster or something. Intergalactic Roller Coaster. It was like a Jim Henson adjacent production, and it had like 250 episodes. And I saw some of them. I saw a lot of them, but I had memory hold it. But then when I saw it on YouTube, I was like, it's like a whole portion of my childhood I'd forgotten.
What was it called?
Shit. Um,
Oh,
I can look it up real fast.
ah.
Because there was a character called Gnu, and he was
Ooh.
a newscaster, and he said, "No GNUs, it's good GNUs."
Because of course, I mean, if your name was Gnu and you were a newscaster, what else? What else would you say? That only makes sense.
And they actually taught like good stuff for kids.
Hmm.
Gary Gnu, that's what it was. It was the Great Space Coaster,
Ah.
and they had there was a asteroid that they lived on. It was called like uh Coasterville. What was the name of the asteroid? Uh,
Hmm. Hmm.
Maybe the only not scary clown puppet I've ever seen. It was a full body one, you know, like the person's in it
Ah.
and the
Ooh.
face takes up like
Hmm.
most of their
Mm-hmm.
torso. Um,
Uh.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Look into it, all of
Sure.
you who were kids and saw TV in the early '80s.
Yeah. I saw some TV in the early 80s. I don't remember much of the early 80s, things that I was born in 83.
I don't
So,
know if your parents would have been okay with this because it was definitely like left wing kindness focused.
yeah. Well, but might have potentially have been over their heads, though.
It's like, oh, it's puppets.
Yeah, but my parents, like, when I was little, they had such weird standards for what I was allowed to watch and what I wasn't. Like, I remember they showed me Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom at a very early age. Like, I don't remember exactly what age it was, but I was under 10.
I saw it around close to 10, and it was a lot.
Like, but I was not allowed to watch Bobby's World.
Well, maybe they knew something about Howie Mandel we didn't.
No, I think all they knew, they just knew Howie Mandel was a stand-up comedian. So, oh, stand-up
Oh,
comedian bad, therefore the show is bad. And I think they also didn't like how the mom was like portrayed as like annoying and dumb. It's like, I don't like that. It's like it's a cartoon.
it's from
Like
a
I
kid's
don't. Yeah,
perspective.
yeah.
Kids are dumb, but think other people are, not them.
Exactly. It's a good system. All right, so what are we drinking tonight, Matt?
Well, I started a little early with some
Oh, good.
Larceny bourbon.
Mm,
It's a little overpriced, uh, but it is really good. It's a wheated bourbon, so it's like smoother and a little sweeter than
mm.
normal.
Nice, nice,
But still
nice.
flavor. Sometimes people think of like it doesn't have the alcohol bite or much flavor, and they call that smooth. That's not what smooth is.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like good flavor the whole time, but at no point does it go like "Har, har," and get like a little aggressive.
Right. Yeah. It's just a good time. So speaking of good times, and still on, yeah, still working through my rounding third stash. So it will be in my house as long as it is in the stores.
My
So
first beer when I get to it is going to be I don't know. Do I want to lead in? Do you want to go big at first or?
ooh. Yeah, see, my strategy is usually if I do have a bigger one, I usually save that one to like second or third because my first one I tend to drink a lot more quickly.
Yeah. Okay, we're
So,
gonna
but
we're gonna go big can. It's only like a 6% or something. 5.6. It's
oh wow,
from Branch and Bone, which I don't know if you can see at the very bottom there. It has one of the coolest logos. It's a branch and
ooh,
a was that a scythe?
yeah, yeah, nice.
Because death is bones.
Hmm.
It's what is it? Extra special bitter.
That sounds fun. Yeah. And special and bitter.
ESB for those in the know.
Yes, and as always, everybody, if you're enjoying a nice beverage or snack or something or other of that type, let us know in the chat what you are having and why it's awesome. So,
Smells a little like British feet.
how do you know what British feet smell like, and
I don't,
what is the defining characteristic between British feet and say American feet or Argentinian feet or I don't
uh
know.
smells like feet. But they ain't from around here. It's a little like sad and boggy.
Mm, mm.
So I figured Britain.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So, was not expecting that to make sense, but here we are. Let's see. And the astute eyes may have noticed I am rocking a different earbud tonight. I actually got them several weeks ago, but I just yesterday was able to successfully pair them with my laptop because they just weren't for a while
That's
for some
weird.
reason. But yeah,
What
these
kind are
because
they?
like they're Sony
Ooh.
something
Are they the
starts
ones that
with a
look like two bubbles connected?
um. Well, here it looks like this, and I can't hear you now, but
Okay. A little similar. Yeah. I
sorry, I
must
can
I
now
must
hear
have a
you.
memory of the older ones.
Ah, yeah. I don't know if these are like the latest. They're just ones I found online that were reasonably priced and seemed to have things I wanted. So, all right. Mainly just because the old ones I was using, like the battery wasn't lasting as long. Like, these things are supposed to last like at least like 6 to 8 hours, but mine wasn't even, they starting to get to the point, especially like because I'm mainly using for this show, only lasting like maybe 3 or 4 hours. So people also may notice a lot of times I'm like switching them in the middle of the show. And also, just for some reason, just the one for the right ear just was really uncomfortable to wear for long periods of time.
Hmm.
So, but these like fit a lot nicer. I like these style better. Anyway, um, so yeah, I've noticed a little lighter audience tonight. I know Maya was having a very like important stream on her channel tonight, talking about how to deal with like trauma and crisis response and stuff like that. So I'm a, I don't know if that's still going on or not, but if I mean, I wouldn't be offended if it's still going on if people wanted to jump and catch that the end of that. But if not, like definitely go back and watch it later. Really good conversation she has on other friend of the show, Ember, and Helen Green, who had like a lot of really good information. I'm not as familiar with Helen or like what her background is, but it seems like she was like very knowledgeable on the subject, has some really good info. So definitely go back and watch that. Meanwhile, we got Guard with a
Ward is drinking Henry Hotspur's hard pressed for cider. Also, doesn't that sound like a talkie picture from the Wild West, like a talkie porn?
talkie porn. Yeah.
Or no, that was before the talkies. No, that's when they would talk and then put up the subtitle card.
Yeah, the silent films and such. Yeah.
Henry Hotspur's hard pressed for cider. He is.
Golly gee. So yeah.
Cider. I hardly know her.
Oh, and it looks like you may have already put this up, but crocheting leg warmers. Nice. Nice. Indeed, and other such noises.
Leg tubes.
Oh yeah.
Leg tubes.
Leg tubes. Yes.
All
right.
tubes.
Well. Yeah, so I guess to kill a little more time before Maya's done, and hopefully some people head over here from there, but we'll see. One thing I just wanted to point out just about the YouTube channel. So, Matt, I don't know if you're aware of this, but we're up to 185 subs, which is like close to 200. So,
Where you at tonight?
So, and I've been thinking because we did something like kind of special-ish for our 100 sub, which was only back in January, I think. So it's been pretty recent.
Get out of town.
Yeah. So, but to kind of show you like how quickly we've been growing since then, I remember we hit 100 subs right around the same time we posted our 100th video.
Oh yeah.
But now we're up to 185, but we only have 157 videos. So our sub count has been outpacing our video count since then, which is cool. I don't know if that means anything, but
I think you do want your sub count to ratio your video count. I think that's at least a goal.
Yeah. So, well, we're there now, I think. So I don't know. Have you been thinking about that at all? Like any ideas you might have for?
I haven't.
Yeah. I had a couple, and I can't remember.
We could do it in person somewhere.
Ooh,
like like both of us same place.
Oh yeah, do that. I got room here if you wanted to come over or what? Oh yeah, one of the ideas I had as far as like what to actually do during the show was just have like this is something we kind of did for the 100 sub, but not a lot of people really did it. but we have a lot more people now apparently. But just do kind of like an AMA, like, or I guess AUA, like ask us anything. Like if people just have questions about us personally, about the show. Another thing that I had an idea of was with the channel description here. I don't know how much people actually pay attention to these, but I just kind of threw this together. Like, I don't know how, and I made this like way before, like when we first started the channel, when the format was like a little different, or it was more like, it was really more just like a regular podcast format where now we're doing the more like video reactions type of stuff. But I don't know, but I have a hard time really knowing how to describe the channel. So I thought maybe that'd be a fun activity. We'd like maybe let the chat help us write the channel description. So if that sounds interesting or entertaining to anybody.
Just like describe like weird things that have been said or happened. If this sounds interesting to you.
Yes.
Happening in the context of Christian video reactions.
Yes. If you'd like to hear more about self-fisting puppets, but yeah, if people haven't like checked out the channel, yeah, give it a look. See, like I think particularly here in the playlist area, this is one. This is a playlist I just made, which is mine and Matt's appearances on other shows. So people are interested in seeing any of those. Starting with, you can see on the thumbnail, this was my appearance with our good friend who we mentioned before, Derek Day. He's basically like the main reason we have this show. Like we're sharing his Restream account. He kind of helped us and get it going. But this was even way before we were doing the show. This was, I think I was even still married at this point. So this was
Whoa.
several years ago. But as you can also see, like on the thumbnail there, Matt jumped in near the end as well. But it's got me on there. It's got, yeah, several other shows we've been on, and it's also got our. Also, for people who are new to the channel, there's our favorites, which is just some of our favorites, whether like just episodes we really like or ones that are good to like kind of get to know us. So so we're starting the descriptions. Okay, starting to workshop some things. I like it. Two chuckle fucks mock the worst puppet of all time. We do that sometimes. I mean, unless you're referring to all the apologists and such we cover as puppets.
Well, I was just thinking
An argument could be made.
That self-fisting puppet is a great metaphor for the state of our country right now. It's like it's up its own ass with its propaganda. The propaganda believes the propaganda now.
It's sad how much sense that makes. All right, and hey, we got some people filtering in here. We got Miranda, missed all the good stuff, just some of it, most of it perhaps, but and noise ending. Hello. I think that's how that's pronounced. All right, but one other thing just to point out here. I also put together a couple, I guess they're not playlists, but lists of channels, both channels we like and just other YouTube channels in our little creator community. So yeah, check those out. I'm sure if most of the people here probably are familiar with all of these. One exception being, like, these aren't in any particular order. I just think I just went through the subscription list and just added them as I came across them. The one exception being the aforementioned Derek Day. I just put him at the top because, again, it's figured it's only appropriate. I mean, he's the reason we have the show, basically. So just giving him some love there. But then several other people. So yeah, check it out just for a couple purposes. One, to actually discover some new channels if you aren't familiar with them, but also let us know if there's anyone we're missing. Because, like I said, I just went through like the subscription list and kind of picked out ones that I noticed. So if there's any others, suggestions people have, let us know. And speaking of someone who is on there, as you may have seen, Bree.
Hi.
Good evening. All right. So, well, that's all of that.
That's things
for now.
For the people.
All right.
On to the stuff.
All right. So for tonight, we are watching a video. In case you hadn't guessed, like, sorry, my brain's having a moment right now where it's forgetting how to words.
Watch a video. John Lennox gonna. I kind of forget what he looks like, but I think I did that on purpose.
All right. Well, this where the video is starting here isn't gonna help, because that's not John Lennox.
I might have seen this already, like parts of it.
Yeah, we're watching part of one of John Lennox's interviews with Alex O'Connor on the Within Reason podcast. I think it's the most.
Alex had his creeper stash.
Yeah, he still has it, I think.
I think he added something else, and so it looks a little better.
Yeah, see, he used to have the full beard, which I really liked. I thought that looked good on him. But kind of made you forget how young he actually is. Like, I'm pretty sure he's still in his like mid-20s or something.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
Britain's a weird place.
So, yeah. And yes, you are there, Kip. I mean, yeah, that's no further comment. But speaking of which, another, I guess, potential announcement. Just give you all fair warning. I am actually considering shaving my beard again. So it's been a while. I think the last time It's like, yeah, Bree, you did see you because you were there. Um, sorry, that sounded like super condescending. At least in my head, that sounded like it came out. It's like, oh, good job. You saw. Not at all how that was intended. Yatism. This is something I pointed out like on my Facebook page the other day. A big part of what autism means for me is basically I almost never have any confidence in any social interaction, like how I'm going to be received on the other end. Like even with people I'm super familiar with, like people I've known for years, like Matt, or even like my kids, parents, other friends. So much less just random people online or whatever. Basically, anytime I say anything, I'm never completely confident. Oh, this is how this is going to be taken, and this is a completely appropriate thing to say right now, and so everything will be fine. But so that just makes every social interaction a mystery and an adventure, and quite frankly, fucking exhausting. So, anywho,
One of my
yes,
favorite people
that does sound bad.
on
If that's what
Smosh.
you were talking.
So on YouTube, the like the Smosh channels, that group of people is mostly autistic and ADHD,
Mm-hmm.
and like all kinds of queer mixed in. And one of the guys had to dial back how funny he was, because part of why he was so funny was because he could not read a room. And so he was just saying funny shit, and sometimes it was out there. like like just a little over the line, like a little not okay, but hysterical. That
Yeah,
guy's
I've
name
seen
is
some of their
Damien, by the way.
yeah. You shared some of their stuff with me. It's like it was a when I watch their stuff, it's a combination of amused and also just what the fuck am I watching?
Wait, is that? Are you
But
talking about uh, shit? What's the name of that fake talk show? You talk about that
I
thing where the people who have the costumes, they don't see it.
yeah. Hmm.
Oh, that's something different. That
Oh,
is
sorry.
another very
Never
important
mind.
people.
Okay.
That's the name of that thing. People will get all done up by like crazy good costume and makeup people,
Mm,
and
okay.
then they have 10 minutes after seeing how they looked, come up with a character, and then they do like a 45-minute interview.
Yeah. All right. Well, already getting opinions on the beard shaving here. It's like this is true. This was maybe something we were going to do for 200 subs, but
Yeah.
now here's the thing. I was actually planning on keeping the mustache and maybe just like the little like soul patch area as well, just to have like something there. Because main reason I'm thinking of like shaving it, like one, like I guess bottom line is I'm disappointed in my beard just personally because my plan was like to start growing and just see like how big it gets, like. But apparently this like it just and apparently some people's beards just do this. This is just where it stops. Like I haven't like trimmed it, like other than just like a few little like stray hairs here and there. I have not trimmed this at all, and it's been growing for like over a year and a half. Like, and it's just been this length for well over a year. Like this is just where it stops.
It's a
So
self-trimming beard.
yeah, which is but the mustache parts keeps growing, so I keep having to like trim that back. But
We just gotta
it's
let
mostly
that
just
get as long as the beard. See if that, and then see if it keeps going, and then you just have like a lip drape.
yeah. See how close to the cast of Tombstone I can achieve, but the main reason is just because like it's it's just like really like thin and patchy, and it takes like a lot of effort for me to make it like at least what I think looks good. So it's just kind of getting annoying. Um, but yeah, but part of the reason that I'm a little more hesitant is because like I literally like just got like two more like tubs of like some of the beard stuff I use that are still unopened, and that means they'll just be sitting there. But
Wait, what's unopened?
anywho, a couple like little things of like I have a thing of beard butter and a thing of beard balm, like things that I use on it.
Oh yeah.
I just haven't opened them yet, but I bought recently before I started reconsidering. But
Those can be a little pricey, but they do last for a long time.
yeah, this is true. But yeah, was she legally obligated to pay for therapy? Well, we'll see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is true. We are only 15 subs away, so I'll like I said, I'll think about it.
Yeah, I mean, like that could
So
happen soon.
right. So get on it, everyone. Like for my sake. So
I I mean, I would probably have to be like a little extra drunk to not be so distracted by me looking different that I can continue to do the podcast. Because if something keeps grabbing my attention, it's just like somebody poking me in the side of the face over and over again. I can't really do anything else.
sorry, I was reading the chat and I was distracted by the beginning of that statement.
Tubs of beard stuff.
Matt is distracted by the chat as well. So, did you hear me mentioning my distraction?
No.
I was saying I was distracted by the chat, so I missed the opening part of that whole thing you were just saying.
Oh, I get to sometimes something can distract me so much I can't do much else very well. And so if and one of those things is my appearance looks very different than normal.
Mm.
And I can see myself.
Yeah. So speaking of which, like, was it distracting for you when I shaved it last time, like a year and a half ago or whenever that was?
No. I mean you've done it
Okay.
before. You look different.
Yeah, because that was the first time I had been beardless and bald on top, so I just
You
had
look
like
like a
absolutely
smaller
nothing.
Ed. You look like
Oh, but
like a shrunken version of your older brother.
also if I put on like glasses and a hat, because he's not bald, but if I put on glasses and a hat, I looked exactly like my dad. It was actually kind of weird.
Oh yeah.
So,
That too.
but
You gotta shuffle around like your dad, and then I'd be like, oh yeah, that's totally him.
yep, barrel roll of distraction. Which
Wow.
I don't know if I mentioned this last week, but Fox they are releasing a new Star Fox game for the Switch 2. It's really a remake of Star Fox 64, which I'm fine with because that game was fucking awesome. But and it's only $50, which is cheap for a video game these days.
Honestly, it
But
would be awesome if it was the exact same game if they just update the models.
that's mainly what they did. They did like expand like some other things as well, but it looks like it's basically the same game. They just
Okay.
maybe like added extra cutscenes or different just actual features as far as like the like multiplayer stuff. But oh, and also Aunt Jura's here with a picture of her dad. Oh, nice.
He's very yellow. Stop being racist, Ancher.
Anyway, so one more thing about like
See, that's funny because it's me being a little racist saying it. But I'm actually not. I was just doing it on purpose because it was none of it was real.
Yes, and it's always funnier when you explain it too. But one
Yeah.
more thing about the shaving thing, my favorite reaction to when I shaved it off was the way my daughter described how I looked. She says, "You look like you sound like a frog." Which I love. Like she wasn't exactly saying I look like a frog, but she's like, "You look like you sound like a frog." So
Was she saying you have a Kermit shaped head when you have no beard?
maybe. I mean, it is like because here's the other thing. Like when I have the beard, it looks like I have more of a chin than I actually do. Because I think people assume it probably keeps going under the beard, but like no, like where you see my chin stop right here, like that is just the bottom of my chin. Like it is all just below it. So
What am I supposed to be careful of saying next? You know what would be
well, you
really bad
well you
is if Aunt Jur's like dad is actually Asian.
well, it's all right. She laughed anyway. So.
Okay, good.
But also, we're starting a hashtag now.
I mean, it's like one of those potential minds.
Yeah,
You're like, chances are he's not, but
yeah. And Marin is here. Hello. Oh, dog tried to eat the organic fertilizer.
rainbow connection.
I guess that's what I looked like. I sounded like.
Something, and me.
Well remembered. I like that. But speaking of Aaron, great show last night with Nitty, talking about all kinds of cool stuff. So check that out.
Right.
All right, and
Oh wait,
and we got Kelly. Hello.
hello, fellow heathen. Isn't
Yep.
heathen just not a Christian? Isn't it like pagan? It just
I
means
think.
not.
Ooh.
Yeah, pagans, the original Protestants.
All right, and like you have a request, so maybe this
Uh-oh.
is also something we need to
Well,
like
I
save
think
for
that's why I
200.
started doing it
Okay,
because I saw that in the chat, and that's why I started doing it.
okay.
It is a weirdly like upbeat, sad song. Uh, it's a good song.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, there's several things in that movie that were like kind of out of nowhere. It's like, wow, this is giving me some feels. Like
The
that song Gonzo sings, like when they're just like when they're like broke down and camping like out in the
right,
wilderness.
he
Yeah.
shouldn't sound good, but he does.
Right. Right.
You shouldn't be able to sing in that voice and and be able to carry a tune.
But it was beautiful.
Yeah,
So
they didn't get
all
enough
right.
awards.
No. All right. Well, so some people may have noticed we have a video up
It's
here.
within reason.
Yeah, waiting to be watched. So I chose this video. Like Matt may or may not have seen this before. This is it's an interview that Alex did with John Lennox. John Lennox is someone I don't know if we've ever actually covered him on here. If we have, it wasn't much, but well, Matt, didn't someone think you were Egyptian once?
Yeah, it was a guy from Saudi Arabia. Like swore I was Egyptian. Like he didn't like believe you when you said no. That is funny though because like yellow's close enough to brown where like that would be it's right on the edge. It's right on the edge of offensive where it's still funny.
It's right there.
Right there.
Also being right there, we got Tilting Windmill, who's I guess just listening in, wishing us a great
All right.
show, and also reminding people to smash that like button or like that smash button, as Creaky Blinders likes to say. He's fun. I like him. Anyway, so yeah, John Lennox. He's someone I've been wanting to talk about for a while, and I don't think we have, at least not very much, because for
Before we
people who
see him,
aren't,
is he the guy who looks like a talking ham?
that's one way to put it.
With
Let's
the
see.
color of lunch meat?
Yeah, like if people can see him like down in the.
Oh yeah, that is what I thought it was.
Okay, good. So I believe Northern Irish mathematician is.
Ooh, how far north? Is he so far north he's British?
I don't think so.
Is he from Northern Ireland?
Yes.
Okay,
He
then
mentioned he
that's
actually and he does mention that in the video. So there's so many things that he's done, which we still probably I plan on covering him again because he seems to be one of those guys that, and I do think he does seem like a genuinely nice and pleasant person. Yep, and but that smash liking,
needs to go on a t-shirt real hard.
and then this on the back. Smash that butt. Oh, did we both click that again? Smash that butt liking? I mean,
Yeah, and
I
then
don't
the
see.
answer is just affirmative. Smash that butt liking. Or butt that smash liking. Smash that butt liking. No, butt that smash liking.
Liking that smash butt? I don't know.
Either way, liking or getting to business.
Anywho, so John Lennox is someone who, like I said, seems like he actually is a genuinely nice person, and he is definitely like trying to be like good faith. Like he's not out there trying to like own people or piss anyone off, or but it seems like he just gets a lot of mileage out of that, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily realize how like nothing a lot of the stuff he says really is.
He has
Because he
catchy
will get.
slogans, like he does a little sloganeering with it with his comments and stuff, but it doesn't really say much. It just sounds a little punchy.
Hmm. Yeah. Or and as we'll see in this, he's good at like hitting that emotional level and like having like empathy for people, but I think he tries to lean again. I don't know if he's doing this consciously, but the way it works out is he leans a little too heavily on that to expect it to carry like the weight of like actual rhetoric, even though it's not actually answering the thing. And he'll even like admit that. I think that's one of the things he says near the end of this particular clip. And he's like, I know that probably didn't answer your question, but we're like, yeah, no shit, John. Um, but yeah, we're just watching. So this is from the full video. There was because like Alex makes clips from these longer episodes, and so there was one of those I wanted to watch, but it seemed like it cut off at kind of an awkward point. So I went back to the main one to see how it went. That's probably exactly why he did that because he wants you to go back and watch the full episode, and it worked.
Oh, good thinking.
Yeah. So
Here, comment from Sandals 2000. I don't know if you've been here before, but hello. I think Alex seems like a professional wrestler that I'd cheer for. Like the whole show was fake, but make money with it. You know what? That is a good description. But I was watching Apologia review of a debate Alex was in with somebody who I think it was Trent.
Oh yeah, I watched that today. Yeah.
Yeah. I had to turn it off yesterday when I was at work because I didn't know the lady was still home. I'm like, shit, I think she's Jewish. She's going to think I'm a Christian. I'm not Jewish or Christian.
It's like possibly Egyptian.
Oh, and they're talking about like Paul and the Jewish stuff that Paul did and how first Christians are actually like probably just Jews. And like, that's not what you want to hear as a Jewish person nowadays, especially not a conservative Cincinnati. And I'm like, turn it off quick.
Yeah.
But Alex does kind of he does it in a genuine way, but because he was never a Christian, I don't think he understands how certain things he brings up come across. Like he thinks of course, these would be things that would grab somebody's attention and shake them out of something. Like he talks about Mormons a lot. And like when you say Mormons, Christians, first thing they think is like false teacher, con, not true because it's not Christianity. And so it doesn't matter what good points you make because it's already in a different category. So it doesn't relate in their head. Yeah. And that can look like somebody just like taking a punch.
This is true. Yeah, but
earbuds, Matt. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you seem to be wearing them.
I do.
Yeah. Usually that's a thing that's called out if someone's not wearing earbuds and they're getting like an echo from their laptop speakers. But I'm not hearing an echo.
Okay.
But so unless someone else is,
sometimes the connections get funky. And like Tommy and I will hear echoes when it's not. No one else can hear it. So
yeah. So elaborate, Miranda, if you wouldn't mind. But
if it's an echo, I'm not doing it.
Yeah. Kip thinks talking to John Lennox would make him angry. Yeah, like I may very well get a little I was about to say uppity. I don't know if that's not the right word. Emotional, perhaps, or anger, maybe, listening to him because he's covering a couple very serious topics, the problem of evil and suffering and divine hiddenness. Oh, so Aunt Jur, I'm assuming, for Miranda saying earbuds at work. So that situation you were talking about. So, yeah, where the homeowner was there and was overhearing. So, yeah.
No, I normally have them, but I left them at home.
Yeah.
So no, I usually do wear them, and the time I'm not, it was a bad time.
Of course, right? Because that's just the way things work. But speaking of Kip and making clips of shows, I think I mentioned last week I was planning on cutting up our episode from a couple weeks ago with Kip. Also, speaking of things that a lot of Jewish people don't want to hear, which was like Crossroads' version of attempting to interpret the story of Noah's flood.
It barely did.
Yeah, but as I was cutting it up, because at first I wanted to make sure I hit all the points where Kip was like correcting them, but I was only like partway through just like marking clips, and I'm like, this is already going to be like over an hour, and I was only like halfway through the video, so I'm like, if I try to cut this up, it's still gonna be like super long and
I
therefore
think
like
that's
defeat the
okay
purpose.
though.
So,
I mean, that would be an hour-long takedown.
yeah. So I mean, I may still go back, but I just remember at the time I was like, I don't know if this is worth it. But Kip, because I mentioned there was a part in there that I was having a conversation with my daughter about earlier that day about the take on like, well, you need to take the story of Noah seriously if you follow Jesus because Jesus takes it seriously because she was wondering. So she wanted me to ask you about that. So I did. So I played her back that section where you were talking about that. And she very much appreciated it. Now, I did not appreciate you swearing in front of my daughter like that. You should know better, Kip.
Did she
But
go and look at you?
I forget what her reaction. She was something like. My favorite though is like when I'm playing stuff back, like for my son. Like I'll show some clips, but like if I like swear or something, he'll just be like, "Dad," like get all like fake indignant. But anyway, so she appreciated that, Kip. So thank you. Anywho, oh yeah, but speaking of Alex and Ember, Ember and Mark Reed recently were doing some videos dissecting a debate that he did with Glenn Shrivner, um, about Christianity and morality and whether like we get all of our morality from Christianity. Really good set of videos. So go back and watch it. They did a really cool job, and I was somewhat prophetic at one point
We
in the
get our
chat.
morality from the people who came before us, and in the Western world, they were all Christians. So, sure, we got them from Christianity, but not
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
I mean, it could have been
But
Satanism, and we would have had our morals from Satanism. It's just whatever.
mhm, yeah. But speaking of shouting out other channels, another reason I was kind of in the mood to talk some John Lennox. There are a couple other videos I saw recently, people covering him. Godless Granny had a good one where she was covering, I think it was Daily Dose of Wisdom, or otherwise known as Daily Dose of Watching. Because this is one of those guys where like he'll just that's kind of most of his videos are him just playing another video
It should
and
not
then
be.
saying a little bit at the end that really doesn't add anything.
No, you
Um,
should not be able to get paid for doing that kind of shit. That
yeah,
is.
it's
And then they
bullshit.
crack
But
down on people playing like more than 5 seconds of a sound or a song.
yeah.
Play it.
So we all swear and talk the cervical scoop. So, and hey, if you don't know what that is, we played that last week. I think we've played that. We've replayed that on the show a couple times, but it's on the YouTube channel under the playlist. I think shorter videos or something like that. Or
What is this? We'll start with our own sport with blackjack and hookers.
Yes,
What's Senator supposed to?
I don't know.
Is blackjack poker? Yeah.
Oh no, I think that was in response to the mathematicians have no place in baseball. It's like, oh, so if they're not going to be in baseball,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
I'm seeing. So yeah, Godless
There's a
Granny had
lot
a
of
great
math in
video.
baseball, though.
This is true. But yeah, so Godless Granny had a great video reacting to John Lennox. Also, Dan McClellan had a really good one. That and also part of the video, it was kind of like an aside, but it was related. He did like a really good job of kind of checking yourself against having biases and stuff using like street epistemology methods, which I thought was really interesting, but it was really cool. So check out Dan McClellan if you're not familiar with him as well. So yeah. All right. Well, are we ready to actually get to the video now?
Oh, I do want to comment on this. Sandals
Okay.
2000 had like an issue with work, said something that legally shouldn't have been said, but just said it, and that was mad at themselves the rest of the day. You know what? I mean, there's not enough people cracking down on things that are illegal. And when honestly, when it's something illegal you said at work, it has to be a pattern for anybody to like give a shit. I used to work in an apartment leasing where we were like super scared about fair housing regulations. Like we literally couldn't answer certain questions. There was like, what kind of people live here? The people who live here. Like we couldn't describe anybody who lived there, and I would sometimes, just because people will be like, "Is there a lot of crime here?" And when the correct answer was, "You should call the local police." And what that sounds terrible, because that's like saying, "Yes, there's a lot. They will know all about it."
Right? Yeah, not very comforting there. But also, Maya, good to see you. Like mentioned her before, if people missed the video that the live stream she did tonight with Ember and Helen, definitely go back and watch that. I watched most of it. I had to duck out early, obviously, so I could get ready for this. But
Whose
yeah,
channel?
really good. At Maya's Bad Science Sunday.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, check that out,
I'll make
please.
myself a note.
Yeah, very important stuff with some really good info from the panel as well.
What was the
Oh,
topic?
but
I know where to find it.
um, it's like dealing with like trauma and like how to. That's the thing. I was kind of listening like while doing some other things, so I apologize. I feel like I can't really say like adequately what the theme was. I just remember hearing a lot of really cool stuff. Sorry, my brain's just having one of those moments. So, but go back and watch it. It was from today, so if that so it
Okay,
should be
that
easy to
should
find.
be easy to find.
Yep, I think it had Ember and Helen maybe in the thumbnail as well. But to answer your question, no, Kip isn't giving us trouble. He was just swearing in front of my daughter. That's all. When I was replaying a video of our show with him on it, and he was swearing. But it's not my fault. I know it sounds like it's my fault, but but also, of course you're not late. We actually did have the video up briefly. We haven't started it yet, but we did have it up. So
Yeah, it's wow, it's gonna be one of those nights.
yep. And also this is the like I said, we're obviously not watching the entire was it like over hour long podcast episode. We're just watching a clip. I think the section we're watching is maybe like a little over 20 minutes.
Let's do it.
All right, but let's see. I think I want to make sure I got it playing on. We'll bump it up to 1.25. People can let us know if that's good or too fast. I was watching it earlier on 1.25. Seemed like it was okay. Hey, 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 hey! Stop it. Anyway, all right. So here is Alex O'Connor and John Lennox talking. I think they're starting with the problem of divine hiddenness, and then it kind of shifts into a discussion of like a problem of evil and suffering. So yeah, so listen to Lennox and let me know if he's actually if all the things he's saying are actually answering the questions, like the question that's really being asked, like at all. Like even though there's several times where he basically admits he's not, but we'll see if even what he's saying even is helpful. So, all right, we ready? I'm ready.
Ready.
And so can you.
You know, I think one of the things that the new atheists would say is that essentially there's no evidence for God. And I know, we spend our lives discussing and debating the various arguments and evidences for God's existence. But one of the most powerful arguments for atheism, I suppose, is a sort of broad encompassing of this, which you might call divine hiddenness, which is to say that God seems to hide. And that means that while there may be evidence of his existence, some people for some reason are insensitive to it. And maybe they're resistant, maybe they don't want it to be true or whatever, but it seems to me that there is at least one person in the world who genuinely wants to know God and just can't believe it, just doesn't. And maybe it's because they've been listening to too much Richard Dawkins and Hitchens, but again, that's kind of not their fault if that's just the culture they grew up in and that's what they were convinced by. You don't choose what to be convinced by, you just are or you're not. And so
yeah, so
all good
right
points.
out the bat. Yeah, so like right out the bat, I think like good stuff there. And like I said, one of the reasons I love talking about this is like because for me, when it all boiled down, if I boil everything down as far as like why I ended up losing my faith, divine hiddenness for me was like ultimately the biggest issue because I feel like all the other problems or all the other questions I had, and whether it was because a lot of people will talk about the problem of evil or the problem of suffering as being like the biggest one, which I admit that is a big one. And it is a huge problem for Christianity in particular. But I feel like because one of the defenses that Christians will give is like, well, maybe God just has a purpose for all this suffering, but we just don't know what it is. So I'm like, okay, well, solving the problem of divine hiddenness would help solve that because if God would show up and explain himself and why he's letting this stuff happen, then it wouldn't be as much of a problem. But with divine hiddenness also being the problem that it is, that just makes the problem of evil that much worse to me. So, yeah. So, initial thoughts on divine hiddenness or whatever it was you're about to say.
Thing about the problem of evil, like for some Christians, it's enough to just say like, well, we just don't understand why that's just. It is. We have to assume that it is. We just aren't able to understand why, and that's enough for some people. It was for me sometimes. Depending, like the bigger the issue, the more I was comfortable accepting that as the answer. Because actually wrestling with it would be that much worse.
Yeah.
But no, the divine hiddenness thing, because you either have to just say, okay, yeah, God sometimes just doesn't show themselves to the people that want to know but can't, and you gotta be okay with that. Or you have to assume that like there's no such thing as the non-resistant non-believer, which is easy to do. You just gotta say it.
Right.
Believe it's true.
But, yeah, because for people who aren't familiar with, I guess there's like an official form of the argument from divine hiddenness, basically saying if there is a loving God who wants everyone to know that he exists, then there should be no such thing as a non-resistant non-believer, because they add the non-resistant part to kind of strengthen it. Because you could say, well, if someone's just resisting to believing, then of course they're not going to see whatever evidence is there. If he does show up or whatever, they just refuse to see it or whatever. But honestly, I think, especially when we're talking about Christianity, I think the non-resistant part is completely unnecessary. Because one, you're saying that God can't, so God really wants me to believe in him, but he can't overcome my resistance somehow.
Or he won't.
Not trying to, not trying to make me love him or make me follow him, but like just know that he's there. Like I feel like
he won't make it obvious or can't.
Yeah. But I think there's a pretty prominent and famous story in the Christian Bible that completely blows that away, which is the story of Saul of Tarsus. Because can you think of a more resistant person to believing in Jesus than the man who was actively persecuting the early Christian church? But Jesus showed up to him anyway and convinced him that he was real. So I understand. Like I said, I understand why they add the non-resistant non-believer part, but I think I think it's just unnecessary. But also, I think it muddies the conversation because, like what Matt was saying, is like because you can't prove to someone else that you're non-resistant, so they can always just tell you like, oh, either you're just being dishonest or you don't realize how resistant you are being. It's like so they can just.
That's so good. Yeah, you just don't realize how much you suck.
Yeah, and you hear that so much in apologetics,
they think they're being kind.
Yeah, yeah just like they'll use the whole.
It's like, do you hear yourself? You sound like a sociopath.
Yeah, it's just like how they use the whole Romans 1. I think it's in Romans 1 to try to just refute the existence of atheists. Period. It's like everyone knows that God exists. You know he's there. You just choose not to acknowledge it or whatever. It's like no, that's. So
Paul's talking to a very specific crowd, to a crowd that mostly did believe, there are gods or a god.
Yeah, but so in case there are any Christian apologists or any Christian interested in getting us non-believers to believe, a good tip for you: don't tell the non-believer that you're talking to that they are wrong about themselves and their own thoughts, because that is not going to be a good start.
Just assume whatever we're saying about ourselves is accurate and go from there.
Mm-hmm. Because if your God is the way you proclaim he is, he should be able to handle wherever we say we are.
He should be able to handle us being full of shit.
Yeah. Right? Again, if he can handle Saul of Tarsus, who was literally murdering Christians, then he should be able to handle me just like, I just don't believe it. And
when the vast majority of us, especially the ones that were Christians at some point or whatever we were before, like most of us we want to believe whatever is true. We want to accept whatever is true. And so if you're right about Jesus and God, we'd like to accept that's true.
Yeah. Because really, that's like for me the main thing, and this is apparently very connected to my autism. It's like I just hate being wrong about stuff. So
It's
if I
the
find
worst
out,
when you think you're right and you're like, and you autistically actually, and then
Mhm. Yeah, and it's like Ember was saying on Maya's stream tonight, and she said on her own show earlier, like Ember says, like I love being wrong because, or I love finding out that I'm wrong because that means I get to correct myself and become correct, and in the process learn some new stuff, which is always really cool.
that's
So
crazy. How do you operate when there's nothing that's for sure forever?
I know, right? So anyway, so all right, so Alex here has set up the whole basically the problem with divine hiddenness. He's like, so how can why are there all these people who seem like they don't believe, even if they're like whether they're resistant or not, like they just want to know if there's something out there, but so many people just seem to not be persuaded by the evidence. Oh, and he brought up the whole how you can't really choose what you're persuaded by; you just kind of are persuaded or not.
Yeah,
It's
I do like
not really
that
something
point.
you can help. Yeah, I think it's called a doxastic involuntarism. I think is the term for
Damn it.
that.
I,
So,
I stopped being able to understand whenever we gotta Latin it up.
but I think it's like doxastic, like it comes from like doxology, meaning like to believe or something. Like orthodoxy means like correct beliefs.
I know it's just frustrating. That
Yeah.
you're like, oh, I gotta learn this whole first list of vocab, and so then when these new made up words referring to the
Uh,
words I don't know to
uh,
describe the thing, I understand that it's efficient and like
yeah.
you say one thing with one word, but for some reason, even when I understand what it means, my brain hears it. It was just like, and just it's a nothing
Mhm.
word, and I'm confused.
Yeah, but real quick, like, oh, so this explains why Kip is so angry and swears all the time. All right, I get it. Anyway, so, but then the voluntarism, obviously, like being able to voluntarily believe a thing or not. It's like one of the common examples for this is like if it's like a sunny day outside to tell someone, okay, convince yourself to believe that it's raining right now. It's like you kind of can't do it. Or in the case of like atheism versus theism, like the atheist can tell like the Christian or Muslim or whoever, say, okay, if you think it's such a choice, okay, convince yourself that God isn't real.
But
Like just choose to believe that.
you can brainwash somebody. Here's the thing: like you can't make yourself believe something, but other people can make you believe something. Like you can
Right.
brainwash somebody into believing something,
Oh yeah,
but
for sure. But again, you
but you
can't
can't
help what
choose
you.
on your own.
hmm
Almost like
Yeah.
free will might not exist.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, and Alex addressed that. He's like, because even if you say that people, if they just like listen to too much of like the new atheists or whatever, but he's like, but still, that's not their fault. Like, if that was just what they were exposed to and that convinced them, you can't really help it. So I'm glad he mentioned that. But now let's hopefully finally get to Lennox's kind of response to that setup.
There's this problem
Or
of why some people seem not to want to meet God at all, and they get, you know, blinding flashes of revelation. They get burning bushes and appearances and dreams and all this kind of stuff. And then there are those who spend their lives crying out for a sign,
Yes.
and they don't seem to get one. It seems arbitrary, and if God exists, maybe a little bit cruel.
I think there is a real mystery there. I'm very sympathetic to that
Mhm.
because it is a question that I ask myself a lot because it was asked of me a lot.
Yeah.
Here I am coming from Northern Ireland and I arrive in Cambridge and almost the first thing I was asked when people heard me speak with a Northern Irish accent was, do you believe in God? Do you go to church? And then I remember the first one, and it happened very soon, early on. He said, oh, sorry, you're Irish, you Irish all believe in God, you fight about it. In other words, it's a cultural phenomenon. If you were born somewhere else, in another culture, you wouldn't have these beliefs. And I think to a certain extent that, of course, is true.
Yeah.
We are all influenced.
and that's quite an admission there.
It is. He just kind of lost.
Yeah, right. But also, real quick, speaking of other channels that have awesome stuff, Nitty, like he had a great stream. Was it yesterday? Talking about nihilism. or talking about other people talking about nihilism, which is really cool. So yeah, I just well, also he was on Misinterpretations last night that we mentioned. If you haven't seen that, go back and watch it. It was great. I just Nitty's like it's got. I just like how he thinks about things and different like perspectives and stuff he comes up with, and of course like Marin, awesome as always. But so this idea of how much it depends on where you were born, how you were brought up, like, and how much that determines like what you believe, in particular, like your religious beliefs. And that is a huge problem, I think, for Christianity, because you would think it shouldn't matter, especially if they say how like God is so apparent and is so interested in people knowing he exists. Like, but if you're just born in a place where no one else around you is Christian or has heard of Christianity, you're just not gonna believe that Jesus is real or whatever. But
the whole thing, the whole religion will seem a little unfinished.
Yes, a bit. But a lot of Christians also, the problem is like they'll misunderstand this as being the genetic fallacy, which it's not, because we're not saying Christianity is wrong because it comes from certain places. We're just saying it shouldn't matter where it comes from. So don't get.
But in a humorous way, we are saying it's wrong because it comes from Christians.
Right. That's just when we want to be dicks, which is often. But so this is one of the things that John does a lot that I want to point out is like he'll admit it's like, yeah, that is a problem. But then he'll go on to say this, but now I'm going to say something that sounds really nice. And then I can say, well, I acknowledged it. And now I'm going to say some things that make people feel better. It's like, okay, but you still admitted that it's a problem and you're not really addressing it. So,
yeah, he comes in with,
but I'll tell you what's not a problem. Real Millie is here.
Hey.
So I'd say that's the opposite of a problem. So anyway, so
Fox had a great response to, I think DH's joke about nihilism earlier. Yeah, what's the point of watching a video about nihilism? There's no reason to do that. And then didn't get much of a response. Maybe went stretched too far for that. And then Fox says, it was funny. I just did not see the point of laughing.
Well played. Well played. I love nihilism. Anywho, all right. So, yeah. But let's see, now that he's admitted, like, yep, that is a huge problem. So let's see where he goes from here.
By our culture and the worldview of our upbringing. But what has helped me enormously in that, it hasn't solved the problem. There is a residual problem here, Alex. I'm with you on that. Is that...
feel better?
Yeah. And also, like, and I know, like, the context of this, like, this isn't a debate. Like, this is just two people having a conversation about the topic. So I realize that it's not necessarily the point, but the fact still remains, because I have seen, like, Lennox in actual debates, and I have seen this exact issue debated. There just is not a good answer for it, but all these Christians are like, it seems like to them it's good enough to say, yeah, I know we don't have answers, but hey, we're thinking about it, and we acknowledge that it's a problem. So good. Like, no.
Is he wearing Nikes?
He is, which I appreciate.
I think he's winning with the shoes right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I will say, even though they are still like in the full suits and the nice shirts, it is encouraging for me to see ties like slowly disappearing from the culture in a lot of areas. So
honestly,
like,
I wish people wore more ties loosely, like the unbuttoned top button and the tie just kind of like loose right there. That's all right. Yeah. But like the buttoned up and the formal tie, like some places that works, but
which I will say, I guess it's not so much that I want ties to disappear altogether. I think I want the sort of like assumed you need to wear a tie in this situation. I want that to be just gone. It's like, because if you like ties, obviously wear them. Yeah,
I do like a nice jacket. I don't own one, but I do like the idea of like wearing a
But-
nice jacket in a functional way because it might be a little chilly
Yeah.
in here. It's like
Yeah,
instead of a hoodie, I have this nice jacket.
Right. And I used to have several, but they were all left behind at my former job when I was furloughed due to COVID. So,
Why'd you do that?
well, it was when I was like working for a company that did like audiovisual stuff for hotel events.
Yeah,
And like working at the hotel, like I had to wear them because I was like a
but why not go
manager.
back
So-
and get them?
Well, no, here's what happened is I always just left them at the office because I never wore them outside of work, so I just left them there. So I would just show up to work, put it on, so that way I never like forgot it, like it was always there. But I didn't go back because like I didn't know I was officially permanently furloughed at the time. So it was basically, and even like what ended up being my last day, I didn't know was going to be my last day. It was one of those like we all went home on Friday and got like over the weekend. It's like, yeah, don't come in on Monday.
But then at some point you did
So-
know it was your last day, and the jacket stayed there.
I think by that point I just didn't care anymore. Or-
You're like,
plus it was, I mean,
they
plus
have
even by
bad
the
juju all stuck on them from that job. I don't want them.
well, also by the time I found out I was officially furloughed, it was because we were like in the thick of it. So a needless trip out in public was not a good idea.
Right, the pandemic.
That as well. Yeah, there was that whole part of it.
Memory hold that shit.
Even though that's Anywho,
You know how I knew
So-
the trauma was still there, and that I had it was when the news tried to like talk up the hantavirus or hantavirus,
Mhm.
and it's literally not the same. But I was, I was like, that was my first reaction. I was like, oh, that's something.
Mhm.
I guess that did affect me.
Like, ooh, fellow Satanist, I guess. Lennox has better cosmetics.
Ooh, he also kind of looks like a British Jonathan Winters. You know who that is?
Ah, yeah, a bit.
Funny guy, not entirely sane.
Like
He
all
was
good
Mork's
people, I think.
son on Mork and Mindy, because they're
Huh.
born old and fat from that alien race.
I don't remember that part of the show. I didn't actually watch much of that show. It was more just one of those things I was aware of. But also, as people may have noticed, the T-shirt, the Satanic Temple. Like, I'm technically a Satanist, I guess, in that I'm a member, and that means at one point I sent them money and they sent me a card and a certificate. But
Yeah, I'm also technically a member.
yeah. But I just wanted to support them, for their activism efforts.
They still do. They
Yeah.
still do some good activism and
Mhm.
court case stuff.
Yeah, so like I said, I kind of refer to myself as a cultural Satanist, the way some people say they're like a cultural Christian. Because like I said, I don't take like I said, I don't often even like think of myself as a Satanist, which even though I tend to pretty much agree with like their tenets and everything, but yeah, I'm still at this point a little wary of like actually joining a group and committing to any kind of ideology. But that's just me. But I do like the T-shirts and the aesthetic and the whole, like I said, just a lot of stuff they're about. But anyway, all right.
It's possible for people to change their worldview. And I've seen that happen quite often.
Oh, so this is the part that gives him comfort about the fact that there are people who are just like, they can't help it. It's like no fault of their own. They're just brought up in a culture where they just aren't aware of Christianity, or even if they're aware of it, they're more geared to believe in other things. So, but it's okay because John here is comforted by the fact, well, some people can change their views on things. It's like, well, yeah, John, but some people. Also, Skeptic Philosophy. Welcome. Good to see you.
Mirth. That's
Yeah, and sorry for the delay. I swear I will respond to you at some point about maybe being on sometime. But I just have my brain is just not wanting to do things sometimes. So I will. Yeah. Anywho, so yeah, this whole like, oh well, some people can change their minds. Okay, I mean he's going to keep going, but I was like, kind of a weak start.
so they might too, and so that's the hope and change.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Secondly, it was by realizing that this was a problem that forced me, in a way, and it was force, to be open and vulnerable and allow counter arguments into my personal space.
which is a good thing, but again, without I hope without realizing what he's saying here is it's okay that some people go through their lives and through no fault of their own never come to a saving relationship with Jesus, because that whole scenario and situation, through all of that, John learned something.
See, that's kind of why I think people like don't completely believe what they think they believe. And I know that everybody says that who's on the opposite side of something, that the person on the other side, they can see signs they don't totally believe it. But like, he seems like a decent enough person that would bother him, that people who are also decent people would be going to hell because they don't believe in Jesus.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's not tells me that, like, somewhere, like, not fully to his core does he believe what he says he believes. Because did you know Matt E in the fraternity house? I'm not saying his last name on purpose.
Yeah.
The older black guy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We said he had old man muscles, old man strength.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He was like ripped and had no good reason to be.
Yeah.
But when he became a Christian when he was younger, he believed it, right? And was like trying to save people. He's like, we're like, you're going to hell, and then, like, it was a mental illness issue. Like, he was like committed for a bit in a mental hospital. Because if you actually act on what you say you believe, you will look crazy to everyone else. Like, you'll look like the world is ending and you're trying to save everyone.
Yep.
John Lennox isn't. He seems kind of cool with it.
Yeah, but he'll get into this later. But there are other things that he's found that he believes that give him comfort in all of this, which again really don't work. But I love the whole list of people that he looks like, and I love where this landed.
He also looks like a fat Buddha. You know how there's like skinny Buddha and fat Buddha?
Yep. Oh, for sure.
Straight up fat Buddha.
But yes, the real Melly, fantastic point. Why Christians stop treating other people like NPCs in their own life story. Yes, please.
Well, what you have to understand is you're right. You're wrong. It's not their story. It's God's story.
Oh, right. See, you're an NPC in God's story. That's right. And that should give you comfort.
Right, because you really have no free will. I mean, you do, but you don't.
Thank you, Kip. Yes, name it, or Longenics. Yeah. Keep it a little more inconspicuous. No one will know. Or Miranda with this is what you really need to do, Kip. Smart.
Stop the finger hate.
To investigate them without being afraid. Because there was a time I was afraid. I can remember very clearly walking up and down King's Parade in Cambridge, and I passed Mowbray's bookshop. And in the window, there was a book. The title was Why I Am Not a Christian by Bertrand Russell.
Yes.
And I walked up and down. Dare I buy that book?
You ever read that, Matt? Or are you familiar with it at all?
No, but it sounds great.
Yeah. I haven't. I've seen it only like in snippet form or like quotes made into memes or whatever. But whatever, it's like, oh, that's cool. But I guess we're about to find out. Maybe not the case.
Dare I buy it?
Yeah.
I bought it. And it was such a help to my faith because I realized that Russell, sadly, seems to have very little contact with genuine Christianity. The argument
it wasn't very good. Yeah.
No, it wasn't very good.
Of course, no true Scotsman.
I think you're right. And
yeah, but also, like I said, I haven't
Alex
read it.
just validated it accidentally.
Yeah, which, like I said, I haven't read it. I'm not familiar with all the points and arguments that Russell makes in it. But there was a part of me, and I realize this is unfair because it's like complete, like. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. What is with their names? Of like, it's probably just a street, and it's called King's Parade, but then they also have the other street, and it's called Piccadilly Circus.
Yeah, Piccadilly Circus.
I think you guys just don't know what a circus, carnival, or a parade is.
Right, but But anyway, but like I said, having not really knowing much at all about this book, so I realize this is pure speculation. But also, like I said, generally I like Alex, but also I know he's caught some flack in conversations like this. But when he was like agreeing with Lennox, oh yeah, it wasn't very good. Part of me was like, it probably was, but Alex is just doing that thing where he just needs to criticize it anyway. I don't know why, but
He likes
yeah.
to be accommodating as much as possible to his to the opposing view or the person representing that view, and I think it makes sense if you're not a Christian, maybe. But like for Christians watching this, they just end up getting distracted by how close they think he is to being a Christian.
Yeah. Okay, but here's the thing though. So Lennox's criticism with it, like saying like, oh, it seems like he just wasn't really as familiar with real Christianity or whatever. But part of me is like, okay, but he got this from he got whatever version of Christianity he's like arguing against, like he got that from somewhere. And there are just so many damn different types of Christianity. Like, I wish all of you would just like make up your mind which the real version is, because I guarantee you, whatever version of Christianity Russell was arguing against, there are Christians out there who would say, yes, that is real Christianity. But regardless, the problems are still there.
I don't think there's any way to reconcile the differences.
But very true. But the problem is like, okay, so Russell has these problems with Christianity. So even if he is getting it completely wrong, there is no God or Jesus showing up to correct him. And those problems are just, they still stand.
Yeah.
So you got to deal with it some way other than it's like, oh, well, that's not real Christianity. It's like, okay, but
what the only people around who are able to like speak into your faith or your life or whatever in that way are all just the bad representatives of Christianity, according to John Lennox. And they might be, they might just be bad at being Christians. Most Christians are really.
Yeah, but yeah, I have more to say on this, but this will continue to come up throughout this. So
I like the sensitivity with which you approach the question. Mm-hmm. There are people that don't want there to be a God and say so, and some of them are brilliant scientists. Mm-hmm. In fact, the philosopher of physics, what's his name? Nagel.
Thomas Nagel.
Thomas Nagel, New York, wrote an essay on this. I don't really want there to be a God. He's very honest. Mm-hmm. But yet he sees the difficulties in naturalism and wrote a whole book about it. So
wow.
And again, haven't read Nagel and his, but how much you want to bet his issues with naturalism wasn't him bringing them up as ways, oh, this is why I don't believe in naturalism, but more to say, well, here are some things we need to tackle, and hey, we're still working on it. And I mean, also, shocker, when very limited, finite human brains are trying to contemplate the entire cosmos, sometimes we come up short. Like, and shocker.
What I don't understand. I think it would have been more about the limits of naturalism, like the things that it can't explain, like the why. Mm-hmm. Like that's okay.
Then my response to that is always, you're assuming there is a why.
Okay, you know, like all the W's and the H's. I can't remember. There's one H. I can't remember how many W's there are.
I think it's 5 W's and an H.
There you go. So I think there's who, what, when, where, and why, right? And the why and the who, I think, might be inventions of the human mind, like those distinctions or concepts. Oh, and it might just be the what, when. What's the other one?
Where?
Yeah. What, when, and where. Those are probably like the ones science can answer.
Yeah. And how. Yeah.
And how. Yeah. But then, like, who and why? Like, who just seems to be a differentiator, like, for just like this locality of the universe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like because one of the examples that's brought up a lot in this conversation is they'll use the example of like a pot of like a tea kettle boiling on the stove, and someone will ask like, well, why is that tea kettle boiling on the stove? And they say, well, the scientific answer is because, well, you see, there's water inside of it, and there's like they'll go through all the specifics of like the amount of heat, the amount of heat being applied, and why over time and what that does. It's like, well, that's the how, but the why is someone wanted a cup of tea. But I'm like, But I think you're ignoring all the what you would call naturalistic scientific explanations, even into that aspect of it. Because, like, the process of a person wanting to drink a cup of tea, there is a lot of still very natural, physical, scientifically explainable things going on with that whole process as well. It just involves more mysterious brain stuff, but that doesn't mean
Yeah.
it's not natural or at least potentially scientifically explained. So
I think there's free will depending on how you define free will, but I do think it's possible to define it away completely without any problem.
mhm. Yeah.
And the ultimate why is just because of what happened before.
hmm Yeah. Oh, but apparently we forgot the second H. Oh, what the fuck? Thank you, Fox. Thank you. That's a very important one. Maybe my favorite, in fact.
What?
There are those that don't want there to be a God,
Mhm.
but there are
Oh yeah,
others.
real quick. Something I mentioned, like, because this is something that apologists
don't-
will bring up a lot. Is like, oh,
Yeah.
they'll either actually accuse like the specific like atheist or non-believer they're talking to, or just point it out. Well, there's so many people who just they don't want there to be a God, and that's why. Okay, like I have the feeling that I don't know how. It seems like that's probably a relatively small group, at least in my experience.
Also, like, what is he? Why is that person? Again, why? Like, what's causing that guy to say he doesn't want there to be God? Is it he doesn't want the God of the Old Testament and the New Testament, like that whole God?
Yeah.
I don't want that
Yeah.
one to be real. True. I don't want that one to be real either because it's super hard to predict or know what the fuck is up.
Right. Because also, if this God is real and is as Christianity says it is, that means the vast majority of people who have ever existed are going to be burning in hell for eternity. That is terrible news.
That
Like,
guy
no,
doesn't seem that bothered by that.
yeah. So no, I don't want that to be true. I don't want that God to be real. Yeah, sure. But I don't have anything against just the general concept of any God existing. Like, I don't have anything against that. I'm just not convinced. So, but I think apologists and like other Christians just kind of overemphasize this, problem of people just not wanting there to be a God. It's like, yeah, sure, there's some, but I don't think it's that many people. So I think it's kind of pointless to try to argue against and point out, because they paint it as like, oh, this is the problem with all these atheist people. They just don't want there to be a God. It's like, no, that's only a very few of us, maybe, or maybe I'm wrong. But
So
yeah.
Sandals 2000, I do think the demiurge is at least very useful as a concept. Like, as a metaphorical concept, always be on the lookout for the demiurge, like the old good ideas that turned out to be bad.
Yeah. It's also a very good Meshuggah song. Probably
Oh, it is. It's true.
Yeah, probably my favorite from the Kolos album. But yeah, anywho. That's one I'm actually thinking of doing for one of my drumming videos.
That's one of my favorite songs of theirs.
Yeah. But there's one section, like most of the song, I got it down, but there's just one section, kind of like the middle third. It's that part of the section is usually called. Like, it's just like, because like I feel like I have a handle on it for like most of it, but then once it gets to that section of the song, it just goes completely off the rails.
And you're like, you need at least a third hand to play.
Well, no, it's not that. It's like it's not that. I think if I had it figured out, like basically if I knew what was going on, it's not that hard to actually play. It's hard to remember all the different, like the exact rhythm of all the different hits and everything. But yeah, because actually playing it isn't that hard. It's just just figuring out what the rhythm is. But anywho, but unlike there's so many other Meshuggah songs where yes, like Bleed, I understand that rhythm perfectly. No way in hell I could actually play it. But
that you sense are crying out, and why don't they believe? Now, one interesting sidelight on this, and it might be just a suggestion of someone you might be interested to interview.
So here's this similar to a few weeks ago when Brian Tome had that big lead up and ended up mentioning Wes Huff. This was another moment where Lennox is about to like build someone up as this like hugely amazing and impressive person, but I guarantee you a lot of people in the chat are going to like their eyes are going to roll so hard they fall out of their head, or they're just going to die laughing. But this is a name, because I'm actually not certain you're familiar with this person, but if you are, I'm looking forward to your reaction once he actually mentions who this person is. So brace yourselves, everyone.
He's the only person in the world I know who holds simultaneously 3 chairs. Professor of nanotechnology, professor of computer science, and professor of chemistry. James Tour of Rice University.
Matt, are you familiar with James Tour?
I'd recognize his face. I don't recognize the name.
Yeah, if you're not, I envy you. Infamous for Mr. Farina. Like I imagine, like, so he's wanting Alex to have him on his show, like what? So he can just like aggressively try to get Alex to take a piece of chalk. Are you familiar with Professor Dave Explains on the YouTube?
I've seen the channel before, but I can't remember anything about it.
Yeah, so sorry everyone. Like, Matt is not as addicted to the online stuff as I am, and
No,
apparently
it's just different stuff.
Yeah, and also apparently people in the chat are recognizing it as well. So this is.
I have seen some Professor Dave Explains stuff, but I can't remember what he looks like.
Yeah, but anyway, so. But yeah, his debate with James Tour was kind of epic. So, all right, good. I'm literally laughing out loud.
I need to watch that then. No, I'm just in our algorithms only overlap in certain areas.
Yeah. It's like like no, he's connecting to the stream via carrier pigeon.
No, several of them. Come on, one should do it.
You touch grass and wallpaper. Yes,
I do.
Yeah, see, I'm the one who is like, between the two of us, I definitely have more like free time and nothing better to do. So
I am listening a lot when I work, but the thing is, I'm not listening to certain like really good channels when I'm at work, because if it's too interesting, then I can't pay attention to what I'm doing, and so it needs to be like interesting enough, but not engaging the parts of my brain that I need to do wallpaper.
Exactly. So yeah, so I would actually love to see Alex talking with James Tour. I think that would be just splendidly horrific.
My wife just came down here like a few minutes ago, and she's like, "It smells like a bong down here."
Does it?
It does.
Well, good. Glad you're enjoying yourself. So, hamster wheel power. This is my impression of the hamster on the wheel.
That's how it would be. Because you know they can't move their arms very much.
Right. And they don't have much arms. So
yeah.
Anywho.
And week on week, he has a challenge.
Yeah. So this is why he brought James Tour up, because of this whole people seeking to know God, but not finding him.
I think I know where he's going.
And of course, this is... My computer is like showing signs of age already. I've only had it for a couple of years. So, anywho. All right. So, yeah, but bringing him up in the context of people seeking but not finding him. But it's okay, because we have a James Tour for that, apparently.
Yay!
Tour of Rice University. And week on week, he has a challenge on the internet. It's fascinating. And his challenge is this: if you would like to know why I believe in the physical resurrection of Jesus, is a very specific thing, I will meet you. And week after week, he's meeting people with exactly the same kind of sense of wanting to find out and crying out and all this kind of thing. I'll not spoil it by telling you what the result is, but it is fascinating. He's unique in my experience. And
right. So basically, good news, everyone. There's people like James Tour out there willing to share the gospel with you. And this helps with the problem of people seeking. But for those who aren't familiar, this is something else. I think it was on Professor Dave Explains. He did a video specifically about this thing that James Tour does, where I think it was some people that Dave knows or just submitted it to his channel, but they like video recorded this session with James Tour, and his like gospel presentation and arguments to convince them that Jesus rose from the dead were gloriously disappointing. So, yeah.
Just because he's doing that doesn't mean it's having a good impact.
Yeah.
Remember that thing we watched last week, and the guy said it was like it only works like maybe like 1 out of 100 times. It's like
Right.
and afterwards I realized that's far worse than chance. Like, and so just because you're doing a thing and you feel good about it and it feels like that's what you think God likes, but it's having like a negative effect. That
yeah.
Like, how many people has what's his nuts turd like converted? Like,
well, apparently, like Lennox here is impressed with whatever the number is, but it's like, see, but here's the thing: like you were saying, like just because James Tour is out there doing this, like I said, it doesn't mean it's actually effective. But two, also doesn't mean it's actually true. Just because there's one crazy dude who's convinced of it and is able to convince at least some other people to agree with him, that doesn't make it actually true.
But our monkey brains like really want to believe that guy, because that's the most convinced motherfucker here. Like, that's the one who is the most convinced about their version of reality, and that's who we're wired to follow. Like, that's why some people are good leaders, because they can like project their own like version of reality onto the crowd. That's what Trump did. But he lives in his fucked up reality. Like, he will not accept it isn't how he wants it to be, and will just insist it is how he wants it to be, even when it's not.
Yep.
It's a little attractive to a bunch of apes.
A little bit. All right. All right. Sorry, I just like coughed and cleared my throat directly into the mic. Apologies. especially to Marin. At least it wasn't a burp. So I'm behaving myself tonight so far on that front.
What if we fart into the mic?
Ooh. Yeah, Marin, let us know if that's okay.
The dulcet tones of flatulence.
Which reminds me, one of my favorite stories about me as a middle schooler was the time, like in church. I think it was like during like Sunday school, like youth group or whatever. It was during one of these serious like prayer times where we all have our heads bowed, eyes closed, like the youth pastor is giving this like very like heartfelt, lengthy prayer, and for some reason, during that time, my brain decided to tell me, hey, you know what actually makes the noise when you fart? And I was just thinking about that.
That's because you're making little fart noises with your mouth, probably, right?
No, I wasn't. It was just all of a sudden my brain was like, oh, hey, this is why farts make that noise. I was just like flapping cheeks, So I was just, that was the hardest I think I have ever worked to not laugh. And so, yeah, I was impressed with myself during that. So
have you guys ever gotten your hands on one of those self-inflating whoopee cushions?
I love how that reminded you of something.
It is
fantastic.
Me, my sister and I and a couple of our cousins, maybe 3 of our cousins, were sitting around at our grandma and grandpa's house. We were grown ass adults. This wasn't that long ago, and I don't know why it was there, but it was there, and it's whoopee cushion. So we're like using it, putting the nozzle of it against like all kinds of different surfaces, and you can get some hilarious noises from that. My favorite is the nozzle kind of like at an angle against a book cover, like a hardback book cover. It's like blah 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 blah. It's kind of basic because it's thumping to get something.
There, I just muted my first burp. But also, like,
I don't understand how some people are like offended by fart noises and burps, and like they just think it's disgusting and not funny. I don't get it.
Yeah. Also, I just love this, so I will comply. I don't know why this works, but it does, and I'm going to hit the play button.
Flapping cheeks.
So, mhm.
As I travel around, and I'm sure as you travel around, the great difficulty is it's very difficult to see into a person's experience. I visited Siberia quite a lot.
And at least he admits that. Like, again, this is one of the things that I appreciate about Lennox. Like, he's not one of those people who's going to tell someone, well, you're lying to me when you say you don't really believe in God, or you're not resisting, or you don't have good reasons, or whatever. So, again, want to try to give him credit where I can. So,
And I was invited on one occasion to take part in a very high-powered conference organized by the Club of Rome, no less. I mentioned this in my book. And I was invited to give a talk.
And also, like, this section of the video is full of, again, were this coming from anyone else, this would fall in the category of things that definitely happened. But again, like, I'm inclined to at least believe Lennox, because again, like, maybe I'm naive, but he seems like an honest guy. Like, I don't think he would make any of this stuff up, but again, I don't know. Maybe I'm just gullible.
It is filtered through a Christian brain.
Yes.
So,
yeah. But well, let's hear. But also, there was the fact that he specifically called it a high-powered conference, and I mentioned it in my book. Like, I don't know how much of that was also just him being kind of like tongue-in-cheek with it, because
is he Catholic? Because Club of Rome sounds like a thing only Catholics would know what it is.
No, I don't think he's Catholic, but
weird. Northern Ireland is Protestant.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I gave it was a short talk, and there was someone there from South America, a politician, and he lost his temper in the previous session. There was 400 or 500 of us, and he grabbed the microphone. He wouldn't wait his turn, got up and denounced me as being very dangerous indeed. It was an amazing situation. It was electrifying. So he went on and on and on, saying that this kind of talk would inspire revolution if we believed in all this kind of stuff, you see. So when he'd finished, I said to the chairman, look, give me 2 minutes. Oh, he said, no, you can't speak anymore. I said, look, 2 minutes and I'll stop. And I remember saying that I looked at him straight and addressed him. I said, the God you don't believe in, I don't believe in either.
Mm-hmm.
Which is one of my favorite things ever, but I'll just take this moment to
just word,
because I need my.
Came up with that.
I know that's like, because here's the thing, like, because I remember as a Christian and at various like levels, even my days like deconstructing, being like,
various levels of being married.
I had that too. Still do technically, but that was the thing I thought all the time, and even said like, and I thought was a good strategy. Like, oh, tell me about the God you don't believe in, because I probably don't believe in that God either. But it's like, but
that does work on some people.
But again, this guy still doesn't believe it, and again, so he doesn't say exactly what this guy's problems were with Christianity. But again, I don't think he was making any of this up. All these issues he was having were with actual Christians. And again, even if someone like Lennox here wants to say, well, that's not true Christianity, like, well, they thought it was. And they probably think whatever Lennox calls Christianity isn't true Christianity. So, but again, no matter what someone believes, we still have people referring to themselves as Christians doing harm to people, and God isn't doing shit about it. So it's like, I don't care if they're getting Christianity right or not. God is not stepping in to stop it. Therefore, what the fuck, God? Either he's an asshole or he's not there, or he's just completely impotent and therefore not even the Christian God to begin with.
Or we don't know the difference between good and evil, which is terrifying.
No, but that's the thing they say. Like, whenever we try to talk about morality, they say, oh, but you have your sense of good and evil from God. It's like, okay, I'm using that sense of good and evil that God apparently gave me to say that this God seems to be evil, according to his own standard. But it's also wrong,
that version of morality, because if you're not a Christian, then your version of morality is wrong. So you got it from God, but it's also wrong. And so where is it useful and where isn't it? Well, you have to have faith to find out.
Right.
But every good and perfect gift comes from God, and faith is for sure a good and perfect gift, if anything. So,
Right.
I'm just waiting, or I'm waiting again because I had it, and then
Right. Yeah. All right, but back to the whole like.
Oh wait, what beer are you having?
Oh, sorry. This is my second. This is good old Sierra Nevada Pale Ale.
Ooh, that's my third one is a pale ale from
Nice.
Mad Tree. I guess they have a new pale ale.
Oh yeah.
So this is from Magnanimous Brewing, and it's in the Juice Lord line. This is Juice Lord Save Us.
Nice.
It's a quad India pale ale with Citra and Mosaic hops.
Ooh.
But that's not all. It also has it's a hazy quad IPA with Citra, Cryo, Citra, Hyper, Dynaboost, Mosaic, and Mosaic Cryo hops.
Ooh. No. Also, like,
and it smells amazing. Okay.
Also, just real quick, one or two. That does sound amazing, but just wanted to address anyone who was around at the beginning of the show when I was talking about my new earbuds and why I got them because the batteries last longer. I don't have to change them. Notice I did just change them. That one was still more uncomfortable in my right ear. Maybe my right ear just doesn't like earbuds. So, anywho,
you got a British right ear.
Yeah. But now, at least, hopefully, these new ones will last long enough that I won't have to change them, so I can just wear the one in the left ear the whole time and be good. So, wish me luck. Anywho, but back
good. You stopped it just in time. I was about to tangent on earbuds.
But I want to go back to the other thing you were tangenting on, the whole thing about like where we get our sense of morality, and let's say, well, God gave you this morality. God gave you this sense of moralities. But when we say, okay, well, this moral sense that he gave me tells me that he's immoral, they say, oh, that's because of like sin and corruption. Because that's what Christians will do. They'll just say, anytime something is good, that's from God. Anytime something is bad, then that's the fall. But it's all like ad hoc. It's all like after the fact, like looking back, like, hindsight's 2020. What I want a Christian to do, and I haven't heard any of them do this, but what I would love for them to do is like, tell me exactly what did sin corrupt, to what degree, how much, like, tell me exactly how sin has corrupted my moral sense. So this thing exactly is wrong and this thing exactly is right. Or exactly how much did sin corrupt the world, like when it comes to there being like illnesses, but then also God gave us like medical science, which this is a whole nother tangent I could get on. Why, like, if illness is supposed to be a natural consequence of sin, but they tell us God gave us medicine to combat illness, like, isn't that God kind of working at cross purposes with himself? To counteract the punishment that we're supposed to have, but he's giving us a way around it. That doesn't make sense. Also, it doesn't make sense if that's his way of healing us. Why the fuck is it so damn expensive, at least here in the United States? But anyway, but you get what I'm saying with the whole like levels of corruption. Like, okay, I wish Christians would tell us, okay, this is exactly what sin corrupted, and to this level, here's the moral sense you can trust, here's the moral sense you can't. Well, because it seems like it's all just after the fact. Anything we use to say, well, God doesn't seem to live up to this moral standard, well, that's corrupt. But there is a useful, loving my kids is good, that's from God. It's like, okay,
there's a useful metric in the New Testament for that. Useful, like actually useful, but like not for Christianity. Like the fruits of the Spirit, like all those are basically like good, healthy brain things to happen. But aren't dependent on Christianity, because you can get those sometimes on your own, but often you got to go see a therapist to get like a more like more improved versions of that. But if that's how you can tell what's moral, is because doing that gives you these fruits of the Spirit things. Well, there are some things that'll do that. The thing is, like, these are context dependent things. And so for people who think abortion is evil, right, then getting an
Mm.
abortion would not bring you fruit of the spirit. Like,
Mm.
it would suck for you.
Right.
And topic on my mind recently because it's something to listen to today. But yeah, that's just fucking terrible. And looking at it that way, if you look at it like it is healthcare, and while people might have emotional connection to it and therefore judge it to be certain things or feel certain ways about it, it is healthcare.
Yes.
And so somebody that gets an abortion, then with that mindset, then they do have fruits of the spirit from what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And most of the time, if someone is having more like ill effects when it comes to like their feelings and emotions and like mental health well-being after having an abortion, a lot of times it's because of how they're being treated by Christians who think abortion is just evil, for what it's worth.
yeah, so
Yeah.
if Christianity's morality about abortion in that case is true, then you shouldn't be able to get fruits of the spirit from it, but you can.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
the only like real metric that's in the Bible for gauging if what you're doing or believe is good in quotes could also be used to justify something that's evil if you think it's evil already. Like, but as far as like a healthy human being, like way to like function, like fruits of the spirit are kind of a good metric.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I will also say, for what it's worth, like since leaving Christianity, I'd say I'm actually doing better in all of those areas.
Yep.
I mean, except maybe faithfulness, depending how you define that.
But okay,
Yeah.
would that be more authentically living your truth, your version of reality?
Yeah, but like being more faithful to myself, sure. Or you think of being like faithful like to others as in like being reliable and trustworthy. Like
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
would
that.
think now it's wrapped up
Yeah.
in authenticity and
Yeah.
towards faithful towards your relationships with others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So.
That's more consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Like if that's what my faith is in now, I'm way more consistent with that than I was.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, especially when it comes to like the being more authentically me part. Yeah, no doubt.
It's the only way to be in a healthy way. You can't be somebody else and be healthy.
This is true. All right. What were you saying, John?
It was God of the gaps kind of stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's talking this guy who was very angry at the high-powered conference, and he did the whole like, I don't believe in the God you believe in either. It's like, yeah.
I do want to say, so I stopped thinking about it. Alex's logo in the bottom right makes me think John Lennox is trying to sell me juice. Just the shape of it. It's like, I'm not sure if it's orange or apple juice, but it's definitely juice.
I don't know. It looks more like a lemon. With like
okay, no, I can, but it's too pointy. The tapers come to too much of a point. Well, lemons are not that streamlined.
Well, it's an artistic rendering. Like it's a lemon within reason.
Maybe it's supposed to be an eye, but also the proportions are off a little bit.
Yeah.
It's so close to being several things, my brain can't let go of it.
It's like the Kraft logo, perhaps. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sell me cheese, bitches.
Oh, Dairy Queen. Yes, that's it too.
It is so many things. That reminds me, I've been wanting to say this for a long time, and I have never had an opportunity. This is as close as it's going to get.
Also,
you guys noticed. You start the Disney Channel app, the Disney Plus app. Disney Channel. What decade am I from? And there's that sound. It's like whoom, and then there's that clicking sound. Mm-hmm. Right? And it sounds kind of like a light switch. It sounds kind of like snap. It sounds kind of like a lot of things you would hear in everyday life. Right? The reason why that's their sound, I'm positive. The reason why that's their sound when you start like up their channel app, wherever you are, it's so that when you hear any sound that sounds enough like that during the day, your brain thinks of Disney. So you turn on a light switch, a little bit of Disney. You hear a snapping noise, a little bit of Disney. You hear somebody's shoe hit the floor in a weird way. It sounds kind of like a clap. Disney. I was like, that is demonically brilliant.
Apparently Kip's feeling all like hurt and whatnot. We did miss your drink.
I saw it. I just didn't care enough to say it. But fine, if you're going to be a hurt vagina about it, we'll say it out loud. Let's.
Yeah, here, Kip. Just
by the way, apparently I'm dealing with a little bit of misogyny.
Maybe a little bit. I was about to say that might not be the best.
No, I know that was me. That's me sharing that. My feelings are still haven't caught up with the other parts of my brain, and so I don't believe it, right? But like, it's still comfortable enough that my feelings won't let go of it. I have a good therapist.
That's good. But all right, so here,
did you find it?
No, I didn't. But I was like, Kip, just because I'm lazy and for also engagement purposes, just type it in the chat again, so I can ignore it.
It's a local hazy IPA, I think. That's what I saw.
But I want him to comment again.
Why a hurt vagina?
Yeah,
because hurt penis would be funny too. No, this is
Kip. This is Kip with power tools. I mean, that's a potentiality as well. So
okay, so the reason why that was funny in my head is because I only say those kinds of things to people that I assume to be sexist, and so the joke was, I consider Kip to be sexist. I have no reason to think that, but that's why it was funny in my head, is because it was absurd. But when I just say it, then I'm like, oh, that sounds misogynistic.
Right, because this is an issue that I know I've had with jokes like that, because one of the things that a lot of people say, and that I've been told when I make jokes like this is behind every joke there's a little bit of truth, which I'm like, okay, maybe for some more whether neuro or otherwise typical people, but for me, one of the things that makes things the funniest is how completely detached from any kind of reality it is. So
wait, what is
jokes? People will say
oh yeah,
there's always some kind of reality to it. It's no, not always. At least not when I make jokes. Because for me, sometimes when, like I said, I recognize that, so I definitely try not to make jokes that be construed as sexist or bigoted or misogynistic or whatever. But sometimes when I do make jokes, there is absolutely zero truth to it. I'm just this is why it's funny to me, because of how completely absurd it is. But I get it,
So Kip Davis says, wait, what? All right. So in my mind, to continue the absurd reality where Kip is sexist, this is Kip is sexist and thinks he's extremely openly sexist, and how could you be confused whether I'm sexist or not? Wait, what? How are you confused? So that's where I'm going in my little reality with that.
Yeah. So. So David says, Matt is misogynistic to those who are misogynists and feminist to those who are feminists, like the Apostle Paul. All things to all people.
Right.
That's your approach.
But if I'm being misogynist towards misogynists, it's to make them feel like a woman, which they hate.
Yeah.
If I could say, what's the matter, your vagina hurt, to the misogynist, they're super offended and put out and just uncomfortable, and they feel too seen. And that's funny.
Yeah. But then the danger with that is it still can come across it can still have ill effects.
Right. Because it can be taken a different way.
Yeah.
And so that is part of what I'm realizing.
Yes.
The autism is waking up.
Or as Aunt Jer puts it.
What's that first thing?
It's a shovel.
What's the second part?
A hole.
Okay.
Keep digging.
See, these glasses are good for seeing most things except for words.
And emojis, apparently. So, all right.
Yeah, on my screen it's on a gray background because I have the nighttime settings.
Yeah. All right. So, should we get back to John?
You don't believe in, I don't believe in either. Is God
What?
Nothing. I was.
Oh, okay.
the gaps kind of stuff.
Oh,
And secondly, I said I'm on your side when you say that religion can be very dangerous. And I made some.
which again raises the question: why does God let it become so dangerous from all these people getting it wrong?
He has
Like,
to because free will.
But no, he.
Is free will more powerful than God's will? No.
But he doesn't.
But
But you
God
don't.
has to let it be.
But you don't have to violate free will just to show up and say, "Hey, you're misrepresenting me." Like, you're still giving them the free will to misrepresent you or not. You're just informing them that that's what they're doing.
But now you're thinking too much. And that's the problem with thinking and faith is you do too much thinking. I know this makes me sound like a jerk a little bit, but like literally I was told to stop trying to figure things out more than one time.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, me too.
Because it's how you talk yourself out of believing. That was the context or the unspoken thing of what they were saying. I just kicked the trash can of too many cans.
Right. Which is the exact worst thing to say to an autistic person. Not the trash can thing, the whole stop trying to figure things out.
My first reaction is not words, but it's some like felt thing of, do you even know me?
Right. Yeah, and like, and I didn't even know I was autistic at the time, but I still knew, like, I just can't.
Or like, why don't you want to know? What is this? Is shit.
Yeah, yeah. 'Cause that was my thing. It's like, why does it not bother the rest of you? Like, so that again, this was like is one of my issues with Lennox here. Like, how much he is comfortable with. Oh, I don't have answers, but here's a nice, pleasant thing to think about. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like, good for you. Not good enough. No.
But about, I suppose that you would disbelieve in a watchmaker once you understood how a watch worked. And that caught.
Hold on. Did you catch that?
I did, and then I wrote a chat comment, and it left.
Well, because it kind of came out of nowhere. Like, he didn't actually give like the context for like why he said this or anything.
Oh, that might be why. Sometimes when something doesn't follow, my brain just was like, that's not a thing, and just kicks it right out immediately.
Yeah. This happened with me several times. Like, when I was watching this, there were several things that he said that I had to go back multiple times, and I still had no idea what he was actually referencing. But yes, BS. I mean, we covered this already, but
like, absolutely, that's the Chinese. That's Buddha. That's the Buddha face that's in every Chinese restaurant.
Mm-hmm. This is true.
It's the happy eat my food Buddha face.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
About, I suppose that you would disbelieve in a watchmaker once you understood how a watch worked. And that caught.
Okay, so again, there was no lead up, like no context to that line, so I can only assume where this was coming from. So this whole like, okay, you would stop believing in a watchmaker once you understood how watches work. So this sounds like how people like criticize like having a more like scientific approach, or at least wanting to take a more scientific, like naturalist, empirical approach to understanding reality and everything. It's like, and this is so almost like kind of defending how mysterious God has to be, because like, well, if you understood it, like, would you again, it's so hard to even try to explain because I really don't know where he was going with this, but like, no, like, we don't, I mean, obviously, I mean, that's kind of his point, like, we don't disbelieve in watchmakers once we understand how watches work. But so I feel like maybe what he's trying to say is like, do we think that just because we understand more about how the universe works, that means there's no God? It's like, no, it's not just that on its face. It's because of how we have been understanding more about how the universe works, and because of the way that it does seem to work, like specifically points to, I don't think there's a God behind this. Because there is a way, I guess there would be a way to learn more about the universe. If there really was a God designing it, and the more you learn about how it works, the more it would point to a God existing. And this is the case for a lot of people who do believe in God. They say, the more I learn about the way things work, the more it points to God for me. So it's not just so
How
for those
though?
of us who don't believe, right? Good question. But so for those of us who don't believe, it's not just, well, I understand it, that means there's no God. No, it's because of what we understand about it. It seems to point to no God. So
There were several comments,
this,
by the way, about
yeah,
vagina pain being terrible with childbirth and stuff, and like, yeah. Also, that's kind of why it's funny in my head, is because, like, yeah, like, what's the worst dick pain anybody's ever had? Testicle
yeah.
pain, but
I mean, there's
that's
kidney stones, but yeah,
right. But that's terrible for everyone.
right. Yeah, that goes both ways.
Sure,
whole-
our tube that maybe the plumbing ours has to leave through is longer, and so like that's just pain for longer. But
Yeah, not as labor is a bit longer from what I
and
understand.
testicle pain is kind of predictable. It's gonna spike at a certain point and then come back down. Labor could go anywhere.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's beyond your wildest dreams pain.
Yeah. Again, haven't experienced it. I've witnessed it. Yeah. That's something.
I held my wife up during the first one, and my back did a thing, and my whole brain just went, "Ah!" but it didn't hurt. I was like, oh no. I was like things just moved a lot, and my body thinks where they are now is fine. It can't possibly be.
It's just cope.
No, so a few days later, I the way I got to the car to get to the chiropractor was slopped over a rolly chair. That was the most I could get out of bed. Was my feet closer to the floor, but my torso in the same orientation.
But speaking of examples of penis pain, yep, this is a notable one. Yep. No.
Oh, sure, but that's rare. That's a botched circumcision, if anything. Testicle torsion. I think there was a kid that happened to in my elementary school, because the rumor was he was on the monkey bars, which were up way too high, because these are from like the 40s, these monkey bars. They're like, if you're not risking breaking an ankle when you drop off of them, you're not living. That's like how tall they were. And so a kid fell and apparently like twisted his testes, and an ambulance came, and we're like, why is an ambulance here? Like, did he break his ankle? Like, no, he twisted his nuts around each other.
Testy torsion. Yeah.
I mean, how is there a God?
All right. Well, nothing has ever made John Lennox seem more appealing to me. So let's go there.
What him? And there was silence, and the thing went on. Afterwards, he came, and he said, "We need to."
Wait, what did he just say that brought silence? Oh, the whole like bad watchmaker argument thing. That's right. Okay.
I don't know, but he looks like he has a scrotum scalp. Speaking of testes, you made me think that.
Oh my.
Talk. I said, I think we do, and I'd be very happy to talk. I said, you've had a very bad experience. I'm afraid of Christianity, haven't you? And he was quiet for a while. He said, I've had an awful experience. And it was abuse, by people who were professing Christian clerics and so on. He said, how did you know?
How did he know he had a bad experience with Christianity? Maybe because he got up at a microphone and was angry about what would happen if Christianity happened. Like, as if this is some big, profound, of course.
No, it's just a conversation between two people who are not very self-aware.
Yeah. Oh, hey, and apparently Skeptic Haven is here. Hello. And welcome, as always. Good to see you.
Why is it that when people discover more self-awareness, they often label it as God? it's like we're not ready for it. And so we're like, it must be God, not me. If it was me, my goodness, I'd have things to work through. And
Yeah. Right. Oh, but yeah, this is like, you're just church hurt. But again, this goes back to the whole,
thanks, Dick.
yeah, right?
That's how I feel.
Like, because again, this is like whether these people are misrepresenting God or getting Christianity wrong or not, like they're still doing it and God is still letting it happen. Like I've used the example all the time. If like my kids, when they were young and very much the point where I could exert like a more of a level of still appropriate control over their behavior, especially when it came to like if we were out at a park or playground or somewhere and they were like beating up on or otherwise just mistreating other kids. Thank you. Like, and I did nothing to step in to stop them. And I could say like, well, look, I taught them to be different than this. Like they're not being real like my kids, like the way I raised them to be. Like they're doing it wrong. It's like, okay, but the other kids that they were mistreating and their parents would have every right to be mad at me for not doing anything about it.
Yeah.
Right. So this is why I think this whole like, well, it wasn't God that hurt you, it was church people. That's bullshit. God still let it happen. It is still a problem, a massive problem. So knock it the fuck off. But
there's but there's all kinds of outs kind of just programmed into like the practical theology. Like, well, he was trying to stop it, but they chose not to, and you can't violate free will. It's like, well, where was God helping me get through it? He was there. If you look back, I think you'll see. And you know what I mean?
He'll get to that later too. But yeah, because that's another thing that bugs the fuck out of me. But I'll save that for when Lennox actually brings it up. But yeah, like so this is just one. This is a pattern with Lennox, at least like in this clip, from what I remember, probably the rest of this whole interview and just like anything he does. When he comes to a difficult question, like he'll even admit, I don't have an answer for it, or this won't actually answer your question. This doesn't fully address it, but he has a nice, feel good, heartfelt story to tell. That
okay, cool. I like heartfelt stories, but it doesn't mean the narrative is true or their context is correct.
Right. Yeah. So let's let him finish this one because he has more after this.
I said, I'll be frank with you, because what you were saying up front there was completely irrational. So I reckon there was something deep. And we had a long talk and we parted as friends over those few days. We had a long conversation.
Yeah, so again, at least according to John's telling of the story, this guy took that well. But to tell someone, and after confirming that...
In the moment, I could see somebody taking that better with a little twinge, just based on like John's lead-in in that earlier part of the conversation. Like, you would overlook the sharpness of saying that just because of previous context, but like that was telling.
Yeah,
I could tell because you were ridiculous right away.
Yeah, but again, think of this like in the context. He just confirmed that this person's like emotions on the subject were because of like the result of mistreatment and abuse. And his response is, "Oh, I could tell because you were being totally irrational," which is exactly what you want to tell someone who's having some feels about being abused. Like, because again, let's say that John is being completely honest about this, and this interaction went great. The other person wasn't offended by that, didn't cause any further harm or damage.
Yeah,
hopefully that's the case, and this person is fine. But
Fox
other Christians are going.
Yeah.
But other Christians, like I said, even if I grant that this interaction went well, other Christians are going to hear this and say, "Oh, this is what I should do in this situation in the future," and it is not going to go well most of the time. I guarantee it.
Because they'll try it in regular interactions, and this was probably John's on a stage, this guy's in the audience, and so there's a whole lot of social pressure standing up, and like, or whatever. There's probably an authority incompatibility there in the interaction.
Yeah. And apparently this part that he's talking about now happened afterwards when they were just having like one-on-one conversations, but still there's still that dynamic of like, oh, you're the guy who was speaking that I like because maybe this guy felt bad about like his having an outburst or whatever it was, so he was in more of a like conciliatory, like I'm sorry kind of posture. So yes, whatever you say,
Oh, yeah.
there may have been some of that going on as well. Like I said, I don't know. I'm just taking it as he's telling it. These are just my impressions, but still,
just not a good thing to say to somebody who has suffered abuse.
Right? Yeah. Don't lead with "I could tell because you were being irrational." Like, fuck off, dude.
Cool. You know what? Abusers say that too. Look at you all up in your feelings. Just take it.
Yeah. Or more like I could tell because it happens a lot more than people talk about. That too. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, there's a lot of like borderline trauma that has the same effect as trauma that people just look at. Well, that's just church stuff. That's just how that goes. How it goes is bad for a lot of people.
Right. But yes, there like it never came. But like through all of Lennox's stories, I'm just always waiting for the "and everyone clapped" moment. Or I'm just waiting to find out that this young man he was talking to, and his name was Albert Einstein.
Yeah,
Apparently not. But
I do think it's just the self-aggrandizement that like old white men just tend to do. There's a lot of apologetics guys that do that, and sometimes it seems like it's on purpose, and other times it seems like it's just how they remember it. But that's probably not accurate how they remember it.
Right. Yeah, memory is notoriously inaccurate. So
yeah, eyewitnesses are some of the worst.
This is true. All right. Let's let him keep going. I don't know why, but let's let him.
And that was one of the sharpest examples of someone who just was boiling with rage because of negative religious experience. And this is a tragedy, Alex, the way in which people have suffered. And it's one ground. It's not the only ground. And there are many different ones, but it's so difficult to see down into people's hearts and minds.
And when he said there, this is one ground, I don't know exactly what he meant. So I don't know what a ground is and what made that one of that. But
one way it's happening.
Like could be. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Just wanted to point that out that like I don't know what he meant. If anyone else in the
Alex knew, must be like a Oxford British thing.
Yeah. It could be just a term or a way of referencing something over there that makes sense. But yeah, they have their colloquialisms. But anywho,
to know whether they have a genuine objection. And I think some people have a genuine objection. We started this conversation with it.
So again, he's like, yep, some people have genuine objections. And all he has for them is a nice story. So,
but have you thought about feeling good? If you have, and it didn't work, I've got a story. Maybe it'll help.
This is like the equivalent of like telling someone struggling with depression, like, well, just don't be so sad. Oh, why the fuck didn't I think of that? Just feel better. Okay.
Surely they must have not thought about self-condemnation. Allow me to condemn you.
Also, Hang Fishy, a.k.a. Hung for Sure, is here as well. There I was, Alex, speaking with this man from Tenochtitlan in 1436. And said, I bet you had a rough time with Tlaloc. I should have tried reading this before putting it up. Hey. And he said, how did you know? Is it the chest scar? And I agree with you, Alex. That's a good that captures a lot of the vibe here, I think. Thank you. It's almost like you've seen this guy before.
Two people having
I meet people.
Two people growing in self-awareness and confusing it for insight. I don't know. God, just people confusing just personal growth with an external being so they don't have to actually absorb it.
Yeah.
all through my life who say, look, I'd love to be able to believe like you do, but I can't.
Mm-hmm.
My family were murdered in the Holocaust or something like this. I sympathize with
Jesus.
that. I don't trivialize that because I think that's the hard objection. It is really hard.
It's like,
Yeah. John Lennox, the Holocaust. It was really hard.
and and he'll say, like, yeah, I understand that's a really hard objection, but again, like, then have an answer for it, John. It's like, you claim to be Christian, like representative here, like of the God of the entire universe who loves everyone and is all powerful, and like we're told all the answers to life are in Christianity, except for the hard ones apparently, and the ones that are real big obstacles for people entering Christianity, and they don't have answers for it. But that's apparently fine. But
well, it is kind of a Jesus-y thing to do.
the Jeezy thing, yes.
To be really nice to the thing that's owning you.
Mm-hmm.
God forgive them, they know not what they do.
Yeah, see, yeah, Fox and Hang Fishy both got it there, yeah. But Fox, I believe you owe them a Coke now. So,
Or a
yeah,
Pepsi.
Kelly with like Kelly says, I remember my mom telling me when I was going through a depressive time in my life, you just need to get yourself together. Yeah, don't do that, people.
Oh, do I? Is that all? Oh my God, how dumb I am! I never thought of that.
Right? See,
what
this
would
really
I
does.
do without your smarty smart?
I mean, thank you, Mom. Anywho. Right, and
Mom, I'm so
Guard.
glad you thought through things.
But Guard with a good point. And to be fair, the vast majority of the people who have died in the Holocaust did, in fact, already believe in a particular God. Yes, this very same God, in fact.
Right, but Old Testament God would totes do that to his people.
Oh, because he was the demiurge. Is that?
Well, because he's got to teach them. He's got to learn them good.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well,
Also,
speaking of terrible,
also not making fun of the Holocaust.
No.
It's still too soon. We do it because we's people, but
well, I don't think we weren't making fun of it. We were just
no. Well, some people get super offended because you're like, it's not funny at all. And
yeah, that was definitely pointing out how lightly Lennox was apparently taking. He's like, oh yeah, I get it. Yep, that's a thing. But let me tell you another fuzzy feel good story to make you not think about it anymore. Or
also,
again,
it's hilarious how clearly the Nazis just were not the people you wanted to be in charge of anything. Like, take away their ideology, just like the costumes, the way they acted, just like, this is not real. None of these people are doing a real thing. It's also evil.
Right? Yeah, but yeah, I was thinking of this quote as well. They found in, like, I don't remember which concentration camp it was, but they found like one of the Jewish people who was there carved in the wall. Like, if there is a God, he's going to have to beg me for forgiveness.
That's some fucking real shit.
Yep. Fuck yeah.
That needs to be. I need a picture of that in a museum.
Mm-hmm. Yep. This is like no joke. This is one of the quotes of all time. Like, abso-fucking-lutely. Like, also reminds me, there's this Behemoth song. Kind of cheesy title. It's just God equals dog. It's like, tell us how you really feel. But I love the way the song ends. It's like, it's almost like this chanting thing. Like their vocalist, like, he'll yell. First he yells, and then so he'll yell something, but then they actually have this like actual like children's choir like echoing it.
Ooh.
Which gives it a really chilling but cool effect. He yells like Elohim, and then they go Elohim. I shall not forgive. Adonai. I shall not forgive. Like, living God, Jesus Christ. I shall not forgive. Like, it was really cool. So yeah, check out that song. But yes, it is a Meshuggah song. We mentioned it earlier, I think. So, but yeah,
it's something with the demon theory of psychiatry. Ooh. I don't know if that's a real thing. but Christians also do the fake version of
Yeah.
it.
Oh, yeah. As David said here, the Frank Peretti route. Depression is a demon stabbing you in the head because you stopped praying often enough. Yep. Yep. I think that's maybe what Hank Fashio was referring to there. But yeah,
What kind of person says that shit? Like,
someone who has to believe that that's real.
right, but it's also a person who wants to believe that's real. Right? Because, okay, for someone
I don't
to say it out loud like that at a person who's depressed, like there are people who know, like they feel like they need to accept that's the fact, right? But they are not comfortable saying that to someone. The people who are comfortable saying it to someone are the people who also like that they think that's the case.
Yeah. See, I don't know. I mean, I'm willing to give them the slight benefit of the doubt there. I don't know if they necessarily want that specific thing to be true. But I think it's, at least from my experience being there, I think it's maybe more they want the whole like Christianity to be true, and they know that's a part of it.
Okay.
So they're like, so it's not. I mean, some people might. I'm not saying this doesn't happen, but I'm just saying, like from my experience, it wasn't so much that I wanted the particular thing to be true. It's more okay, but I know if this isn't true, then maybe the rest of it isn't. So I have to think that it's true. I mean,
there
I
are
like
some
it,
people
but
who are like enthusiastic about sharing this information.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
for sure.
And
Yeah.
I guess,
Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I'm just saying from my experience.
and I guess that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, that's a different way of being a person, like a different way of looking at the world. It seems
Mhm.
indicative of something clinical presenting itself.
Mhm.
To
Yeah.
just be like, I don't know. Just it's like the ignorance and the arrogance and man, politics. That's their calling.
Mhm. But yes, noise ending. God equals dog. Yeah, everyone go check out that song by Behemoth. God equals dog. It's really good.
I need to
But
listen more
also,
Behemoth.
yeah, I still say like their Demigod and the Satanist albums are like two of the greatest things in that genre ever done. But
Their
this,
concerts are legit, like black masses and stuff.
oh yeah, it's fucking cool. But this hits. Like the one about a Jew meeting God and saying the funniest joke ever spoken was simply the Holocaust. When God asked how that could be funny, the Jew said, "I guess you just had to be there."
God, that's a really Jewish joke. Holy cow!
But that's good. That's good.
And by really Jewish, I mean like that would be amazing. Like someone in like a Brooklyn or like a Bronx Jewish accent, like just poetry.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Indeed. Yeah, but I think it also like it kind of captures that like something that at least from my impressions, like the Jewish faith seems much more comfortable with is challenging God
Yeah,
on things, which to
God
most
in some ways
Christians,
is a peer.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, or at least, I mean, and that's literally in the Bible. You have like, Moses and Abraham and others like literally challenging God, trying to get him to change his mind on things. And
Well, once his nuts
yeah,
broke his
yeah,
dick wrestling God. I'm sorry,
yeah,
his hip.
Jacob,
Yeah, I forgot his
aka
name for a minute.
Israel. Yeah, but yep. Anywho,
Jacob, renamed Israel, like the one who wrestles with God.
which is also like the reason behind like what one of the like expressions I'm trying to get it to trend, like kind of in the same vein of like, well, cut off my legs and call me Shorty. I want to get like more popularized. Oh, well, break my dick and call me Israel. So let's get that going, people.
Wow, that's
But I don't think atheism.
that. Okay, people who don't know about how like about the euphemisms in the Old Testament or the potential for them, they're not gonna get it, but just think you're being anti-Semitic, and it's probably a circumcision joke, but they still don't get it.
Yeah, well, I guess I should, as long as we're being offensive tonight, I guess I should join in on the fun. So at least like by impressions. All right. Anywho.
that, because I think that's the hard objection. It is really hard.
Right.
But I don't think atheism answers
How
it.
hard
I think
is it?
Christianity doesn't solve it.
Okay, so atheism doesn't answer it. Like,
Cool. Not an answer. Max.
yeah, well, also, like, is it that? But you're assuming there is an answer because what's I don't remember exactly what he's talking about. I'll just back him up a little bit.
Yeah, if
Like
Christianity
Like
is
you
not
did,
true,
but I can't.
Mhm.
My family were
Yeah.
murdered in the Holocaust or something like this. I sympathize with that. I don't trivialize that, because I think that's the hard objection. It is really hard. But I don't think atheism answers it. I think
Okay, so this is assuming that there is an answer to something like the Holocaust, other than sometimes people are awful and just do horrible things.
yeah, the only reason there's a problem with that, but the reason why there's a theological problem with that, there's probably a better Latin word for that, but is that you believe in God and God is good in your estimation. But if God is good, why Holocaust? And that's only a problem if you first think God is real and good.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah,
you're
so-
testing a hypothesis, that would be quite a challenge to it. And you should probably reshape the hypothesis to either sometimes God is evil, or good and evil just don't matter to God. That's only like it's a human distinction.
Yeah. So, but this whole like, well, atheism doesn't have an answer. It's like, yeah. Okay.
But it's the absence of a belief in a particular kind of thing. It's not supposed to be an answer to anything.
Yeah, but again, several times during this whole thing, like he admits to not having an answer. So like, okay, so you're saying like, okay, so all you're saying is nobody has an answer. Why does that mean Christianity?
Because a very nice ham said it in a polite way.
I love a good Irish ham. But man, now we're doing the body shaming. We're just hitting all the highlights tonight.
Honestly, where did the white supremacy come from?
Right.
Like, literally, the richest person ever, black, really not very white at all. Like,
yeah.
The sun literally kills the white people easier. Like, it's harder to live in more places being white without the cancer. So,
which reminds me of one of my favorite memes I ever saw. Is this person I used to follow on Facebook? This apparently local to the Cincinnati area. It was an African American gentleman, but he just posted this picture. It was like of this. It was during like one of the big like heat waves we were having last summer. It was like a picture of the sun, but then it had like his arm like with a squirt gun like shooting at it, and the caption was just "Stop hurting my white friends." I was like, that means a lot, man. Thank you.
dude, you know something else? It is, okay, white people is a genetic mutation that developed in an area most impacted by the Ice Age. Like, literally, the planet tried to kill us, and somehow, like, enough of us think we're superior. Like, it's just like a fluke there was enough of us to feel superior about shit.
Yeah, right. Or something I brought up before. Like, this is something that struck me once. I was watching a video on YouTube and had this panel, and I think there was like two white guys, and then there was an African American gentleman in the middle. And something just struck me looking at this picture. And not that there was anything like particularly wrong with like the two white guys. Everyone was just pretty normal looking person. But it just struck me that just looking at like the skin tone and like and just how pale the two white guys looked compared to the guy in the middle. I'm like, okay, if I was like just some alien, like I knew absolutely nothing about any of the creatures on Earth, like didn't know that, like much less like humans. But if I were just like shown this video and someone said, "Oh, these are humans. Like these are some examples of the human species or Homo sapiens or whatever." So I'd be looking at these two. I'd see like the African American dude in the middle, and I'd see the white guys on the side. My first question would probably be, "What's wrong with the two guys on the outside? They look ill, like compared to this guy." What? No.
Yeah, they look way too healthy to have what surely must be a nutrient deficiency.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah. All that to say, white supremacy bullshit. It's like we
But
don't even
island
look.
nations always come out on top, especially if they're white. Collapse of the empire.
Oh, so Ember is taking offense at calling Lennox a ham. So,
Oh,
our bad, Ember. Yeah.
I have had good conversations with hams.
I believe that, actually. Anywho. All right.
Christianity doesn't solve it like a question to be solved, but gives us a way in
Mhm.
to.
Okay, so that phrase right there, but it gives us a way in. Again, I have watched this clip multiple times. I still don't actually know what that means.
I think he means
'Cause
a way
he's-
around, but it feels like a way in.
Yeah, but he says it multiple times. Like, it gives us a way in. I'm like, I don't know what that means. Again, this just sounds to me like one of those. I don't know if you would consider this like a deepity, but definitely one of those things like where it's supposed to just sound like he's addressing it and putting like a happy feelies all over it, just so you stop thinking about it.
He's trying to, he's trying to describe the experience of it. I think it's a way into a fantasy, a comfortable fantasy about reality.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
literally
or the way
everybody's perception of reality is kind of a fantasy. It's like a
Mhm.
narrative filtered through just our ability to experience it.
Mhm.
But some people can't, and it feels like a slam, but it's not, because I like some people's like systems aren't prepared to let go of the fantasy, and like
Yeah.
life is too hard if the fantasy isn't there. And I think it's better to just accept whatever is like provable and true.
Right. Right. Yeah, because people talk about like, because again, when he says like, well, atheism doesn't have an answer, and like a way this kind of like similar thought is expressed in other ways, like, well, atheism is like just so like depressing, and it's like because, or it's like you're removing like, especially when it comes to things like a belief in an afterlife. It's like, oh, there's no heaven, so you have nothing to look forward to. Everything's all meaningless, and like again, like I'm more concerned with what's real than what sounds good, and again, like the like bottomless well of my experience having cancer, as far as like coming up with illustrations and analogies with this, like it did not feel.
Thanks, DH, but you beat me to it. I wasn't. So Fox describing what John is doing as a flowery dodge, and
Yes,
I was like, God, there's a car joke in there somewhere. But for some reason, my brain went to the El Camino, which was not a dodge, and I couldn't get past that.
So anyway, so back to me talking about having cancer.
Oh God, were you? Shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, I hadn't mentioned that that's what I was talking about yet, but I was leading up to it.
I'm a good friend.
No, but like I said, I hadn't mentioned that part of it yet. It was
Okay.
revealed up. But I was literally about to say the words. So, but when it comes to like people like trying to slam atheism, like, oh, it's just so like it's such a downer, like you don't have like good, happy answers for people. Okay, but what Matt was just saying about like it's what I really care more about is accuracy and like actually understanding reality. So like because like when I was told you have stage 4 cancer, that did not feel good. That did not fill me with hope, but I am damn glad they told me.
Also took quite a while I think, for you to accept that was real.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm still not sure I've completely accepted that was a real thing that really happened, but because people will say, and this is something else that like Lennox brings up later, like how much hope that it gives people. It's like a quote I heard. I wish I knew where this was originally from, but hope in something that isn't real isn't real hope. So, like, I don't care if what you tell me makes me feel better. Okay, I might kind of care, but ultimately, what I care about is it real? So, I don't want you to tell me something just to make me feel better if it's not true, or if you can't actually demonstrate to me that it's true. Like, if you want me to believe that something's true, you got to be able to show it.
A lot of things just happened in my head.
Oh, good.
I had a lot of flashbacks to 80s commercials for some reason. That was a lot to sort through. Also,
All right, like this, I had hospital hurt.
well, I don't know. Are you in America? You have hospital hurt. Well, it's
This
more
is
like
true. This is true.
insurance company hurt.
Yeah. Anywho,
so yeah, I want to have hope in what is real and true, like you said. Also, I'm picturing people, and the reason why I think I had 80s commercials in mind was because it's also kind of an older mentality to like need what gives you hope to be real. And because without that hope, what even are you? Like, or what is anything? And I hate that kind of thinking that, like, and I this was like a Catholic way of thinking, but I think it probably works with just any kind of Christianity that you grow up with as like a part of the family culture. Is for like whatever brings you hope. That's the message is, that's what's real for you. Like that is your reality. What brings you hope, that is what's real. It's like, yeah, but maybe not. It's a description of reality.
right. Yeah.
And so like that's a catastrophic thing, because like what you're saying, I agree with that. Also, I can see how to somebody who needs what they hope in to be real, what you're saying sounds awful and demonic, or just like nonsense. Do any of us really know what is happening? We've got all these narratives about what's
Probably
happening.
not. Yeah.
And we blame people for like the bad things in the narrative. But like we're probably just all doing things we couldn't help but do.
Yeah.
But let's still make fun of the people that bother us.
Right. Yeah. Speaking of which,
gotta be human.
Cope with it, as I said in our last interview.
Yeah, well, sometimes you say
in to cope with it.
Yeah, he just said the key word right there. But I want to back up and make sure. Yeah.
How much cope is it, John?
Come on, YouTube, please work.
I do like how it makes us pause for reflection.
Yes.
Doesn't solve it like a question to be solved, but gives us a way in to cope with it, as I said in our last interview.
But like, there was so like pretty much like every part of that statement like had something that bothered me. So the first part, like, it doesn't answer it. Like, yes, John, this is the problem, but you're acting like that's not a problem. But then he's like, it doesn't answer it like a question to be solved. It's like, but it is a question to be solved. Because this is the way a lot of apologists like him, or even a lot of, this is an issue I ran into like with a lot, even like the more like progressive Christians, like when I had my questions about like basically, how does any of you know that any of this is real? Like you tell me the statement about God, about Jesus or whatever, and you say, well, this is what he's like. How do you know? And
just know, man.
But then they would say things like, oh, well, this isn't like facts to figure out or questions to have answers for. It's like,
cool,
why?
glad you're giving answers. Can you go away?
So, but again, so when presented with this huge question that is a real problem for Christianity, like the problem of evil, and he'll just say, well, it's not a question to be solved. Like, fucking says who? Like, yeah, it absolutely is a question that needs to be solved, John. Just because you say it isn't, doesn't just magically make it not anymore. But then, again, yes, ending with like, but it's a way to cope with it. Okay, he said the quiet part out loud. Thank you.
But it's okay, right? Because the coping mechanism is Jesus. And because Jesus is also God, this coping is good.
Oh.
So it's a circle,
Wow.
right? It's like a self-fisting puppet. It's the Ouroboros of puppetry.
Yeah, you closed that loop very well. That was well done. Thank you.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, well, sometimes you say, the problem of evil is the biggest problem for both Christians and atheists. And there is this line that sort of says, if you're an atheist and you say that there's a problem of evil, you need to be able to account for where evil comes from.
Yes, or what evil is.
Yeah, and I think that's fair enough.
It's not fair enough, Alex.
Alex! Just stop being so much. Can I please suck your nuts from behind?
Damn you for giving me that image.
And while I'm here, might you hear me out?
Can't hear you with the balls in your mouth, Alex. But, but this is another thing. Like, yes, that was a Dinks reference. I'm not sure exactly which part, but all of it. Yes.
Yeah, that puppet is up its own ass.
But this whole, like, how evil is a problem for atheism as well. It's like, no, it's not. Because the problem of evil, like when it really boils down to it, is an internal critique of Christianity or other like similar religions or faiths or ways of believing or whatever. Like evil, like from the atheist perspective, at least like for someone like me, like evil is a completely subjective term that humans have come up with for things that we just really, really don't like.
I'm so distracted.
Sorry.
I've never had puppets and ass to mouth in the same thought box.
Really? Well, welcome to it.
What do you mean, really? You have?
I'm sure that's entered the brain at some point, but
because you could literally stuff one puppet all up in another. It's messed up.
Yep.
Anyway,
what was I saying?
Evil.
Oh yes, like how like evil, like yeah. So for atheists, evil isn't a problem. Like I said, it's a completely subjective thing. Like all we have to do to justify the existence of evil is, there are things that happen that people just really don't like. That's what it is. That's not a I don't see how that's a problem for atheism.
And depending on what side you're on, you could think one person's evil is another person's good, especially in armed conflicts.
Right. Or, I mean, unless if this is just like an extension of him saying that like atheists don't have an answer for why there's evils. Like, but again, it's like, yeah, we know we don't, but I mean,
we also don't assume there's evil.
Yeah.
I solved the problem of evil. The problem was the assumption there's evil.
Right. So this was okay. There was when I was watching this earlier today, I came up with an analogy for this. Let's see if I can remember it, because it like just came to me like just up like as I was watching it. Never like occurred to me this way before. So it's almost like, so you know how. Okay, so think of this in the context of the like creation versus evolution debate. So I know one of the things that's like commonly said is like that this is something that would completely like throw a huge wrench in the like entire evolutionary theory, is if we found something like rabbits like before the Cambrian explosion, like a very specific like example like that.
Yeah.
It's like, so let's say at one point we find a rabbit in the fossil record down in the layers before the Cambrian explosion.
That would be so freaky.
Right. So then like, the creationists like would rightly say like, well, this throws a wrench in your whole theory, right? And we're like, right.
There's a lot of good puppet talk.
What you did there, I see it. But okay, so I'm trying to take this like from the other side. So this is something that would be bad news for the evolutionary theory, is if we found a rabbit pre-Cambrian explosion. So yes, the creationists would have a point in saying like, yes, this completely upends your entire theory. But with someone like John here saying like, well, atheists can't explain evil either. This would be like if the evolutionary, like evolutionary biologist's response to like the young Earth creationists being, oh well, this is still a problem for you because yeah, it happened before the Cambrian explosion and it completely like ruins our theory. But you still have to explain why there's any fossils that are millions of years old because that upends your theory too. It's like okay,
So
sure.
excuse me while I move this goalpost.
But it okay, even if it does actually so in this context of like the problem of evil, let's say that evil is actually a problem for atheism. That does not take away the fact that it is a huge problem for Christianity.
A bigger problem, even.
Much bigger. So just saying it's a problem for you doesn't mean it's no longer a problem for your side. Like you still have to address it. You can't just say, "Oh, well, you too." Yeah. Yeah. So John, I'll go ahead and say, okay, yes, evil is a problem for atheism. You still have to give me your answer for it. So
Is it weird to anyone else when they see like a chubby man with skinny knees?
yes, but what?
Well, look at John Lennox, right? He's clearly has a belly of some kind. He's got a lot of shirt, if there isn't. But look at that knee. That's not a chubby guy's knee.
Well, he is old.
Well, I don't know. It makes me think of Humpty Dumpty every time I see people who are like, they got like a big middle, but then like little toothpick legs.
Yeah, that is an issue. But also real quick, like, does anyone let me know how I did on that like Cambrian explosion example? Like, if that made sense, if that worked for this, let me know how that was.
It did for me.
Okay.
Because I was thinking, like, if we really did find a bunny like next to like Cambrian explosion fossils, it breaks reality. Like, if it's undeniable, like that's a fucking bunny. Like, that's the trilobite or whatever period that was in. And like, it's legit next to it. Like, they were there. Like it was the bunnies developed time travel like that. Like, no, just the fact that nobody saw that coming as a reality.
Yeah, because here's the thing:
brains can handle that. I think it would. I think people would just be like, I gotta go home, and just like that would be it.
Right. Yeah, because here's the thing, like again with that analogy and why I think it works so well in this case is like, okay, because yes, the finding a rabbit pre-Cambrian explosion, all that means for like evolutionary theory is we need to rethink it. Yeah. But still, for young Earth creationism, it doesn't matter what kind of animals we're finding when. The fact that we are finding any fossils that are millions of years old still destroys their idea.
Well, it's a trick from God because the good guys always try to trick people.
Right.
No one's ever looked at a magician and said, clearly, that's the good guy.
Fair enough. But yeah.
Really, in any environment, you're like, oh, I'm super entertained. I definitely trust him the least.
This is true. But yeah, but to link it back to like the evil analogy here that we're talking about is like, so yes, evil, like for the atheist, like is cause for some consideration and thought and reconsidering of things. But it just is a massive, if not critically destructive problem for Christianity. So, yep. Anywho.
Okay. Still on the puppet centipede. What would be the funniest Muppet to be at the front of the centipede noise ending says, or thinking about that? And then I think Gonzo because of the nose. Okay. Also equally funny, the very last.
Yes. Also got another vote for Gonzo by Jesse. Also, good to see you.
Yeah.
Beaker. Meep, meep.
Ooh.
That was a terrible Beaker impression. I apologize.
No, Beaker has to be last. And just terrified about it.
As he tends to be about things. All right. Well, I'm terrified to continue, but we probably should.
Which is why I'm always careful to talk about what I'd rather call like the problem of suffering,
Yes,
which is to
that's
say,
okay.
I just wouldn't predict
Thanks, John.
It's not that there would be no suffering whatsoever, but it's the arbitrariness of it,
Yeah,
the intensity.
That's the hard bit.
Yes,
The apparent arbitrariness of it. Yes, absolutely.
And I know that there.
We know how much John loves the hard bits.
Just,
I mean,
just the experience of the suffering. That is the hard bit. Thanks, John.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which again, like, again, like, just on a personal level, like, I appreciate how much he's not trying to deny this stuff or just like gloss it over. But again, I feel, and I know this is true because I've seen so many other Christians like reacting to Lennox's approach in discussions or debates like this, and they keep. But they'll use this. They'll try to use this as a point in their favor. But like, oh, look, just like how nice and compassionate and understanding and so human he is in these conversations. Like, yeah, he still has no fucking answers and is wrong about a lot of shit. But yeah, he's really nice about it.
Look how congenial they both are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, John is nearly an atheist, and Alex is nearly a Christian. Neither of those are true, but like a lot of people on both sides will like to think that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and this was like the whole, like, this was my thing with Charlie Kirk. It's like, it's like his defenders kept trying to come out. Oh, but he was all for like civil discourse and engaging with the opposition in respectful ways. Like, okay, even if that was true,
ask him what he meant by civil discourse with the opposition.
Yeah. Okay. Even if it was true that Charlie Kirk was always courteous and respectful and totally above board and all like peaceful in his discourse and honestly engaging with the opposition, all that, even if that was true, like, I don't care how fucking nice he is if he's peddling racism and homophobia and bigotry and Christian nationalism. I don't fucking care how polite he is.
But Tommy, he uses the words Christians like to hear when he does it. He calls it different things. And so it's not those things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
he always looked like the AI like joke version of himself. And look, his face looked like AI put his eyes too close together to make fun of him. And because he's kind of an odious human being, probably good to his wife, doesn't look like she cared much for him. But
yeah,
I'll assume he's good to his kids. Most people are doing their best to be good to their kids, right? But he said a lot of terrible things, and so it made it okay for me to think it's funny that his eyes were very close together.
Yeah. Which
is that okay? I'm actually not sure if that's okay.
Here's why I still kind of lean away from that kind of stuff. Like, this is something like that came up. I think the specific example that made me kind of shy away from like any kind of, what do you call it, like body shaming or just like making fun of someone's appearance, even if you would say like this individual person deserves it. To anyone else who also looks like that, it's going to come across, oh, they're also making fun of me.
But only if they deserve it.
No, but because you are like, but you know what I mean? Like, this was something that came up. People make fun of like people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and like compare her to pictures we have of like Neanderthals or whatever. I'm like, okay, yes.
Jasmine had a hell of a takedown. I'm not saying it was couth or a good idea, but like, did you see that? The bad built butch body?
No, but
talking about Marjorie.
No, I didn't see that. But my point is like, okay, yes, even though Marjorie as an individual, I think you could make the argument like does not deserve anyone to take any sort of considerations. But the thing is, like, she is not the only person who looks like that. So if you're going to make fun of those looks, other people who look like that are going to hear that and feel like, oh, I'm ugly too. So that's why
I don't want them
tend
to think that.
Yeah. So that's why I tend to like not even go there on the people who individually like themselves, they might deserve it, but I still like don't want to. I just don't like going there.
That's true. They also deserve it for much more than that. So,
Yeah. Which for people like them, there's so many other.
but do they
ways
though
that you
deserve it? Because if there's not much free will, if at all, then do any of us deserve it?
Yeah, but apparently I have no choice but to give it to them. So
I know. It feels like the right thing to do right now. Maybe not forever. Probably not. But it's how right now plays out.
yeah. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, and this is not me making like a judgment on that sort of thing. I'm just saying, like, how I feel.
What are you doing? Not making judgments. Go ahead, make a judgment. I was like, what are you fucking trying to be Jesus?
Trying to be better than Jesus. Actually,
I don't
Jesus
judge, but if I do, I judge like God.
No,
it's like, great,
no,
thanks.
see-
That helped a lot.
No, see, I'm being better than Jesus. Jesus was judgy as hell. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, it looks like Jesus was 4 different people at least because of the 4 different authors.
Right? Anywho, and then there's Paul's version, but that's a whole other.
Yeah, but his was in a fucking guilt vision, so
Mm-hmm.
a well understood phenomenon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Indeed. Anywho,
For people who, and the problem of evil and divine hiddenness are kind of versions of the same problem, which is why does God allow bad things to happen? And I think that in individual cases, there are things you can say, but on the whole, I cannot, I find it difficult to believe that there isn't at least one person who sin.
Oh, sorry. What was that, David? Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to actually read the comment you put up, but yeah.
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 I know, and sometimes it is. There's probably a better therapeutical thing to do, but there.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
and yes, sometimes the low-hanging fruit are functional for a second.
Right. Yeah, and like I said, like I totally get like the appeal of going after people like that because when they are engaging in such practices themselves,
you don't need to be super soft about it. Like,
yeah, they're totally.
I want to be corrected.
Yeah, but I'm saying like they are. I wasn't. That wasn't directed at you necessarily.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying like as much like. What was I saying?
Oh no! Yes, DH is right here. The Butch Body comment was yes. It was a clapback to somebody making a racist comment, and so in that context, fucking amazing. It's like, oh, you want to go there? Get owned, bitch.
Yeah. So yeah, this is what I was saying. So on the other side, like someone like Marjorie needs to understand if they are going to make comments like that, they are opening themselves up. To responses like that. So.
Bend over and shut up. That's
yeah.
It's just really funny when somebody tries to give like
I get this as well.
A people group who knows what a hard time is a hard time. It's and then and then the response, if they're honest, is usually fucking amazing.
Yes. All right. So let's see where Alex is going with this.
I find it difficult to believe that there isn't at least one person who sincerely just cannot be convinced that God exists.
And you remember this question that like Alex originally asked John like 10 minutes ago?
He's too polite getting back to it. You got to point out the question wasn't answered. No, you have to do that.
But I find out like it seems like Alex has very different approaches in these versus debates because when Alex is in a debate, he is like relentless at that, which like exemplified in like when I mentioned earlier Ember and Mark Reed going over his debate with Glenn Schreibner, and he was like absolutely relentless with this with Dinesh D'Souza. Like, did you see his debate with D'Souza? I'm surprised Dinesh even bothered going out in public again after that. That was so fucking embarrassing. And Alex was brilliant at just hounding him on and not letting him escape on anything. It was fucking amazing.
Okay, I get being different in different contexts, and that's very neurotypical thing to do. So I can get why I don't get it. Also,
Yeah.
I think he's going a little soft too, because the way he's saying this, like John could, it would be too, in my opinion, too easy for John not to notice he didn't answer that. And so I think a little more direct, making sure everyone's on the same page of having the same experience, to say, I'm not sure you answered my question. Let me say it differently. And then you're not accusing, you're saying like, I don't know if you answered it. Also, it could have been my fault. But just like marking that point, just say, just have a shared experience.
Yeah. And yeah, because I think one of the starkest examples of this, because like, yeah, you could say like there's debate Alex and there's podcast Alex, but there was actually an instance of this, like of him reacting this way, like with the same people. It's like he did a podcast episode with Cliff and Stuart Connectly. You familiar with them? They're apologists. They like Cliff especially likes to do. They go to college campuses, do the whole like street epistemology stuff. So he had a conversation with them. Well, he still was like pushing them on stuff, but was still like being very like cordial and polite. But then shortly after, he had a debate with them, and it was a very different story. So it's almost like in some places it almost seemed like Cliff and Stuart were almost like kind of caught off guard. It's like, oh, we just had this nice conversation. Now you're like being like this asshole. Yeah, but I think it was with I want to say that was with his debate partner was Phil Halper. But anyway, it was that was so just seeing that like contrast was a very stark example of how different Alex acts in different contexts. But
okay, unrelated. There's 3 more Juice Lords. There's the original Juice Lord, and then there's like a double, a triple, and this is the quad. I am absolutely going to get every one of those. It's unusual that I have like a strong beer that tastes good and it's not gone quickly. Like, I automatically want to like savor this. So my patronage you have earned.
This does me. Well done. So I'm going with my non-alcoholic sort of intermission now. This is, and I also find most non-alcoholic beers I actually prefer just drinking out of the can. Yeah.
Is that because you don't want to have the odor, which boosts the flavor? Is the flavor not that good?
No, the flavor's good. I mean, that's why I drink it. But yeah, this is because this is one I bought like multiple times, so it is good. I just don't know why it is. But
I have to drink PBR out of a can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I call them like lawn mowing beers.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
There's like put like 3 of those in the porch in a cooler or something. Just drink them like water to stay hydrated.
Yeah, because the non-alcoholic beers are actually a good way to hydrate. But speaking of lawn mowing, because there's that whole thing about it having a good lawn mowing beer. Like I remember one time when after mowing I had a non-alcoholic beer, and I'm like, but this feels appropriate. It's like, what kind of mowing is like the non-alcoholic beer, like the good lawn mowing beer for? And I realized because this is what I had actually just done, where I feel like if there's any kind of lawn mowing that all you deserve after it is a non-alcoholic beer, it was the kind that I had just done, which was I had only mowed the front yard, and it wasn't even with my own mower. I had to borrow my neighbor's mower, and it was self-propelled. So,
don't knock the self-propelled though. Did it have like the big wheels on the back?
Yeah, but all I was saying is like, that mowing did not earn a real beer.
Yeah, you that's a participation trophy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I was there while it cut the grass.
Anywho, all right. So
wait, that reminds me. Where the fuck was I? I don't know where I was coming from, but I was driving home and I saw in front of somebody's yard where it didn't make any sense. I saw what was like a robo like grass cutting thing. But I legit couldn't tell if he had made it or that was store bought. It looked like an invention, like somebody they spray painted it orange and put like staggered black stripes on the sides.
Nice.
This area is amazing.
Has its moments, I suppose.
It's racist. Almost no one knows they're racist.
Yeah.
And they think they aren't as limited in their. It's just very interesting. Dunning-Kruger in effect.
Yes. But it's okay. The puppet mockery, the most recent form that involved a centipede. So I don't know. Depending on your tolerance level, you maybe didn't miss much. But
Okay, wait, hold on. You know how pipe fittings, handyman days. You know how there's a male and female end of a pipe fitting on a lot of them. Some of them are like male, some of them are female. But like a lot of them have typically a male and a female end. And what that means is the male end is the end that goes into something, and the female end is the end something goes into. Kind of crude, but been around forever, and that's the terminology.
Yeah, same with like my days in AV when it comes to like different kinds of audio and video or just electrical connections. Like, yeah, that's the terminology.
Yeah, it's creepy as hell. But
yeah,
with that terminology, every puppet has a male and a female end. Every puppet's like a weird hermaphroditic, like felt sleeve.
Anyway, so
also, I'm not sure I know what hermaphroditic means.
Also, I recently learned that is no longer the preferred nomenclature.
Excellent. Glad I said it. What is?
But yeah, because it was actually on. I think it was on Skeptic Haven. Ember and someone else. I forget their name. I feel bad because they were really awesome, but they were talking about people being intersex. And I actually called in because I had questions. And I asked about the term like hermaphrodite. I was like, is that connected? Or is that anything to do with it? And Ember informed me that's actually an old, outdated, no longer preferred term. So I learned something then.
I feel gross now.
Yeah. That's like, I mean, I didn't know until like a month or so ago, whenever that was. But
it must mean I'm a good person that when I hear that it bothers someone, I'm like, I don't want to say that anymore.
No, that is good, and that's what they told me because I was like apologizing. Like, oh crap, I didn't know, and you know, Ember.
I know it was just weird for me to say it about myself.
Yeah, but
in my opinion, that's how I know when I'm a good person is when like I say something that causes people to feel victimized when they are not, and I'm like, I don't want to do that. That's dumb. And some people are like, I'll say whatever the fuck I want to say.
Yeah, and you're like, no. Yeah, see, you learn, which is good. But I just wanted to point out because people are sharing like their drinks for the evening. Best Day Hazy IPA. That sounds fun. Also,
that's a good.
I think I've said this before, but if you're ever wanting to try non-alcoholic beers, I've found hazy IPAs are the best style for the non-alcoholics. But the box wine kind of day, I know those days.
Man,
those can be good days.
Wine.
But yeah,
it's just like barely enough fancy.
But honestly, that's the only kind of wine I drink anymore. Partially because just because it lasts longer. I mean, I am the only person in my house that drinks because it's just me and my 2 high school aged kids. So if I ever want wine, like just opening a bottle, like I am not going to drink a bottle of wine quickly enough. Like
no, you're committing to like a really great second day, and then like just an iffy third.
Yeah. So
we do have a special decanter that like does keep wine a lot longer, but like we don't use it as much because we don't like to spend money anymore on things where you need a fancy thing to make it worth your time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Recession. Who's there first, everyone?
Oh, Best Day is a non-alcoholic. Awesome. Well,
okay.
Then I hope that I have not heard of that one.
It's even better name for a non-alcoholic one. Best Day ever, non-alcoholic. There you go.
They're very optimistic, but
Well, I mean, let's be
Miranda's
honest.
having some tea.
You're only drinking that on your best day ever. Tea Earl
Box
Grey
wine
hot
day. Yeah.
replicator.
See, you are overestimating my cooking skills. So... Oh, Coke Zero. I have recently started to appreciate more like, these zero sodas.
Have you though?
No, I have. Because my teeth are shit. And I know even like these zero sugar sodas still aren't good for your teeth, but it's less awful.
It does trick your body into wanting to eat more. There was a guy I used to work with who listened to Rush Limbaugh on his headphones, and then he was a white guy and would respond as if he was this black woman who worked there. I never knew if he was brilliant or super racist because it was a great impression and it was how she would respond. But he made a comment once to himself out loud. See, I would see a bunch of fat motherfuckers drink Diet Mountain Dew. I think Diet Mountain Dews make motherfuckers fat. Turns out it was true. Because your brain registers it as calories it's not getting because of the sweetness, and so it's a trigger to your stomach to want to eat more.
Ah, interesting.
Also, he was racist.
Yep, there's that as well.
And the shrink wrap lady was really amusing because she was from Alabama and sounded like she was from Louisiana.
Ooh,
amazing woman. Said some funny shit.
Yeah, I mean, I also thought like saying he was white was a little redundant, but
hold on now. His producer was black. Rush was an equal opportunity offender.
I remember when I used to think things like that. Anyway.
Turns out, if you're racist, you like the black people you think are on your side. And think that means you're not racist.
Yeah, here's the analogy I like to use for people who think, well, I'm not racist. I like black people or Hispanic people or Asian people.
Sure, but do they act like black or Hispanic people?
No, but there's that. But here's what I
realized that was also a little racist to say that.
But my response to that is like, okay, but just because you like something doesn't mean you think of it as being your equal. Like you probably also like dogs, but you still probably also see dogs as being beneath you, right?
Even when you call them your children.
Right.
I mean, let's be honest, you're less sad when they die than if it was your own kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even the people who are like super torn up and sad when their dogs die, it's still different.
Not like it was your kid.
Yeah. But yeah. So just keep that in mind. Just because you like a member of a certain ethnicity doesn't mean you're still not racist.
Tommy, this Mad Tree Queen City Pale Ale.
Oh, yes. I've seen that, but I have not tried it. How is it?
Which should have been their flagship beer. When they're first starting out, like years ago.
Yeah. See,
but it's pretty good. It's punching above its weight class for a lawnmower beer.
Yeah,
but it is like grassy and like hoppier than it should be for a pale ale.
Well, it is
only in a pale ale kind of way.
See, because I guess what's kind of their flagship beer is their psychopathy IPA, which is really good. But I always thought their main one should be Happy Amber.
What about Gnarly Brown? Or Gnarled Brown, or whatever the fuck it's called now.
Yeah, well, that one's good.
Naughty Brown, I think it's called now.
Yeah, but I think Happy Amber is one of the most versatile, just good in absolutely every situation beer that I've ever had. It is just so good. But yeah. But they don't even put that in cases, like much less.
What?
Yeah, I have never seen that in cases, which makes absolutely no sense
It's
to
a
me.
hell of a camping beer.
Yeah, it's
Or
a great
a barbecue beer. It goes with
Yeah.
fucking everything. Why not?
Yeah, like anything that you could think of where people like have a beer with, like, yeah, camping, fishing, barbecuing, grilling, hanging out on the front porch,
Get a
pizza,
marketing campaign going.
like
Like market
baseball
that
game,
at a
whatever.
Reds game.
Yeah.
A bunch of like functions where like white people hang out, and they're like, "There's more than IPAs." Yeah, God, yes, you old fucking white man.
Yep. It's an amber ale. I mean, it's not an IPA, but it's still about as hoppy as an IPA, but it's an amber ale, so it's okay. So,
But it is kind of
anywho.
funny how like white dudes, older, like middle aged. Fuck, I'm middle aged, older than me. Like the most they'll branch out to is from like an American lager, like a Budweiser is an IPA, and they're like, "That's it, I'm done." And then they're like, "I like craft beer." No, you don't. You like IPAs. Shut up.
Oh, so this was so the brewery is Mad Tree. The beer is Happy Amber. I have no idea like if how widely available this is. It's a local Cincinnati beer, but yeah, one
And
of my
then
favorites. Yeah.
They had a brown ale that has a little bit of chocolatey taste to it that was tied up in
Mhm.
legal disputes for a long time because they called it gnarly brown. And there was another craft beer in a completely different part of the country, like other coast completely. Distribution was never going to overlap, and they sued them because Mad Tree was making too much money on their good beer. And so then they legally had to change the name, and now it's called Naughty Brown.
Yeah.
But still, same recipe, still very good.
Yeah, still good. But anywho.
There's no boiling rage. There's no hatred. There's no resistance. They just can't believe it. And I also believe that there's at least one person who has suffered arbitrary, gratuitous suffering that could have easily been avoided had it been in accordance with the will of the sustainer of the universe. I find those two very difficult to disbelieve, and I also find
So
them
do I.
very difficult to square with the existence of a God who loves us all and wants to come to know us all.
And therefore,
Yeah, he says that's right. There. Oh, your brother lives in the Cincinnati area. We'll have him get you some. So,
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of good beer he could get you.
yes.
Hey.
Speaking of Mad Tree, they're rounding third.
It is really good. It's kind of a benchmark red IPA. This fireplace cover in this shot here, does it look like someone? To me, it looks like someone's trapped behind there. Does it look like weirdly sinister to anyone else?
Maybe, but see Kelly here with the fantastic question. Everyone can be better than Jesus, but are you guys better than Ember? I mean, come on, Kelly. Speaking of like impossible standards to set for people, and come on,
Yeah. And Better Than Ember is kind of a perfect name if your name is Ember for like a YouTube or podcast channel when you're in like a certain age range, because everybody remembers Better Than Ezra. Whether you liked them or not, they were just on all the fucking time, and so you remember it. And so it's a good callback.
Yeah, not sure if that's what it's a callback for, but it works for it anyway. But
no, I mean,
yeah,
there is a nostalgia kind of adjacency to it,
right? But yes, but no, Kelly. Of course, we're not better than Ember. Come on, better than Ember. What kind of question is that? Anywho,
not even Ember's better than Ember. Let's get back to these juice salesmen.
Yeah, back to these what?
Juice salesmen.
Okay,
because of the logo.
Oh yes.
With the existence of a God who loves us all and wants to come to know us all.
And therefore, we have to find some kind of way in.
Mm-hmm.
I share that question with you. I'll be totally open. The level of...
See, there he is with that. Got to find a way in.
I know, like, dude, but like, do you remember being in the mash tent with the praying for dudes and shit? And like, we're like looking for that way in, and you find that way in. I know what he's talking about. It's a vibe. It's like a momentary vibe, and you're like, that's it. And you're like, pry it open. You know, you're like, divide and conquer. It's such a the memory of it is like it's like a good gross feeling. Good,
Mhm.
but not mostly gross, like all gross. But like I remember it feeling good.
But yes, I agree with Maria. Yeah, juice salesman requires very careful enunciation. 'Cause I definitely heard that very differently.
What did you hear me say about Jews?
They were like, apparently they were selling them.
Oh,
Or they were Jewish people trying to sell something.
well, look, in ancient Egypt, according to the Bible, there were Jew salesmen.
Oh yeah, I mean there still are now. There are Jewish people selling things.
But are they selling Jews? That's what I was getting at with the
Oh,
Egyptian
okay.
reference.
Oh yes, that.
To the
Yes.
slavery, that probably didn't happen, but Old Testament.
Yeah. But was finding a way into a man a thing? Oh yes, we found our way into many a man.
In a
I
way.
mean,
In a
and-
way. Not gonna say there wasn't a lot of spiritual butt stuff. Yeah. It was
yeah.
okay, you ever had an experience where where like you're like, there's a lot of good human things happening. Then also in retrospect, you're like, a lot about that was fucked up too. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And like there's a
Alright.
way to do it better. Like there's a humanist, but like better than humanist way to do it, where it's just like human beings hanging out, like being the best kind of humans together. And it would be a lot like that, but the narrative would be very different. The narrative wouldn't matter. It would be like, what's your story about what's happening right now? Cool. As long as we all agree on what's happening,
Mm-hmm.
tell whatever story you want about it.
Yes, but apparently spiritual butt stuff is a big hit with the chat. So that's good. Well done there.
And what I
All right,
mean
so-
by that is we there was in the prayer tent a lot of leveraging of perceived positions of spiritual authority, stuff that wouldn't be good to do in counseling, but in that context was welcomed by people and also considered a good thing to do.
Speaking of a good thing to do, but all right, so John here is going to try to address like these hard questions about like these kind of more extreme examples, but some people might interpret this as me poisoning the well, but I don't see it that way because I'm me. But just tell me if I'm wrong. Because it seems like with his approach to this, it's like he's recognizing that there are tough questions and like hard things to deal with. But instead of actually directly addressing those, he's like, okay, but let me address all the things kind of in the middle that are easier to talk about and I can say like the more touchy feelies about. But still, like, yeah, those are questions. But look over here. Tell me I'm wrong. That's not what he's doing with the rest of this. But
it's okay because he feels happy fluffy about it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe an episode where we do tell man camp stories would be a good time.
Yeah. See, we did not sign an NDA about Man Camp. This is
No, we didn't. As long as we don't share names, I don't remember anybody's fucking name I prayed for, honestly.
Oh, neither do I. But yeah. Oh yeah, that could be fun.
No, yeah, it.
Ooh. Or is that our 200 sub episode?
Do we do that with glitter beards? Do you know how offended people who are super into man camp would be by that?
Oh, this is perfect. All right, people. This right, everyone. You have your assignment. If you want to hear the this one time at man camp with glitter beards, get 15 more people. Oh, here I'll check one more time to see exactly where we're at right now.
We got to find some promo videos for man camps. There might be one for this year already out.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, we're still at 185. So hey, get us 15 more, and this could be a thing. So
And just adding like to everything they say during the promo video in my pants. Just
All right. Well, hey, then you all know what to do then.
okay.
Just give the main up me. Brad, Chad, Bob. Oh wait, yeah.
It is amazing how much like what people thought was great about Man Camp.
Yeah. Real quick.
What was
Is this
so
something
close to a homosexual relationship?
But whether it's this or something, it's not something that needs to be done now. But let me know when you're at a thing you could rant on for a couple minutes.
Well, I'm on the spot now, so not now.
Okay. All right.
But
like I said,
soon.
it's not urgent. But anywho, getting old, folks. So let's listen to him continue to sidestep the actual hard stuff, as Fox says.
If I don't have to pee too often, is my prostate too small?
Is that a problem if it is?
I don't know. It seems like it's normal for it to get bigger. But I don't know if it's good if it gets bigger. For those of you who don't know, your bladder can take up less space if your prostate takes up more.
Ooh.
What is this?
I mean, and I mean, Miranda with like this solid idea here.
I mean, don't.
Sock ending. Chad, have I mentioned I love you all? And you're insane, and I love you. No.
Neurotypicals ain't got nothing on us, by the way.
Hey, do both. Noise ending. Just do both.
Noise socks is also good. By the way,
yeah, this is my noise sock.
Maybe it was like a week ago. I was literally trying to fall asleep, and my brain told me a joke, and I laughed out loud. And what happened was it was talking to itself, and it said, "Is Kip autistic?" And my brain answered, "Nah, he's just a fucked up regular guy."
And spooky, just in time for that. That's
I literally cracked myself up trying to fall asleep. And then I made a note in the notes app because I was like, "That was fantastic." Because I don't think autistic people are fucked up, nor do I think Kip is a fucked up regular guy. But I loved how it worked as a description.
Right, just like you don't think he actually looks like a Canadian lesbian, but it was fun to tell him that he did.
No, but it's funny because he also doesn't. It doesn't not look like a lesbian Canadian. Okay, a certain kind of lesbian Canadian,
right.
But
right. But now okay. So just so we actually do learn something useful tonight, every person with a prostate will eventually experience prostate hypertrophy. They just live long enough. I think that's it, getting smaller. But and Kelly is enjoying Baja Blast Mountain Dew.
Ooh, Baja Blast.
Good shit.
Remember Code Red Mountain Dew?
I do. That was a good one. I enjoy all the various flavors of Mountain Dew. They're really good. Oh, the Real Melly, the Real Dinks. Yes. If we get a sub from the Real Dinks, that will make my day. Thank you.
I don't. Can we send Dinks a message and say, "Look, all right, what do we need to do to get some kind of parasocial relationship started?" Like a collab. You just make fun of us. We make fun of you. We do a live chat where it's just live puppeteering. Can you do it? Are you good enough? Maybe taunt. Maybe taunting will help.
Oh, sorry. Hypertrophy is enlargement. See? Continuing the learning. Thank you, Miranda. Sorry.
Why does it get bigger when it's less active? Seems like it should shrink. God's not real.
This makes no sense. Like, what do you have to say about that, John?
Hypertrophy prostates. God's not real.
One's own personal experience then becomes important.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think I may have raised this last time, perhaps we didn't have time. It's because this is a real issue
Mhm.
and not a trivial issue. The question for me is there any evidence, oblique or indirect evidence of any kind, that I can trust God with it?
With
Now
what?
that's as hard.
See, this is one of those sections I ran back and rewatched multiple times when he says, "Can I trust God with it?" I still don't know what it is.
Okay, when he was that little thing he did right before that. Okay,
I'll back him up again. See if anyone
if
else.
he did a little blah 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 blah. Like it felt
Mhm.
like a way to distance thinking from what he was saying. Like it was like a thinking stall tactic. I don't think he's doing it on purpose. I think it's just a natural thing.
Yeah. And look, I'm not going to tell you not to. Noise ending, but anywho, yeah.
Come on, John. It's taking so long to think.
It's my fault for expecting my computer to be able to handle things. Apparently, damn it, this thing's only like 2 years old.
They're really
Yeah.
trying to make things like. Could it be because you're streaming at the same time? There's just a lot happening.
Well, right, and also, like I will say, this is hardly a top of the line computer either. I mean, so
Yeah, we learned you got to aim for like middle high range, or else.
it was a little under $500 for it, I think.
We bought my kid. It was tough brand. It was tough. It was a gaming laptop. Fucking committed suicide like
Reload the page
after a year.
Each other.
Yeah.
There we go.
You know,
All right, sorry. Apparently just completely fucking reloading the page was no problem.
Solved
But
it. Did you try turning it on?
Yeah, apparently just going back 10 seconds in the video was too much, but completely reloading the entire fucking page, like, oh, no big deal. Here we go.
You know what? We should totally trust AI. Look, our grasp of technology, we figured it all out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, now let's.
I think one of the things that the new atheists would say is that essentially there's
like all the way back at the beginning of the clip. God damn it!
No, I'll need to learn it again. Why am I ending two? Do you hear that?
I find those two
tones
very difficult to disbelieve.
What's that?
The tone of voice I was just doing was literally two tones at the same time. Did you hear it?
No, sorry. I was focused on trying to get to where we were. Sorry.
I heard it. Messed me up. Let's continue.
Like, chat, let me know. Was that a thing?
And I also find
it
very difficult to square with the existence of a God who loves us all and wants to come to know us all.
Okay. So,
and therefore,
so let's see if we can figure when he says
the God wants to come to know us.
No, but what was that where he said like something about it, and we didn't know what the it was. That like, is there enough for me? Oh, to trust God with it. So, all right. So we're watching this again. So let's see if we can all figure out what is John talking about when he asks, "Can I trust God with it?" What is it? Let's see if we can figure that out together.
We have to find some kind of way in. Mm-hmm. I share that question with you. I'd be totally open. The level of one's own personal experience then becomes important.
Yeah.
And I think I may have raised this last time, perhaps we didn't have time. It's because this is a real issue and not a trivial issue. The question for me is there any evidence, oblique or indirect evidence of any kind, that I can trust God with it?
Do you think he means it like as in anything, like whatever somebody is wondering when they can trust God with it? Just it?
Yeah. Or I was thinking like the best I could come up with was being able to trust God with just like the fact that all this terrible stuff happens and that he's doing something still, or that he's still there, or That's the best I could come up with. Like I said, I'm not necessarily blaming John here.
No,
I'm
he's
saying
he's just in his
know
own head a
what-
little bit right here, I think.
Yeah. Penis. That's what it is.
Right. Can you trust God with penis? No. Circumcision. Next.
Oh, yeah.
Can't trust Yahweh with penis.
No.
He's gonna be like, sex is too much fun. Foreskin needs to go.
Let's dry that sucker out.
You're like, but I could feel like I'm fucking my own foreskin while I'm fucking someone. You're like, I know, right? Too much. Like, gotta reduce it to one.
Just keeping myself lubed or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
Think of the smegma. What?
Now, that's as hard a question because you all know the
What did anyone think of the smegma? Just the way you said that was like a lead in to "Oh, the humanity" kind of response.
Good.
Excellent.
Yes.
Comedy football.
undergraduate type of argument. Surely a good God, where does Lucretius' problem? It's all of that. David Hume raised it, and all.
But also, did he just say that, surely a good God wouldn't allow this? Did he just call that like an undergraduate argument as if that was kind of like denigrating it? It's like, oh, that's such a...
Also, did he say the word Lucretius, and what the fuck does that mean?
I think Lucretian, I think it was probably referring to someone who like addressed this argument or something. I don't know. But
okay.
But yeah, it seemed like he was almost just kind of like, oh, see, that's just such a low level type of argument. And it's like, no,
okay, make me feel stupid. Use words I don't understand and consider it a basic argument.
Yeah. No, but basically, like the argument, basically, like, how can a good God let bad things happen? It sounds like that's what he's denigrating is like, oh, that's such an undergraduate level argument. It's like, it's a good question, dude.
Also, maybe just a fucking British thing to say,
right?
Well, okay, not a certain, certain kind of British person. Somebody who sits in rooms with fancy as fuck fireplace covers and way too much wood on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
What will we do with all this wood that's so expensive? I don't know. Put it where the fuck ever. Can we make it as complicated as hell, so we can like show off our servants what they can do? Yeah, do that.
No, I don't know if Marin is still here, but I still just muted my burp right there. So,
well, I'm sure she is grateful wherever she is.
So, of course, I finally remembered to do it when she's not here to hear it anymore. But, anywho.
This is a really good beer.
Yeah. I should have to look out for that one.
The rest. And we never get anywhere.
Yes.
Right.
Ever. And
yeah, but whose problem is that, John, that we never get anywhere when people bring up this question and you all don't have answers for it?
Well, it's like the atheists, because literally they bring up the question. If they didn't bring it up, it wouldn't exist.
Yeah, which again, like just through this whole thing, like his dismissiveness disguised as, of all things, like empathy and understanding, like it's just so bizarre to me.
Tommy, don't look now. You unlocked white privilege.
Good point. All right. Ooh. Inquiring minds want to know, are you going to take people on a tour of the brewery if they go to the protest? Like is it feasible? I mean, I don't know of any breweries around. I'm assuming you're talking about the ARC protest. I mean, I don't know if there's any around there, but I mean, hey, Kelly, you're probably going to come through Cincinnati on your way. So, I mean, if you want to stop by or maybe on your way home, I'd be open to going somewhere after.
I don't know where the nearest ones are. If it's not northern Kentucky, like in Covington or Newport, it's probably further down in like Louisville or Lexington.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but if afterwards, like, we'll be, but I know us and Kelly will be driving back north afterwards. So I'd be open if people want to hang out at like a Mad Tree or something afterwards.
Ooh, that
that'd
would be
yeah,
really good time.
yeah. Or we could see if we could find something closer to there. I'd be down for that. Sure.
Yeah.
Good idea, Kelly. Thank you. All right.
So I'm a mathematician, and when mathematicians have tried for a few hundred years to answer a question, they can't. They very sensibly try to change the question. And so,
Again,
Isn't
saying
that what?
the quiet,
Yeah.
saying the quiet part out loud. Oh man.
That's what he's been doing.
Yeah, but he's just admitting it's like, yeah, that's what I'm doing. But he's talking about that.
But he's
as
very
if it's
nice
a
about
good
it.
thing.
I almost
mean,
want him to.
He's so friendly. God.
so I changed the question to that equally difficult one. Is there any evidence that we can trust God with it? And that's where my personal
Again, he's still. Anyone have any like better idea what he's talking about when he says, "Can we trust God with it?"
The proverbial it. That's as far as I've gotten.
Yeah, I don't know.
experience based on the revelation in Scripture of the life of Jesus and the way he responded not only to others' suffering, but his own suffering. That's where I see the way in. And that
Yep.
The way the way in is the way someone is looking at their own suffering. That
Oh, but see, this is that whole. Well, see, Jesus suffered too, so he knows what it's like. So that makes you
neat.
feel better.
Okay, not me right now. So
Yeah.
but looking at someone's suffering and the way they're dealing with it as a way in for your own purposes. Okay, fine, God's purposes, whatever. That's a fucked up way to look at someone else's suffering. But is it useful for me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, this goes back to that whole like I don't remember exactly what it was, but when I mentioned it's like, oh, but I know this happened. Like all these people go through these things, and we don't understand why it's so bad. But hey, I learned something through this: how to be a better person. It's like, okay, good for you. And I mean, I'm glad you're being a better person because of considering it, but that's still pretty fucking problematic.
For that like to work for someone, the other person in this situation needs to not be like an actual agent in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yep.
It's a distant way to experience something that involves someone else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also been there, did that, thought it was swell.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. God. All right.
Also, so did a lot of people I was talking to. Does that make it okay? No.
But they made you feel like it was the right thing to do. And
At
we
the
all know
time.
peer pressure is.
At the time, it was the best I could do. Doing my best.
There. Was that audible?
Was it the best you could do?
At the time, it was the best I could do. So, with what I had at the moment. I have done better.
That's what you're working with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but his own suffering. That's where I see the way in. And that's where I see people who are really suffering being helped.
Really?
What I mean by that, Alex, is this.
Wow.
There are two aspects and perspectives on this. The perspective we have.
Well, first, is he still... he's still on normal. We're going to speed him back up. All right.
You're not the profound John. Speed it up.
Yeah.
Oh, I give him a pass. He is older. He may not realize how slow he's talking.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm just wanting to get through this, but that's the only reason I'm speeding it up. But
there are two aspects and perspectives on this. The perspective we have at the moment sitting here is observing suffering. It's one thing to observe it, it's another thing to experience it.
Yes.
Now,
Right.
most people are a mixture. They see gratuitous suffering here, they're suffering maybe a toothache themselves. But those two perspectives are different to a certain extent. And one needs intellectual answers, the other needs pastoral answers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Or do they, John?
And he doesn't specify, but I'm assuming with this distinction, he's saying like one needs intellectual answers, one needs pastoral. From the way he goes on, it makes it sound like he's saying the person going through the more extreme suffering is like, oh, they don't need intellectual answers; they need the pastoral answers. Which
the worse it is, the more up in your feelings you are. Like the more overpowering it is for your feelings, then you need a feelings response, pastoral, I guess. And then if you're up in your thoughts and your brain, you need a thinking response. Both require thinking, whatever.
Yeah, and like I said, I'll let him talk a little more, but I have some thoughts on this based on my own experience going through like some pretty like intense, traumatic, why is this happening kind of thing, and the kind of answers I was wanting, especially when it came to there being a God, what's he like? But Kelly with a fantastic point, certainly better than any this guy's made. It is criminally insane that we don't have like 1 million subscribers, right?
Oh my God, did you just call us brilliant?
That's how I take that. So, but yeah, hey, spread the word,
And
Kelly.
the reason why I say it that way is because I don't know how to take that. Like that feels like high praise to me,
Mm-hmm, it is.
and I don't know what to do with it. So I make a light of it.
And it means a lot coming from Kelly. So thank you.
Yep.
All right. Also, speaking of should have 1 million subscribers, go subscribe to Kelly, the Detroit Atheist Queen, if you have not.
Good.
If you haven't, like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Good interviewer.
So, yes. I love the questions she comes up with, and like, I mean, we had a good time. Like, we were on her show a couple months ago. It's in our playlist of our appearances on other shows. So go check that out, among others. But
no, it was nice because I felt like we were answering questions that like I hadn't thought through that way before, and so it was nice to like recombobulate experience in a different way.
Totally, yeah.
Combobulate is a word that needs more use.
Yes, because if you can discombobulate, then there must be a combobulate
or a recombobulate,
right? Mm-hmm.
And if there isn't, why not? English is dumb.
Yeah. All right. It is. So let's get back to these two English yokels.
Seems to me that we need to have a pastoral understanding, which is, from my perspective, a deep sympathy, recognizing the depth of the objection you've raised, that it is real. It's not pretend. People aren't pretending.
Thank you.
And the way you formulate it interests me because you're the only one that's put it that way. And that is, I can't imagine that there isn't a person like this. Well, I just go with you. I can't either. Mm-hmm. So how does one approach people like that? But there's no generic person. They're individuals. And I find that all the time. Right. People constantly ask me, what would you...
All right, so before he gets in this, so
he did a weird redirect there that I think he bought too while he was saying it, but...
Yeah, but... Then we'll get to this, but I want to go back. I guess I thought maybe there'd be another time to get, but this seems like good time as any. So, but addressing the whole, like, depending on, he's kind of making it sound like the people going through the more extreme levels of suffering or like the biggest issues when it comes to like problem of evil, problem of suffering, like why is this happening? You know, it's as opposed to something like a toothache or whatever.
Yeah, it was a little
like these more like where saying with these more extreme examples. Oh, these people, they don't. It's not about the intellectual answer. That we need the pastoral answer. So, I'll just speak for myself. You know, for those who don't know, at this point, about 5 years ago, it'll actually be exactly 5 years in about a month. I found out I had stage 4 cancer. Which, you want to talk about a traumatic experience, which that's like, I mean, that's one of the things that people always talk about when they talk about questions like the problem with people, like, why does this happen? This will be one of the things they bring up, like, oh, someone finds out they have stage 4 cancer. And so that was like, first of all, just a bit of a head trip for me to realize, oh, hey, that's me. This thing that people always talk about is one of the worst things ever. No, I'm doing that thing. Still processing that. But this was one of the reasons I ended up losing my faith, because coming out of that, which, spoiler alert, I survived. I'm fine now. But that was one of the problems I had with Christianity, was because no one was giving me like the intellectual answers. Like, I didn't want just the pastoral answers of like, oh, just God understands your pain. He's there with you. Like, 'cause he suffered too, so he understands it and he can comfort you. And like, also, like, no, like, I don't need that. Like, I want to know.
Does God want a fucking merit badge?
Yeah. Like, no, I want what I wanted was actual concrete answers. Like, who is God? Like, where where the fuck is he? Again, going back to the whole divine hiddenness thing. Because when it came to what John here is calling the pastoral answers, like, I was fucking done with those. Like, I'd had it like way past up to here with the fucking pastoral answers, and people just trying to make me
work
feel
for
better.
the people who like are either super close to believing or want to keep believing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm like, no, I'm done with like the feel good, like whatever kind of answers. Like, no, I want real, actual answers, and no one had any. So I was like, all right, fine. Yeah.
Claude Simeon reference to the rule of threes.
Yes.
I don't know what that was about specifically, but
it is probably true. But yeah.
The real geniuses will go past 3 and find the magic number of repetitions.
Yes.
That's right after offensive.
Mm-hmm. All right. But yeah, so I just wanted to say that about the whole like pastoral versus intellectual answers, and him saying, oh, I don't want the intellectual answers for, like, maybe for some people, yeah, like I said, it depends on,
but there is like privilege like baked into that distinction though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Plus, I also imagine, even if in the moment, giving someone like the intellectual answer may not help, but it's like there still needs to be something, right?
I don't know what you mean, but she's hysterical. Tommy, if you don't know who Kristen Shaw is, you got to watch at least some of her interviews on late night television.
No. Okay. But anyway, so what I'm saying is, like, even if in the moment you need to give someone that more pastoral answer, like, there still needs to be an actual intellectual answer to the issues, even if it's not appropriate to give it to them, like in the moment or whatever. Like, that answer still should be there, though, right? To be able to give them, right? Anyone? No.
I don't know, but this is an interesting comment. Now that I think about it, if Jesus was just a divine image of God, and divine images can be distinct from the gods they manifest, then the New Testament is basically saying that only Jesus suffered. If suffering is a human thing to do, and since God is not fully human like Jesus is, no, God can't suffer.
Yeah, because that's one of the other explanations that's given, like when they talk about Jesus coming to earth, and like why he had to become human and like suffer on the cross and like all that, like that torturous death and whatever. They're saying like, oh, so that's how we know that God understands our suffering. Like, so basically what you're telling me is before the incarnation, like before Jesus came, God didn't understand, but he was still like,
he aspired to understand.
Yeah. So again, like every apologetic answer to a question, to a certain problem, just creates so many other problems and other questions that are currently just being ignored. So, anywho, so that's what I have to say on the whole like even if the intellectual answer isn't appropriate for the person in the moment, it still needs to exist. Like, you still need to actually have it. So,
person.
Hold on, I got a comment about the chat. I love how there's like random pop culture references that are like deep as hell, and at the same time that they're like dismissive. And there's comments we can't get to that, like, I love that anything we're doing is like a facilitator for like just deep comments that in other environments people just be like, what? Just because they don't understand.
Yeah.
I love that
They're not like us. Yeah.
And I find that all the time.
Right.
People constantly ask me, what would you say to a person who?
Yeah.
I said, unless I know that person, I wouldn't know what to say to them.
Yeah.
I think people are too quick to provide what I would call a generic answer to a question, and it's meaningless because we're all individuals and our...
So...
These feel like platitudes.
Yeah, so a lot of what John is saying here, this applies to a lot of Christians and like apologists or not. A lot of what they're saying like does make sense. Like if we're just talking about like a philosophy or just a general way of thinking. But when you add in the idea that there's supposed to be this all-powerful, all-loving God behind all of this, then, I mean... Because when he just said right there is like, what would you say to a person who like went through X tragedy or this type of suffering or whatever? So he's like, yeah, it is true. Unless he knows the person, he doesn't know what to say. But again, if you're supposed to have this God like behind all of this, then it almost shouldn't matter what the person went through. You should have at least something to say to them to answer for it. Or if you don't know the person, like you just pray and ask the Spirit for guidance and what to say, right? It's like, so he's like, again, he's giving the game away. He's like, yeah, we don't know what to say. It's like, yeah, we know you don't, John, because there's really nothing special about you here. Like you're just a person like the rest of us. But you're trying to act like you have some like special truth, even though like they'll call it some special truth, but when it actually comes down to it, he's like, yeah, we don't actually know what to say in these situations. Like, okay, then which is it? Do you have the truth or don't you?
Yeah, he sees that as a holy response, though.
Yeah, and again, I used to as well until I actually thought about it for more than 2 seconds. But yeah.
Psychology or emotional experience goes very deep.
Yeah.
And the key thing, it seems to me, that has guided me all my life, I must take you seriously. What you say, how you act, how you feel, how you think. And I must open myself up to the questions that are moving you.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Atypical for a lot of Christians. Well, hold on.
Oh,
that was unfair. I was like polarizing Christians in my head.
Yeah.
It's a spectrum.
It is. Oh yeah, quite. Yeah.
And it really seems fully dependent on just the personality makeup of the person, whether or not they're like, I need to take whatever you're experiencing seriously, because like that's a nerd thing to say, right? Not a jock thing to say, or a popular kid thing to say, or the one who becomes president, or the one who becomes CEO. Generally, not something they say. They're like, I'm super concerned about other people's feelings. It's not something that leads to excelling in a lot of areas.
Right.
Something he's characterizing in his own head as being a Christian thing to do is really more of a him thing to do, and people like him.
Yeah. But all that, but again, this is just all that stuff that he just said. Again, it's like he's just trying to capitalize on. It's like, oh, I don't have the answers, but all this stuff I said sounded good, so now Christianity looks good because I'm looking like. Again, I'm not saying he's not genuinely a good person and he's just putting on an act just to make Christianity look better. But again, seeing how other Christians always react to John in these kind of interviews or debates or whatever. They say like, "Oh, this is why he's so awesome." It's like, no, he's just saying normal human things, but then pretending that this makes God and Christianity look good in particular. It's like, no, you're just being a human, John, which I appreciate.
Yeah,
But-
good on you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, DH stepped away for a while. Did I miss anything? It got a little deeper, and we're wrestling with accepting reality, and we're trying to break its dick. It might be too big.
Ain't it always the way? But we had a question. Are we interested in reviewing Alex's interview with Philip Goff? I think it'd be interesting to hear your thoughts on a Christian who's not an apologist. I've seen that. I do have a lot of thoughts on that, but also like so much of that conversation is just like so far over my head. I don't know how much like intelligent I'd really have to say about it. I mean, I definitely have my issues with Philip Goff is for people who aren't familiar with him. I'll see if I can be like super brief about this. He is a proponent of panpsychism, which again, like that's something with the whole like consciousness debate, like
It's interesting but unprovable.
Yeah, but my problem is more
right
just
now.
like the basis from which he like launches, I guess, to get to that conclusion is like, and he says this in pretty much any appearance he's ever in. Like that's one of my things, like with Philip Goff, again, like being an autistic person, I kind of have a hard time like actually having a problem with it, but it is a little annoying. It's like anytime, it's like he always says things the same way. He always has like the same examples, the same illustrations, the same phrasings. He just like, which I don't know. I'm not saying it bothers me. I'm not saying it doesn't bother me, but but one of the things he always says is like, so he considers himself Christian now, but he believes in a limited God, like not omnipotent.
Oh, like God can't kind of.
Yeah, like Thomas Ord, like that. Yeah, Thomas Ord.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like that kind of vein. But
not the biggest.
I don't understand. Yeah, but again, I don't understand where he's getting this, because he says, well, this God was powerful enough to like literally create everything, but he's not powerful enough to like stop someone from murdering someone.
So these meddling kids got in the way.
Yeah, so it's one of those things, like, to me it just seems so incredibly ad hoc, where it's like, this explanation is, to me, like I said, a lot of this is so far over my head, so I don't know how much of this is me unfairly like critiquing this, but because the way he starts it out is he's like, because like Christians like keep like tying themselves in knots, and that's what he always says, they're tying themselves in knots over the problem of evil. And so that's where the whole like, oh, well, God just isn't powerful enough to stop all evil. But I can't go to atheists, because atheists are always tying themselves in knots over the problem of fine tuning. I'm like,
so many knots.
I'm like, no, we're not. Not. I'm like,
mean, maybe for a second when we were still Christians, but
yeah, but also a lot of atheists like just disagree with the notion that the universe is all that fine tuned to begin with. So like, Phil, what are you talking about? So, but that's his whole basis for going to panpsychism. Like, but it's flawed from the get-go.
No, that's how it is. It's
yeah.
Shit, I was reading about this recently. So panpsychism is like, it's like, cool, that could be real. But right now that's only because we don't know enough to say it's not. And so yes, it's a possibility.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it is.
Yeah, it's again, like maybe we will have to like watch some of that later so I can get like my thoughts like more put together. But one of my impressions, like, it's not just him, but like anyone in the whole like spiritualist like camp who like tries to deny like what they call like physicalism and materialism. I prefer the term naturalism myself, but I don't know.
Yeah, materialism has like a moral thing to it.
But it's like part of their whole thing is like how inaccurate of a picture of reality we have, and how everything's like just based on our perceptions, and we don't, all this. So it's like, so you can't say everything's just completely natural because we have such a flawed view of reality. So it's like out of one side of their mouth, they're saying like, we don't actually understand reality, but out the other side, but it's definitely not just natural. Like there has to be a supernatural. Like, well, you just said we don't understand. So how can you be making all these definitive claims about how we're wrong? But like, yeah,
I prefer the term extra natural, like natural beyond our ability to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Supernatural implies like just not natural, outside of natural, but interacting with natural.
You on something you can go for a couple minutes about yet?
I can make it happen.
All right, I'll be right back.
Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn my PDA, which means pervasive demand avoidance. I think we all got like different perspectives on what's actually happening, and like different. Like, so there's like the facts of what's happening, and it's really hard for us to talk about those like it's happening apart from our narrative about what it is that's happening. And I think there's probably too much blaming what we consider the opposite side for what's happening when we don't even know if anyone has the ability to change what's happening. Like I can kind of see what Alex is going for, like getting chummy with the opposition, because like it is just two different ways for a person to look at what is currently happening. And sure, I think one of them is probably more correct than the other, and I think it's provable, but there's probably a broader understanding of what's happening that would make the atheists look dumb and the Christians look dumber. Tommy's back. And that's something I am struggling with because I watch a lot of further left-wing YouTube content. And when you do that, it's really easy to look at what's happening currently in the world and our country from just that perspective and think that that perspective contains more facts than it does. Because the facts should be shared by, or they just should be shared by everyone. Like if it's provable, we should all accept it as true. And there's certain things that are the narrative based on what we perceive as happening. They do a bunch of human shit and like want to fight people over things that like, it's like we both agree what's happening is happening. We're just calling it different things.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I guess my final thoughts to like to wrap up that whole like panpsychism, like naturalism, supernaturalism, physicalism, spirituality, whatever debate. It's like, well, now I forgot what it was because I could think of it. I had the thought a couple minutes ago, but now I lost it.
The thought was in your pee and now it's gone.
Yep. Just flushed down the toilet.
Listen, everybody, don't pee unless you have to because your thoughts are in there.
Apparently. At least when you get to my age.
Oh,
I remembered it.
is that true? Is it the anxiety of needing to pee soon that makes your brain work a little better the older you get?
Stop before I forget it again. Damn it, I forgot it again. Okay. So my problem is... So like the phrase that a lot of the folks on like the more like supernaturalist spiritual stuff side will say like, well, they'll talk about something like consciousness. And they will say accurately, like the sentiment, like that science currently does not have a natural explanation for consciousness, which is like true. But then they take it to the step that, and science can never explain it. I'm like, how the fuck do you know? And even if, okay, here's the thing. Even if it is actually true that science will never come up with a completely natural explanation for consciousness, that doesn't mean that there isn't one. It just means humans have limited capacity and can't. Like, there are all kinds of things that are completely true about the world that are natural that science can't explain or have an answer for. Like, for example, right now, there are a certain number of ants in Hamilton County, Ohio, where we live right now.
Wait, like insects or like human ants?
Insects.
Okay. Unlimited human ants in this part of the world.
No,
Limited ants.
that is a little more knowable. Like we have censuses and like records and stuff. But for the insects, there is a certain number of ants in Hamilton County right now. Science has no idea what the fuck that number is, and probably will never figure that out. But that doesn't mean that these ants aren't real or there's anything supernatural about it. It is still a completely natural thing. Science just doesn't have an answer for it. That's it.
Fear the crab cat.
Yeah. So
Y-Files fans, anyone?
Okay. Okay. I guess I maybe misspoke. We have explanations, but from my understanding, like science hasn't like come to a complete, like definitive answer. Like saying this is absolutely what it is.
It appears to be an emergent property.
Yeah, that's my impression. But yes. Maybe we should see. This is just for one of many reasons. We should probably have you on sometime, Ember, if you're interested in such things.
My understanding is it appears to be an emergent property. Yeah. But it also seems it's important. We don't know how important. Like, and then some people are like, "Well, that means consciousness is required for anything." It's like, a human ant. Come on now. I mean, human ant, like my aunt and uncle.
Yeah, like you're one of your parents' sisters or something like that. Yeah.
I don't know if you know you're autistic, but
but yes, this is true. I mean, maybe this is what we need to get us like to 200 subs, like someone like who's better on camera than we are. But
I forget I'm on camera.
Hey, and we'd love to show you off. That didn't sound weird, right?
What?
Cool.
What's happening?
What?
I didn't read that was on screen.
Oh, here.
Are you awkward flirting again? What's happening?
No. Well, see, I hear she's taken, but she keeps telling us like her girlfriend lives in Canada. Like, yeah, heard that one before, Ember.
Well, I also heard polyamorous at one point. Taken's kind of a gray area.
I'm not sure if Ember is or not, but yeah. Anyway,
no, I heard her say that.
Maybe she did. I just remember her saying like when it comes to like the pride flag, she's just like all of it. But
oh, sure, all of that. Yeah, don't pick and choose. The people who are like, it's only a rainbow flag. I'm like, you're a white supremacist. That's usually how that works.
What? I think you took that a completely different direction than I was.
No, I was saying a different topic. There's a thing where there's some people who are like kind of purist about like the old pride flag, and it seems like the tea about that is that a lot of the people who are like about like it's not the new pride flag, it's the old rainbow pride flag. It tends to be like gay white dudes who are all hung up on that, or people
Pardon
who
me,
are kind of white
experiencing a
supremacists.
drinking problem at the moment. Yeah,
Airplane reference.
That's better. All right,
that's a perfect movie. Airplane,
pretty good.
Airplane 2 even.
I haven't seen 2, but anyway, so I'm fine having Ember on at some point. Like, how about y'all, chat? Would you like to see that? Sounds fun to me.
Didn't it happen already? Why hasn't it happened already?
No, I mean like as an official guest. Like she like hopped on a couple times just like as a like a little add-on, whatever. I don't know what you call that. Yeah.
Yeah, yes. I think a couple of my a recent client and a current client job isn't done yet because we haven't started yet.
That makes sense.
Pretty sure they're big mad. There's a brown stripe in the flag.
Well, I think the flag I have out in front of my yard, like the little like mini flag you put on the little stand that goes in your little garden bed area, that has. I think it does not have the intersex circle, but I think it's the version that has like everything.
Yeah, a lot of them don't.
Yeah,
But I think the circle. I'm talking through food. I think the circle really ties everything together. Like the circle really like ties all those like additional color stripes together in the whole design.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, who's Danny? But hi, Bartholomew.
What?
Good to see you as always. But yeah, so anywho,
Mystery Danny in the chat.
and Matt, I assume. So, all right. Okay, it is Matt. Maybe it was maybe a typo, but
It's a hell of a typo. What are you drinking?
well, the chat seems to be in favor of an Ember on the show. So I guess Ember will be in touch if we remember. But if we don't, please be in touch with us so we can.
I'm sorry, who?
Yeah, so I guess maybe let us know your availability, Ember. We're available every Wednesday night, but yeah, if there's certain ones that work better for you, let us know. All right. Oh yeah, we were watching this Buddha fellow. Which so a while ago the chat did that thing where it just stopped and I missed like a ton.
Oh no, mine too. Damn it! I've done that like 3 times tonight.
But there was something like BS had a good idea way back here. Now here it is. I should totally make a Lennox Buddha shirt if we have merch. Yep. This is a good idea.
We gotta find the best outfit he's in, though. I'll bet he wears mostly just versions of this.
Probably. All right. Oh, not drinking enough. Well, hey.
More hats on show.
Yes.
I do have a hat. Do you remember my hat? It was called the Matt Hill hat.
Yeah, of course I remember the Matt Hill hat.
Okay. I put it through the laundry after so many years, and it just disintegrated this thing on the edge of the brim, and I still have it. It's upstairs. I'm looking for a replacement. It's like a Gatsby, like newsboy kind of hat. Yeah,
I think I've seen those referred to as like driving caps.
Yeah, they've got all kinds of different names. Yeah,
I like those. They're good.
I mean, some of them are like subcategories of others, and I never can tell which is the main category. I think Gatsby is a subcategory of like a driving cap. Also, I liked that book, so I'll call it a Gatsby.
All right. Well, I think we're almost to the end of what we were going to be watching here. So let's. I remember he's got some doozies still in the tank here. So let's let him keep going.
To some of them, I will have no immediate answer. It would be foolish to claim, but I'll go away and think about those things in the hope that even within that context with a suffering person, I can show sufficient empathy to perhaps open a new window of opportunity to them.
In the hope that you could show enough empathy. So what you're saying is it's beyond your capability to empathize. You're like, boy, I wish I could have feels. And
which again, I mean, given the context of like truly horrific things that happen to people, like, okay, outside of the context of him trying to make this about why the Christianity is true, I think that's reasonable because there's a lot of shit that like people will go through and I'm like, I don't have an answer for this and I can't understand it. So I hope that after like pondering it and considering it and like thinking about it for a while, I can get to that place where I am. But now again, that works from just a completely human perspective. But he's trying to convince us that he has more than that. So why is it not part of his equation Where instead, where he's saying, I got to go away and think about it, and hopefully I'll be able to like develop the empathy. Shouldn't his answer be, I'll pray about it and God will give me the answer and give me the empathy? And like, where is God in this equation, John?
Like,
I mean,
pray to
that's
be
like,
more
that's
human than human.
yeah, because this is like, I mean, because this is this is the initial question, like when whether people put it in these words or not, when they go through these horrific experiences, they're basically saying, "Where is God?" And John is basically saying, "I don't know, but He's just there." And but if I am more empathetic, that's gonna give me an in to try to convince you that He's there
What
without
do
having to
I need to
actually prove it.
do to get you in this car today?
Yeah, basically, that's what this is. Like, what do I need to do to get you in this Jesus?
God, remember
I mean-
wanting to be a good salesman for the Jeebus and how like rewarding that was? Such a big fucking dopamine hit.
Oh yeah, the biggest. But
It's like I fucking owned that bitch. Did you see that? Got the Jesus all up in him. He didn't even know. He didn't even know. You see him crying? Oh man, God was working. God.
So upsetting.
But we learned
Yes,
powers
but.
we could use for good.
Hmm.
I mean, I think some of that shit was real in like a very natural kind of way, like tapping
Yeah.
into like other parts of our nervous system that are picking up on people's nonverbals and whatever the hell else they were putting out. Like, I don't know, that's some good science magic.
Right. Yeah, I mean it. I would say he goes both ways. So
Did I say get me into Jesus?
yeah.
Did I?
Well, no,
I mean,
'cause
it's
that's
not
like,
wrong.
well, no, that's like what John said. Like, what do I need to do to get you into Jesus? Kind of.
Oh, wow. What a creepy ass wingman.
Yep. That's how it goes.
That's the worst wingman. To be like, what do I need to do to get this dude into you today?
Yeah, this is definitely part of the man camp experience. Which again, hey, get us to 200 subs. We'll make it happen.
Oh
So,
man, are we gonna have to drink like cheap keg beer?
ooh, like some high life.
Oh, could we get like a pony keg, like like one of those like a fraction of a I don't know what fraction of a regular keg is a pony keg?
I don't know.
I don't know. High life ain't bad though, coming from a keg though. It should be. It's not.
This is true. Yeah. Anywho.
A used Jesus salesman. I interest you in a slightly used Jesus.
Hey, come on, Jason. No one wants a chewed piece of gum.
My brain
Well, now
stopped because it was like my brain was like, try to combine sloppy seconds and Christ. Go. And it won't.
Oh, purity culture. Jesus doesn't swing anyway. He got nailed to that cross pretty securely.
Yeah, you don't.
That was the whole point. Like, they don't want him to swing. It's like, no more swinging for you. Only stationary.
If anything, Jesus could resist a draft. Say what you want about Jesus on the cross. At least he wasn't blowing around. It was really kind of them to nail his feet down. Imagine the embarrassment flapping around by his wrists.
Silver linings, man.
They didn't have to use 3 nails. They had the platform for the feet. like, dude's gonna die anyway. What's he gonna do? He's nailed to a fucking board.
Right?
It's compassionate, if anything. The third nail.
Worst windsock ever. That's hard, Jesus.
It's a great caption for a crucifix icon of anything.
Yeah, okay, so here's our merch so far. We got like the John Lennox Buddha, and we just have like Jesus on the cross with just a caption, worst windsock ever.
You know, a bunch of Christians are gonna laugh at that. They're gonna be like, "Fuck, am I an atheist?"
See, he was a swinger. That's why they had to nail him down. So, anywho.
Straighten him out.
Oh boy! All right. Well, John's about to get into some serious stories here, I think. So, you got more heartstrings he's got to tug on.
He's working with a lot of weight. You can tell by his hands.
Yep. He's like our evangelist friend last year. Who's like, he's got to get him by the balls. So.
Nailed it, Flint and Steel.
or make an actual windsock. We can redeem it. Like, make him a good windsock again.
Oh, also a kite. There's got to be a kite.
Oh, right? I'm sure that exists.
Flying Jesus.
Yeah.
With a rainbow tail. It's got to be a rainbow tail.
Oh, of course. Of course. All right.
Like in New Zealand, when I got there just after the earthquake, and I had to give a whole lot of talks on this topic, and it wasn't easy because natural disasters are harder than moral disasters. You know, we understand war and bombs, and but earthquakes are.
But still, like, moral disasters are still a problem because again, you have the issue of
God being moral,
or God just letting people do shit to each other. I mean, sure, you can explain, because people are fallen, we have to have free will, and some people just choose to do evil things. Like, yes, but you still have the problem of God letting you do it. Like, this is something I like to bring up when it comes to the problem of evil, and this is why it's such a problem. It's like because of what it says in the Bible. I can just use 6 words from 1 John, God is love. And then, so using the transitive property, if you will, anytime the Bible describes what love is, that describes God, right? Again, this is going like from their point of view, it's assuming a univocal. Yes.
But and wearing a dude tank top. Remember in the 80s how like dude tank tops had like the midriff showing?
Mm-hmm.
Like what are you even doing? And just like
yeah. All right. Well, anyway, remember how I was in the middle of a thought? All right. So
nope.
You have.
Sorry.
All right. So 6 words for me, like why for Christians the problem of evil is such a problem from their own Bible. First 3 words, God is love. So therefore, however the Bible describes love, that should be describing how God is. 1 Corinthians 13, the famous love passages where it's like, love is patient, love is kind, love is like all this stuff. Like, love always protects. So if God is love and love always protects, look at the world. Tell me that everyone is always protected.
God didn't even protect the Jewish people. The chosen people.
Right? Yeah. I mean, how many people are experiencing things right now because of being super not protected? So,
well, I mean, sure, God protected Jewish people with like what's a cloud of fire and cloud of smoke and shit.
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes, but like not during the Holocaust. Wasn't a pillar of fuck during the Holocaust.
Right, but 1 Corinthians says love always protects. It doesn't say love will protect sometimes.
But okay, so that means that like the Holocaust was loving because God didn't stop it.
Or no, but here's how, like, not in that specific circumstance, but here's how this a similar type of principle was explained to me by a Christian when I was like questioning such things. I think I was more talking about how like all things work together for good for those who love God or calling according to His purpose. They're like, well, look at all these people who are like good Christians and following God, and all these things don't work out for them. like they don't work together for good. The response I got from a Christian was, well, maybe we just need to like rethink, what we mean by working together for good. Or I think this also even came up in the specific example about being always protected. And like people have to, well, maybe we just have to like rethink what we mean by protected. I'm like, well, at that point, if we're having to like redefine words to mean what they don't actually mean, then like, what the fuck are we even doing anymore?
Then nothing's real.
Yeah.
You just change it to be what you want it to be.
Yeah. So I'm like, so is that your answer to like why the Bible like endorses slavery? Because we just need to redefine what human rights are, and then it's fine.
Well, you just got to redefine what slavery is. And if it wasn't what we're going to call chattel slavery, and it was just like cultural slavery, or
Yep. Oh yeah, and I think he actually literally admits it later because
well, he did say cope earlier.
Yeah. But anyway,
he probably admits it again.
Yeah, but let's get to him talking about what he says to all these people who experience like these terrible earthquakes and natural disasters in New Zealand. I think it was
different
acts of God.
Yes.
Yeah, but just real quick, like just the fact how he and so many other apologists do this, where they think, well, they can just brush over. Well, of course, like man-made evil or like the things that people do to each other. Like, yeah, that's like, but he's saying like, oh, but the natural like disasters, like that kind of evil, that's the hard one to explain. It's like, no, John, like the other stuff that people do to each other, that's still also a huge problem for you. Don't just brush that aside. But anyway, but let's hear him address like the like natural evil.
That's right. And I spoke on this business about this other type of question: is there enough evidence to trust God? And as I finished one talk in the biggest congregation this church had for years in the Christchurch.
Okay, so like
okay, John, was it the biggest in years?
Right. So again, he referenced this whole quote, is there enough evidence for me to trust God with it, whatever. So I think to me, what this sounds like, okay, yeah, I know in this instance, it looks like God isn't loving, but are there other completely unrelated ways that we can look at God and say he's good? So that's almost like again, I love going back to the parenting analogy. So let's say like I, as a father, like I have 2 kids. Let's say I'll do things like I like to take them to places, like I'll take them out for ice cream. I'll take them to amusement parks.
Oh my gosh. We need to make this kite. I saw the comment about the cape earlier and I was just thinking of a tail, but it works so much better as a cape. And call it cope on a rope. Oh my gosh.
That was good.
That's amazing.
Good. That was worth interrupting my analogy.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. But
I was like, so now it has to happen.
Right. All right. So let's say like with my kids, like I'll do some nice things for them. Like, okay, like I'll take them out for ice cream. I'll take them to like amusement parks, take them to see a movie, like all this stuff. Like it's cool. Yeah. Dad doing fun stuff with his kids. But let's say I also don't give them food.
So and why would you, those chunkers?
Which is hilarious because, like, both of my kids, not at all, especially the boy. No. But
no, never said to anybody whose kids I didn't know. Wait, hold on. That's not true.
Anyway, can I finish my analogy?
Yeah.
So, okay, but this is like, this analogy where I'll take them out to do fun things, but I'm not doing like the basic, like just give them food. This would be like if one of them started having doubts, like, I don't think Dad actually loves us. Like, he's not letting us eat. We're starving, like literally starving to death. And the other one's like, yeah, but have you considered how he like took us to the zoo the other day? That was fun, right? So he must love us. It's like, no. Just pointing to another good thing does not excuse the huge bad thing right in front of you. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So,
taking a picture because I can't click on a link.
Nah.
Did I just click on something accidentally?
No, this was me.
Okay.
This was me. Yeah.
Apparently, there is a Jesus kite out there already.
Yeah. Well, I mean, several reasons, Bartholomew. I mean, first, get us to 200 subs, then we'll talk. But kidding. Anyway,
Ooh, is that a big enough event though for me to have ice cream? No, because I need a day or two off afterwards.
Right. Good point, Miranda. This is reasons.
Right. Look for the harvest.
Ooh, now maybe we should, because we have put this on the calendar.
That is already on there, right?
Well, here I'm going to pull it up just so I have the correct date.
Shots fired.
All right. So for the people clamoring for the Kelly, aka the Detroit Atheist Queen, on the Humanity, how does July 8th sound?
Sounds like not soon enough.
I know, right? But it was the first Wednesday Kelly was available, so hey, we take what we can get.
Right. So like, it's not like it's hard to book on our show. So like, if Ember comes on first, it's not like you suck more. It's not like we had to bump you or bump anyone.
Right. Yeah. But hey, Kelly, you're worth the wait. So, and hey, that's actually going to be right around the Ark Encounter protest. So it's like we'll have Kelly on our show. Yeah, we'll have Kelly on our show on Wednesday, and then we'll get to meet her that following weekend. So, I know. That'll be fun. Anywho.
Oh my God. I feel like I'm going to be such a fool. I don't know. I need to think of like a sign. Just really rock that apostate vibe.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. And maybe we'll have some Ember on here before then. Like we'll try. But yeah, that's the next Wednesday Kelly's available. So we want to make sure we're accommodating. All right. So back to John talking about terrible things and why he can just say, "Oh, but it's fine though." But
the earthquake happened. A note was pushed into my hand as I left the platform. And I was told a lady had passed it in. And it just said this: I lost my husband in the earthquake. You have shown the first ray of light that I have had on this. Mm-hmm. And she signed it. I was deeply moved by that. Mm. She didn't get a solution in that sense.
Yeah.
But she felt she'd seen a way in. And to my mind, Alex, it really is one of the evidences of the truth of Christianity, the array of people throughout history that have in the deepest of suffering in all kinds of circumstances. How it is possible that even persecution refined the church and people were stronger. I'm amazed at that. Mm-hmm. And I've met...
So because his message about Jesus and Christianity made someone feel better. Now, absolutely do not want to downplay like what this meant for this woman who had just gone through this horrific, unimaginable tragedy of losing her husband in these earthquakes. But you do realize that people have gone through similar situations and found the same kind of solace in completely different religions, right, John?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't realize that. Well, I mean, okay, sure they have, but it's not the same.
Yeah. Because, this just occurred to me, because
what a weak thing to boast about.
Right. So what's the message here? It's like, oh, because this message was comforting to this person. It made her feel better. What is one of the biggest critiques that Christians have against people like us who end up leaving the faith? Because of what kind of messages that they think we're following? Ones that make us
feel better.
Yeah, they just make us feel better. They just tell us what we want to hear. Like, how, John? Like, how does this work as evidence for your faith? When we say the same things, well, never mind the fact that most of us who leave Christianity, it isn't because we're just following something that makes us feel better. Like, even if that was true,
Well, I
which
mean,
it
a
is
little
not.
bit.
Well, yeah, eventually, like, but at the time, that's not why we.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's not why we left the faith. But after the fact, we realized, oh, I can like feel better about myself now. I can make a better life out of this now. So it eventually ended up that way, but that wasn't our way in or way out, as it might, whatever the case may be.
No, it's a way. It's a way into a fantasy. Okay, my opinion on it is you kind of opt into a fantasy that is a short-term fix for long-term loss. But if you're not aware of the long-term loss as it's happening, it feels like it was all good, right? But then when you realize what the longer-term answer is, like what's that bigger thing to accept? It's gonna take longer to accept. It's gonna be harder. You probably will never stop accepting it, but it's reality, and you get like you just get more extensive personal growth that route than just finding the quick answer, the thing that makes you, the thing that like puts just the cork in the dike, just stops a little the trickle, a little bit of flood before it starts. Or once it starts, you're like, just make it stop. I don't care what it is. Just tell me the thing that makes the discomfort stop.
Right. Because obviously, like, I would not be saying this to that woman in that situation. Like, I would absolutely not be going up to her and it's like, you know, this isn't real, right? You know, you're just accepting this because it's making you feel better. Like, no, I'm saying this.
And
Like,
to those people, you want to be like, excuse me, I don't know if you know, you're autistic. Like, I know you're trying to help, you're just really not.
Right. But here's the thing: I'm autistic, but I at least recognize that. But no, I'm saying this is why I'm saying this to John and people like him. Like, okay, yes, in the moment, if you're able to give someone comfort that helps them get through an unimaginably difficult situation, great. But my message to you is that doesn't fucking make it true. Stop saying that it does.
Also, I think you can have the same effect, like telling somebody just what they need to hear right now. Like just give them like the touch of reality that they can process and handle. That first step, you know, like in dealing with what's happening right now. If you can give them that as concisely as possible, they grasp onto that. Well, then it's kind of like a little bit of salvation. Like there's a way to do it without. There's a way to affect what is happening in those moments without it having a religious narrative. It can just be, I want to do what's good for you because I want good things for you.
Right. Oh yeah. Here's the other thing that like occurred to me about his like a way in, like the way he's phrasing that. And again, like he doesn't say this, but what it's making it sound like to me that is like kind of extra fucked up. It's like, okay, what is his end goal?
Got to be in.
Like, is his end goal just actually making people feel better and be more at peace with their circumstances? To me, it sounds like no. That's just a means to the end of getting them to believe in Jesus. Like that's what he's going for. And he's saying, "Oh, but if I can find a way to make," and again, I'm sure he wouldn't word it this way, but this is basically what he's doing. It's like the making them feel better about their situation isn't enough. That is only in service to, oh, now I can convince them that Jesus is real. That's the real goal here. It's not enough just to make the person feel better. It's only good that I made them feel better because now they're more open to Jesus.
You know what? I can't tell which one it is. I can't tell because I guess the question is like, what kind of question or what kind of person is John Lennox really? Like, is he the one Is he the means to the ends guy, or is he about the means? And I can't tell. Like, I can't tell if he actually is a sweet guy, and in which case this is just the way he's trying to help people,
Yeah,
or is he really kind of an evil shit? Where he's like, I'm trying to get them to be a certain way so I feel better.
Mhm. Yeah, honestly, my take on him is I think he is a genuinely sweet guy ruined by Christianity.
Yeah, it's almost like he's play acting
Yeah.
sociopathy or something.
Yeah, this is where I would say, how religion poisons everything, if you want to put it in those terms. It's
It's a
like,
bit hyperbolic, for sure.
yeah, because here's, and again, this could be a whole other topic that I would love to discuss sometime. But my take on the whole, like, religion poisons everything phrase, like, and I haven't read Hitchens's book. I mean, I've heard him talk about it a lot, so
I
I kind
listened
of
to the
feel like,
audiobook. It was pretty good.
cool. So I kind of have my feeling on like where he's going with this. I feel like my take is probably different because he probably goes in like much more like specific examples about like, here's how it ruins this. My whole take on
Yeah.
it is not how religion poisons everything. It's not that there is no good in religion. To me, the poison of religion is when it tells you that it is the only source of those good things.
Yeah, that
And
it's
that you,
better or best.
yeah, and that you can't find these good things outside of it. To me, that is the poison of religion.
Yeah.
And in that sense, it poisons everything.
Well, that's when you that's when
So.
you need what gives you hope to be real.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, no, it can't be. It can't be different because I lose it all. And
Yeah.
so it is true. And you must, every knee shall bow. And
yeah. Ooh. But yes, I have seen this debate. And so, yeah, this is another topic I want to talk about is the whole, like, we were talking earlier. I think this was also the same thing that Alex was debating with Glenn, was the whole, like, does all of our morality and whatever come from Christianity or whatever? It's like, yeah, we need to, yeah, that's something I would love to talk about sometime. Yeah. So yeah, as Ember says here, Hitch's main thesis was there is no good thing that religion doesn't make worse. Yeah, I can see that.
yeah, I did. There having been like being a former Christian, there were things that like the way he phrased certain things, where I was just like, I mean, some of the people you want to hear this just can't now.
Mm-hmm.
So if anything, he I felt like he saw things from. He had a hard time stepping out of like his perspective to see how what he is saying would be received by people he'd rather convince.
Yeah, and I referenced this earlier, but yeah, go check out Ember and Mark's like review of the Alex O'Connor and Len Greibner, and you also did the rationality rules. Yes, that one as well. Yeah, so just go check out like all the things that, well, let's say all the things that Ember does, period, and all the things that Mark does, period, but especially the things that Ember and Mark do together. But
I want to be able to listen to Ember like while I work, but it's usually so interesting to me that it causes problems.
I was just thinking like from Snow White, Ember while you work. Anyway, so the book I just grabbed off the shelf, like speaking of Hitchens, like I said, I haven't read God is Not Great, but there was a book of his that I really did connect with. This is a book, Mortality. It's really just like a collection of like different like writings and essays he wrote, like basically as he was dying of cancer. So, as a person who has gone through cancer and was pretty convinced he was dying at the time, like, and just going through that whole process, it was really cool to just like read his thoughts again from a completely like secular, like, not, oh, I'm gonna be going to heaven, like just dealing with, no, this is the end. Yeah, it was. Yeah, reading through that after going through that and surviving it, but still like going back and like reflecting on like his thoughts as he was reflecting going through that. It was like, yeah, really, really powerful. So,
You know what's
uh,
crazy? When you were going through that, you hadn't processed it to the point that it came out on the outside. Like, I
mhm.
could tell that's what you were thinking. I couldn't accept that's what you were thinking. So I was like, I know that I know that's what he's thinking, and I'm thinking like yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. Um, and I was just getting comfortable with the probably and the probably and the possibly not.
Yeah.
Like, given that, what does okay look like right now? And I can't imagine what you were going through.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm still processing what I was going through, but I mean, but yeah, I mean, it was a hell of a thing because I remember like my son like had his 10th birthday like right in the middle of that. It was actually his 10th birthday was on a day while I was in the hospital getting chemo. And so like that previous weekend I got when we actually celebrated, I got to have that experience. It's like, oh, this might be the last time I sing happy birthday to my son. So that was
I can only
fortunately it was not. Spoiler alert.
I can
So yeah.
only loosely relate to that topic for another time. But I almost
Yeah.
went to prison for a little bit, and there was a Thanksgiving where my court date was coming up, and I didn't. We were hanging out with like aunt and uncle cousins Thanksgiving in the Smoky Mountains, and it was like something we'd done a bunch of times, but like this was also just another time, but also could have been the last, and all I wanted was for it to be just another time.
Yeah.
I didn't, and I'm it's probably the same with you, where you're just like, I kind of wish I didn't know this could be the last time.
Yeah. Yeah, because here's something like and we'll get back to John in a minute, but like yeah. Anyway. But yeah, so this is something I don't think I've ever really talked about much like publicly. I don't even know if I've like mentioned this to you very much, but something I like been thinking like going back to like, 5 years ago or whenever it was, like going through the whole like having cancer thing and again, when it got to the point where I thought, this is probably it. Now, like to be fair, like none of my doctors ever told me, okay, this is terminal. They never use any of that kind of language, but things
No,
were definitely looking really bad.
they got to keep your spirits up because that's good medicine too.
Yeah. But yeah, right, yeah, the nostalgia in advance really screws up in the moment. Yeah, because one of the things I was thinking about, because I was thinking, again, like the whole like, is this the last time I'm going to sing happy birthday to my son? And then also thinking about like you and like other friends and other family, like thinking, okay, there's going to be, it seems like very soon is coming a time where this is going to be my last interaction with this person, or this is going to be my last time hanging out with these people or whatever. And this
I do
whole
think though that like nostalgia in the moment of what somebody commented better than ever, like
number, yeah,
yeah, nostalgia in the moment. I do think the sweet spot of being a person though is to be able to experience the nostalgia in the moment and have peace with it and to not freak out about it. Like, so I think that's what being present really means, is that it's like it's like a forced acknowledgement the past is gone.
yeah. So
Not to mention the present isn't even in the present. It's like a few like thousands of milliseconds.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like a
there
packet
there
of information compressed from the past.
yeah, yeah. In a way, there is no present, or if there is, you have no idea what it is.
No.
But yeah. So again, back to me. Um,
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to. I was like, I'm doing an empathy real hard. Let's talk about me.
so hard.
And
Hey, empathy is hard.
I was like, oh,
Um,
I'm so autistic right now.
anyway, so this whole idea of like picturing, okay, what's going to be like my last interaction, and like, okay, how do I need to like approach these final like moments with people and like make them count? And basically, what I kind of had to, the way I kind of looked at it was okay, does the last, I think we put too much emphasis on, okay, this is going to be the last time with this person or the last time doing this. Like, I kind of had to make myself okay with, like, don't worry about, for instance, like, okay, take like my kids, for example. Like, I don't want to have to worry about, okay, what are my final moments with my kids going to be as far as, what kind of impact or legacy or impressions, whatever I want to leave with them. Just becoming comfortable with, hopefully, like, my entire life with them up until now has left enough of an impact and impression and things I want to impart to them. So even if, like, the final moments, there's nothing like special or magical about them, like, it doesn't have to be, because there was enough leading up to that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like live the magic as it
Yeah.
happens
Yeah.
in a
So
real
that's
way
like,
instead of just being like, "Isn't that fun? That thing that happened." No, just have it be real.
yeah. So and then that also extended, like, to you and like the rest of my friends. It's like whatever our final conversation was, like, it almost kind of doesn't matter, because it's like, I have already established myself with this person and like what I mean to them, what they mean to me. So even if like my, if it would have been the case that like the cancer would have taken me like back then, and like my final interaction with Matt was like, hey, did you see this funny YouTube video? And then I like fart and hang up the phone, and then that was like the last time we spoke. Okay. Honestly, that would be pretty awesome if our last interaction was like me farting and hanging up the phone. That would have been pretty epic. But you know what I mean? It's like our final conversation doesn't have to be something special. It's all about the totality of like the relationship with the person and what you met. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it's about being like, what's the, I was gonna say what's the best version of now, but it's more like what what's the now that's happening, and just doing that.
hmm But yeah. Ember, as always, puts it so well. The expectation of a special or magical last time just robs joy out of the real moments we do have. Exactly. Well said.
Yeah,
Well said.
and it's all magic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
Now, and also having anxiety, it's like I feel this as well. Uh, yeah.
yeah, but you
That.
know what? Like, there's okay, from experience. Like, so I do that. Like when I would say goodbye to my kids before I went to work, in my head, I'm like, could be the last time, but which is kind of messed up. Also, it could be.
hmm hmm Yeah.
And it made me appreciate goodbyes more. And I had to like let go of like it could be the last time, and like, oh no, I mean, I freaked out about that, and instead like just like accept that. Like, way easier said than done. I understand.
hmm
uh,
Yeah.
but accepting that, yeah, that's a possibility, and so how magic is this right now? uh
Yeah.
I don't know, that's my sweet spot I get to sometimes.
hmm Yeah. It's like, live your life so your friends and family won't ever doubt how you felt about them if you went suddenly. Yeah. That's another good point. Yeah.
And okay, I saw at my uncle's funeral, I didn't know he had this many friends or people who gave a shit, but apparently like my dad's brother Rob was like just awesome to people, and had at a big Catholic church, and there was like just fuck tons of people there, like a couple hundred at least. I was like, that's a hell of an epitaph. Like, I just like, not that I want a lot of people at my funeral, but I want to have made a difference to a lot of people that a lot of people would want to be at my funeral. Not
Right.
because I'm awesome, but because I did good.
Right. And also, I'm gonna like kind of call an audible, because I think what we're talking about now is like, it would feel weird going back to the video. The rest of the video is basically more the same. Like, at least the part I was going to like play through tonight. It's like John said, like, oh, all these people were going through a tough situation, and I told them, hey, Jesus, and they felt better, so therefore true, right? It's like, no, John.
No, therefore
Anyway.
helpful just then.
Yeah. Right.
That's as
So,
far as that goes.
yeah. All right. So the Always Ending says, what I remember from people who I know who've passed is definitely moments throughout the years, not the end. I only knew it was the end for one of them. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking of like people I was close with, like who passed away. I mean, the biggest examples being like all four of my grandparents, like they've all gone. So they're probably like some of the people I was closest with. Like, I guess I've never had anyone like closer than them that I knew pass away. Like, fortunately, I guess. But so all of them, it was like the only ones that really stick out. Which this is kind of weird. Like the only one who I don't actually have any specific memory of our final interaction was actually the most recent one that passed away. Like my grandmother who passed away in I think 2020, not of COVID, but it was like during that time. I honestly don't remember what our last interaction was, but I do remember like just like my entire life. Like, but with all my other grandparents, I do remember the final interactions. With my other grandmother on the other side, I remember the last time I talked to her was actually telling her that me and my then wife were expecting our first child. Um, so it was cool that I at least got to tell her that. Like she literally just like passed away like very shortly after that, which was a total out of nowhere. Like it was just this freak like medical thing she got, like went to the hospital and was gone like within like a day or two. But then my other grandfather, I think the last time I was with him, it was actually on Father's Day. It was like me and my brothers and my cousin, like all like took him out to dinner and hung out at his place. It was a cool time. Um, then my other grandfather, this was the only one that was a little more like kind of like awkward and less than ideal. He was in the hospital for some things, and like as I was leaving, I went to like lean in. He was laying in his hospital bed. I went to lean in and give him a hug, but I guess from like where I was standing and like where I bent at the waist, I like misjudged the distance, so like my face ended up like just like in the middle of his chest, and I was like, "Hi, Grandpa." But yeah, so yeah, but also wanted to put this up. Yeah, Ember says I'm really struggling with the whole last time business, trying very hard to ignore it and try to enjoy the time that is to the extent I can. Yeah, I mean there's no manual for this kind of stuff. I mean, it's yeah.
Yeah, no, that like
Really,
yeah, there was definitely ignoring, like with both Tommy and with my dad. My dad is not alive anymore. So just yeah, from my experience, experienced it two different ways.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, and there's a fair amount of like not being able to accept it just because you can't. Like you would if you knew how, but you can't, and so you don't. And then there's like an interesting thing that happened with me where I started acting a little different towards my dad. Like when like part of me could tell he had given up because he was dealing with I think I forget, can't remember. It gets blocked out. Some kind of leukemia. Um, and apparently I could tell he had given up, and that's why I was like interacting. Saying goodbye was a little different when I'd leave their house.
Yeah.
And I didn't really pick up on. I noticed it was different, but I didn't really pick up on why until later. And it was because like some animal part of me had realized that like if this one wants to leave, like that kind of just understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. On autopilot, you're doing what you need to, no matter what. When you look back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. So Yeah.
Also, to lighten the mood, earlier Ember said, "I have ascended beyond pronouns and become verb."
Oh yes, the whole ember while you work. Yes. Yeah. But yeah, but she also like has a very good point here. Yeah, understand and going back to Lennox's like message, all these people message and like way he talked to people to go through all this stuff. Like, yeah, understand a little bit more about why religion appeals to people. Though it's a lot easier to cope if you truly believe you're just going somewhere else and it will be okay. Yeah, I mean that's honestly something I'm still like dealing with because I'm at the point of thinking like, yeah, I honestly don't believe there's any kind of afterlife. I think it's like when you die, it's just lights out, nothing. Which honestly kind of freaks me out. And by kinda, I mean really fucking a lot. This is one of the things that a lot of atheists say that like kind of bothers me because when they're talking about this, it's like, oh, like people who have to think there's like a heaven to go to, it's because you're just like afraid of death. It's like a crutch, like because you're too weak to just deal with the fact that like once you're dead, that's it. I'm like, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm an atheist. Like it also freaks me out, like the idea of that just being it. So because also I'll admit, like a part of it is like even like thinking like, okay, there is nothing after this. Part of me, one of the things that bothers me the most about that is that I'll at no point will I ever actually know that that's the case. Apparently, because like if I'm just dead, I'm just dead. I won't know that I'm not knowing anything. So part of me just wishes that there would be at least just a few seconds, like after death, where you're aware that there's nothing. So you can be like, oh, okay. Or for my case, haha, I was right. And then fade off into oblivion or whatever. But like, I at least want to have that. But
That's what my dad
realizing,
said.
yeah,
My mom said that like, so he was kind of like sort of revived at the hospital like one time, and it was kind of unclear. It was like, it was like he might be dead, like one of those kinds of moments.
he's mostly dead.
And they're like, "Oh, but good news, he's not." That's what happened that time.
Yeah.
No, literally, they're outright like, "He's not conscious," and they're like, "Is he gonna wake up?" And the nurse is like, "I don't know."
It'll be a surprise to everybody.
And then like 5 minutes later, he woke up. And the nurse was like, "She just looked like, damn, that was lucky." Like it literally could have gone either way. Like he wakes up, doesn't wake up, but also isn't quite alive. Anyway, his experience
Yeah.
of that moment was he told my mom that it was just black. Conscious awareness of blackness, but just and then was afraid of dying. So good work, God.
Yeah, seriously. Like yeah, so that's why like
But when he did die, was sort of joyfully calling out Jesus' name, thanks to me a bit.
yeah.
Weird mixed feelings about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Glad it was cool.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Lesai.
yeah, so I'm kind of hoping in some way for those who like if you've seen the movie Prometheus, which is like one of the prequels and like the Alien like
Okay,
movie franchise.
I want to watch that. Do I need to watch other Alien stuff first?
For Prometheus?
Yeah.
Well, what have you seen?
Nothing.
Oh. I
It's
say
not my
at least
jam at the time when it was out.
see, I'd say at least watch Alien, like the original.
Okay.
Like, I think that's a good one to start with. I don't think I mean, you don't need to watch any of those for Prometheus, but I think it's just because Prometheus does enough like understanding it's a prequel, so it doesn't need to there's
Okay.
some reveal there's some reveals in Prometheus that I think hit a lot harder because you see like there's some things that are in the original Alien movie that you're like, what the fuck is this? But then in Prometheus, they're like, here's what it is. You're like, oh, holy shit. So yeah. So that's my recommendation.
Bree's back in the chat with some B puns.
Bree.
Of
Welcome
course,
back.
but also this is elaborate. Other people are helping.
Nice. Hey, but yes, and beam me up, Bob. Also, hello. So yeah, first one, the best one. Yeah. So yes, I mean, Alien,
Usually how
like
that goes.
yeah, Alien and Aliens, like yes, I think just as movies, those are objectively the best two. Now, I've seen.
It's gonna feel like I'm watching Star Wars because Aliens is also kind of like a cultural phenomenon people like quote, and like I understand like the context of like the references, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, game over, man. Game over.
Yep.
Classic. But yeah, so I've seen Alien, Aliens, Alien 3, Alien Resurrection.
Alien
and,
versus Predator.
I have not. And then I've seen Prometheus and Alien Covenant, and then I saw Romulus. That's all I've seen. Now,
Seems like enough.
at some level, I at least somewhat enjoyed all of them. Like except for Alien Resurrection, I don't remember really enjoying that one at all. I remember thinking the whole time, this is just kind of dumb.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like it feels like the third Matrix movie.
Yeah, now Alien 3 like definitely had its issues, but I still felt overall like I enjoyed it. But I also apparently, contrary to like most like huge fans of the franchise, I actually really and Covenant. I thought they were both really good.
Did you enjoy the Star Wars prequels?
No. But I was never really into Star Wars. Like I do enjoy like the Alien movies. I just never really felt super strongly about Star Wars.
Yeah, no, I was at Hasbro Games during that, and I saw a bunch of the prequel source material, and I was like, "Oh no, trade disputes."
Hmm.
Maybe that'll be cool. And
Oh man, Alien is just Home Alone in space. That's one way to put it. Oh, but yes, it was a
I
prequel.
do
Yeah,
like it when
Prometheus-
movies reuse mechanics like that.
It's kind of not, but also kind of. But yeah, Prometheus and Covenant were both prequels to the Alien movie. Now, yeah, but yeah, I enjoyed both of them just for what they were doing. I think a lot of people complain, "Oh, but there wasn't enough of this," and it's like I kind of don't care for what they were doing. I enjoyed
is
it.
that what they were doing though? That's what you wanted, but like, did they pull off what they were going for?
Yeah. Now, but I do think it's also kind of funny. Now, if you haven't seen them, this may not make sense because I remember in Prometheus, people complained, well, there wasn't enough like classic alien stuff because it was more about like setting up like the world building. Like there definitely was some alien-ish type stuff, but like it wasn't like the xenomorphs. It was like other things, but it was more about other stuff. So then for Alien Covenant, I guess Ridley Scott was like, okay, fine, I'll do more alien stuff. But then I guess the complaint from in Covenant, then people are like, oh, but what about all the other things that you were all about in Prometheus? There wasn't enough of that in this one. It's like, fuck everyone.
But what about me and my dreams?
Yeah, and I will admit, when it comes to like the engineers, like yes, I do wish there was more of that in Covenant, but for what it was, I enjoyed it. So, anyway. All right. So now that this has become an alien stream,
Yeah, I was gonna say from death to aliens, that was something.
Yeah. But yes, Prometheus was definitely more on the engineers, and I love that because I love like just learning more about like the lore and that world and like where all this shit came from, all that stuff. Yeah, that was really cool. But yeah, definitely wish there was more engineer stuff in Covenant, but it was like I said, for what it was good. So, anywho. So,
The alien fans sound like Terminator fans. I mean, a little bit.
Yeah. Were there any Terminator prequels though?
Yeah,
I guess there was the one with Christian Bale. I didn't see that one.
I did. It was all right.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I
it
only
wasn't.
saw.
It read a lot like, or it felt a lot like fan fiction.
Mhm. Yeah, I've only seen Terminator, Terminator 2, which is still just one of the greatest movies ever.
Yeah.
And then I saw, I don't know if it was called Terminator 3, but it was one with Claire Danes.
Oh, I need to watch that again. I still have a crush on her.
And then I saw the one with Terminator, was it Genesis? The one with the lady from Game of Thrones, Emilia Clarke.
What?
Yeah,
I need to watch that.
yeah. So I've only seen those four. They
Her
were all
eyebrows outact her.
okay. This is a good point. Yeah, does prequel have any meaning in a story with recursive time travel? Right.
Yes, but no.
But yes, yeah. Death to alien segue is actually not that surprising given the movie. Good point. Good point.
What?
So, oh yeah, she was Sarah Connor. That's right. So
Hold on. The best Sarah Connor was the one in the Terminator TV series.
I did not see that.
Hold on. All right. No. The original Sarah Connor
Right.
was the best.
Linda Hamilton. Yeah.
Okay, but the TV version was perfect for that storyline. Like, it made sense. It wasn't totally like on canon for some stuff, but
Okay. Now, was this the one where like Arnold played like the T-800, but he was like old? I didn't see that one. It looked fascinating. I just never
oh no, that did
got
look
around
pretty
to seeing
good.
it. Yeah. So
It's
but
like
yeah, I
No
need to
Country for Old Terminators.
I need to go back and watch that. Oh, but speaking of like, I guess we're just talking movies now. Is that cool, everybody? Um, speaking of like movie franchises that like showed like the character like getting old, like so this is switching from like sci-fi to comics, but Logan,
The movie Logan was
holy
fantastic.
fucking shit.
Excellent casting. Like who they
Yes.
casted as X3 or whatever the fuck her name was. What was her name?
Yeah.
X-23, I think.
Yeah. And I also love
Like,
how they brought her back in Deadpool versus Wolverine. That was also nice.
yes.
But in but yeah, in Logan, like that might be that rivals for me the Dark Knight with my favorite comic book movie of all time.
Yeah, good drama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I love it because it showed like okay if Wolverine was actually real and it really was just this dude with claws attacking people with claws, like this is what that would actually look like. It's
Yeah.
you know it's
And
not this
and with him, like now he can feel pain and like now he's kind of dying
Mhm.
and
yeah.
just like the psychological adjustment to that. And it was just good. It was like just layers of deepness beyond the superhero
Mhm.
story, I thought.
Yeah. See, I need to watch that again, but I feel it's one of those movies where like I loved it, but I don't know if I can handle watching it again because it was just
No,
it
you
was
gotta
so
be in a
much.
good place.
Yeah.
Because
But
it is awesome and the fight scenes are fantastic. And I would have liked to see more. Also, the way they teased the fight scenes between the drama and everything, also perfect.
yeah, I think what also made it really hit for me was like, especially his relationship with that little girl who was basically his daughter.
Mhm.
Like I have a daughter who was like, remember when I saw the movie, she was not far from that age at the time.
Yeah,
So
and
that
you
was
like you really identify with him feeling like a terrible dad, just because every good dad feels like they're not a good enough dad.
right, right. But yeah, so that just made everything hit so much harder. Um, But yeah, it was. Yeah, so if you haven't seen Logan, if you think you can handle it, like, yeah, watch it. It's awesome.
I have to be in the good place to watch Logan again. No, not the good place. I'm pretty sure it would just be like God, the original Deadpool versus Wolverine matchup.
Ooh.
That'd be a little taste of hell. Why did Blade age? It's a good question. But just because I guess vampires age. Like they never die, but like they're probably gonna age, right?
Yeah, because like because they are born at some point, right? And like they don't just like come like out of the womb looking like Bela Lugosi or Robert Pattinson or
I
whatever.
guess at some point they stop aging. Because if you don't, you'll just age into the ground. I came from dust, and to dust I must return. The dust, it calls to me.
Yeah, I will say if we were doing bingo cards, I like in the like Alex O'Connor, John Lennox episode, I did not have I would not definitely not have had vampires on the bingo card or xenomorphs, but
No,
we
don't even get to those very often. So this was weird even for us.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we get to the xenomorphs more often.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like I'm still like, you still going for a little more, Matt, or are you?
Well,
I was going to say, chat. What other movies or stuff do you want to hear us like ramble about for a little bit here? He's like, I don't have to be up at any time in particular tomorrow.
Wait, do I?
I don't know. You want me to just answer anyway?
Okay, scroll back to my calendar. I'm priming a powder room. Who the fuck is Kara? What's her shit?
Okay. So like Bree, like helping me out here. Okay, in Marvel, vampires are turned and stay the age that they were turned at. Oh, okay. So I will admit, unfortunately, I am not familiar with Blade. I haven't seen the movies or read the comics, unfortunately. So I'm assuming he was turned at some point. So maybe that's why it's weird that he didn't.
Okay, I know who this person is, and I'm working for it tomorrow. I'm so good at priming. I'm so good at priming. I could listen to Ember tomorrow while I do it.
Awesome. Oh, so Spooky wants us to discuss Home Alone. Now, I don't know why, but immediately my brain went, no, I actually want to discuss the Harry Potter movies instead.
Do you know? Have you even seen? I haven't seen all of them. When
I
was
have
a Christian, Voldemort in the theater freaked my shit out.
Now, I have seen all the movies, and I understand. Like, don't worry. Like, we like. I'm assuming this. I guess this is something we haven't really talked about, but I think it's unanimous between the two of us. J.K. Rowling can just go fuck herself.
Well, I mean,
that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah,
she could maybe keep writing, but no. You know what's weird though? She also apparently has a trans friend that she's had for years. I don't think she knows herself.
Well, yeah, it's like, I mean, like maybe still friend of mine. I'm actually not sure. He ended up voting for Trump in this past election. Meanwhile, his eldest child is non-binary. So I'm like, what do they think about this? Like, do you understand what you just did?
Wait, is this who I think starts with an R?
Yes.
I don't know, dude. Like the non-binary, that's easier to think everything's cool and everybody's fine with your kid. Like I was briefly there for a second. So I could. No, it's weird and fucked up that like you think those are still the people that keep your kid safe, or that at least are indifferent towards your kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
So like, no, Maya, we're not out of content. We are abundant with content. That's what this is. All right. So okay. So I was never here says no. Don't discuss the turf movies. What if it's my problems with them? Would that be okay?
what does turf mean again?
Trans exclusionary radical feminists. I think.
Okay, I always forget what it stands for.
I think that's the word. It's basically people who are like, oh, it's because we love women, we hate trans people. It's like, do you
You're
know
like,
what
cool.
any of
So
those
you're a
words mean?
fascist?
Yeah. So
Down with women, for women.
yeah. It's like, yay, women, but only some of them. It's like, I don't get it. But okay, so I will.
Implosion is righteousness.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Trans exclusionary radical fascist. Oh, my bad. My bad. That does sound more accurate. Thank you, Ember. But so I will go ahead and just say some of my. So again, I have never read any of the Harry Potter books. I've only seen the movies. So I don't know if this is the way the books are, but okay, discussing problems with the turf movies acceptable. Okay, cool. So here's my impression. So from if you remember like watching the first couple, like they're like extremely like whimsical when it comes to the like, oh, we're like walking into Hogwarts and like all the stairs just keep like moving around. So it's like anyone could like plummet to their death like at any point now, but it's just like, oh, it's fun and it's for children. Like, what the fuck is happening here? So
Well, no, but they won't die because of the magic.
right. Yeah, because that was my impression. Okay, this is supposed to be like more cartoony. It's like, like Wile E. Coyote can like fall off a cliff, have an anvil land on his head, and he's fine because it's funny. And like, but then later, like a few movies in, like when people started like actually dying, and I'm like, so to me that just like came out of fucking nowhere. I'm like, wait a minute, like so are the books like that too, where it or
I
was
don't.
the movies just fuck that whole vibe up or what? I don't know what.
I don't know, but I can see how, like in the books, that would happen because the books came out like not like directly one after the other. Probably took longer than the movies took to come out, and the characters are getting older, and so I could see them dealing with more grown up shit. Like people are dying. We could die. Like dealing with that. Because when you're a
Mhm.
kid, you're like, sure, I could die. I don't even know what that means. And then at some point, you realize, oh, I kind of have an understanding what that means.
Mhm. Right. Yeah, this is the other thing. Yeah, but people only die when someone curses at them. No peaceful passing. Like, yeah, every also like every death is like ultra traumatic because also it's like I remember like one of the first was it in like the Goblet of Fire when like first of all like what not only like the first person died but it was essentially like not a very old person. He was like a teenager. Like and he ended up getting killed with what was it there was the certain spell that like
It's
the
like
dude
killing
killed
off
him
his
with.
prime. That's not okay.
Yeah, but I don't remember what it was called, but with that spell, I'm like, why don't okay if this works and you can just why aren't people using this just like all the time? Why is it just like only like certain dramatic moments when someone uses this spell? It's like if you want the person dead, just do the spell. Like
Well,
why?
everyone recognizes that it's only for the certain times when you need just that one person dead, so they don't use it.
Mm.
Because magic rules.
Yeah, was like Avara Kedavra or something like that. Anyway, but I remember like so basically a kid gets killed, and then of course like it's like right he like shows up dead, and it's like right in front of his father, and his father's like, "Oh no, my son!" But I'm like, then as a father, I'm like, this got really heavy really quick, like out of fucking nowhere. Like what the
But also,
so
younger kids like can't relate to your experience of that.
yeah, so I'm like, so I'm glad I didn't like I wasn't these movies didn't come out at the point like where my kids were like wanting to see it in theaters because I can't imagine like oh going with my kids to see the new Harry Potter movie and getting to that scene I'm like like I need all the minutes but yeah and then it just only kept going from there but but also like I also did not understand like the ending, and this is not me asking people to explain it. I really don't give a shit. But the best I can figure is they were basically Harry Potter was able to defeat Voldemort on a technicality because of this person killed that guy with this wand, and now this wand can do this thing to this person, and
You know what though? Winning
like
on a technicality is kind of a liberal white person's wet dream. They love the
that's probably
technicalities.
true. Yeah. So yeah, it was. Yeah. So I'm. Yeah, and also like watching all the movies the whole time. I'm like, Hogwarts needs to hire at least a therapist. Like what? Like for all like it's like these are kids dealing with like all this going on, and we're just because
I
and
don't
then like
Zictomorph. I don't know what chiastic means. Tommy, do you?
chiastic.
Chiastic.
I know I've heard the word. I do not remember what it means. Because I've heard of a chiasm. Oh, is that where like a certain form of poetry where instead of you have line A and B, and then as far as like the rhyming scheme, it's like A B A B A B. But then like a chiasm, I think it's more like so. Say you have like 8 lines. Okay, lines 1 and 8 either rhyme or are similar, and then 2 and 7, 3, and then it like kind of goes like that. I think that's what a chiasm is.
Interesting.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
I kind of appreciate that kind of structure in writing. That doesn't mean that it's good writing. But I'm starting to kind of nerd out on like
okay, yes, I was correct.
structures of like comedy sets or like story structures. I'm just appreciating writing in general for the performing arts.
Yes, indeed. But so that was kind of my problems with at least like the Harry Potter movies. It seems like the tone just like shifted like so drastically, just like kind of out of nowhere. So and also like
the one where Voldemort came in as like an actual character in the story, that one was quite intense. Also, being a Christian at the time, I was like freaked the fuck out because it was a Satan character, like portrayed pretty well, and it freaked me out.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, it's. So yeah, when it comes to the movies, not a fan. So, welp. On that note, same. We have that kind of connection with our audience. Yeah, so I guess in summation, John Lennox, nice guy. Get your shit together, man. Same with like the Harry Potter stuff, except J.K. Rowling, not a nice guy.
No, he says it really went off the rails with Harry Potter and the Walrus of Smallpox.
No, one of my like honestly, like probably my favorite Harry Potter related thing ever is someone made a meme. Like they took the covers of one of the books. I don't know what the book originally was, but how it's it's Harry Potter and the whatever. But they just changed the title of the book to say Harry Potter and the audacity of this bitch. So like you can use it like when someone's like is having a lot of audacity. You can just put that is hands down my favorite Harry Potter related thing ever. So, and I don't use that meme as often as I should, and I feel bad for that. So,
you know what I heard today? I was a little offended by it, and I didn't know why. Because it's just a fact. So female dogs are called bitches, right?
mm-hmm.
You know what male dogs called?
What?
A dog. That's some sexist shit.
and unimaginative. Like, what the fuck?
It's like, well, it's male. Okay, well, who's that? Not male. Like, it's the same kind of shit.
Oh, man. All right, so I saw a couple of people bringing up like the Aragon books. Again, never read them. I have no idea what like the
Aragorn was in Lord
story
of the
is,
Rings. That's all I
but
know.
yeah, but I'll tell you, like my first thought when I saw the Aragon books, and I saw like they like featured dragons. So in my mind, I was like, okay, so it looks like someone wanted to write a book about a dragon, but didn't want to just call it Dragon. So, like, what can we call it instead? So they took the word dragon, but they're like, okay, letter D, we need to change it. Okay, to what? I don't know. Let's just go one letter up to E. Because Aragon is literally the word dragon, only you took the D and shifted it one space.
Well, that's what happened.
So,
And also, you're not supposed to point out the man behind the curtain.
but I couldn't help it because, again, didn't know it at the time, but the tism. I don't make the rules.
Seeing the patterns.
Yeah, this is another good one because it rhymes. The Lion, the Witch, and the Audacity of the. Oh, so good, so good.
Man, that's funnier. That's also funny to the Hegseth crowd for different reasons.
Yes, yes.
For the not irony reasons.
The dragon took the D. It's a kid's book. Anywho.
Well, that's how you get kids. Somebody's taking a D.
Had to come from somewhere. Or a turkey baster. True story.
Yeah.
Did you hear that one?
Yeah. I also think it's funny that it's like roughly penile shaped. Because of course it is. It makes sense just for functional reasons.
Okay,
but still, it's a lot.
A male wolf is also called a dog. Like, people just run out of ideas when they got like to the dog family. Anyway, but speaking of the turkey baster,
dogs really are man's best friend. Everything mimics what the men folk do.
So I feel like I have to tell this story. So, an old college friend of mine and Matt's named Eric. I know for Matt that doesn't help because there were several.
With the Colonel?
Yes.
Okay.
The Colonel. Anyway, he was talking about like these coworkers he had, or at least one of his coworkers was a lesbian in a relationship with another lesbian, obviously. I guess it could be bisexual. It was a lesbian couple, but they were wanting to have a baby, But they were looking into different options, but I guess they found like a lot of them were just like too expensive. So apparently they thought, well, we can just like get a dude to like, be a donor and then just use a turkey baster. And
they went all primitive and shit.
Yeah, and everyone was like, would that even work? So then there was the day, because I was roommates with this guy.
Well, yeah, it would work. Why hell not?
But it led to one of the greatest announcements ever. He came home from work and announced it was like, well, the turkey baster is a father. So, which and honestly, good for them. Like no joke. Glad it worked out for him. But I just thought that whole thing was just that we got to hear the phrase "the turkey baster is a father." I'm just, yeah,
kind of amazing. It worked.
Mm-hmm.
Dude must have been potent.
Right.
Think about it. Like, turkey baster's pretty big. I mean, unless that guy's filling it up and shit. Like a little puff from that, like, you only send in a little bit where it needs to go.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, how they got it to happen, that's their business and good for them. But,
no, it's better that wasn't in the story because it made it all funnier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, chickens are named for the female specimen. It makes you feel better. Cocks are pretty useless.
Just a bunch of noisy assholes.
Which reminds me of like the Jim Gaffigan joke. He's like, when you think about it, really like the male contribution to the creation of life is really kind of embarrassing. But
we're super proud of it. Watch us go.
All right. And man, latest Twitch bot appearance ever.
Holy cow.
Thank you.
Is this a good thing?
I don't know. We're getting lazy. But
I can't find the pattern.
All right. Well, I don't know. Is there anywhere we can go from turkey basters fathering children?
No.
That's probably good.
Probably not tonight.
We'll continue with this next week. No.
That goes somewhere, but I can only assume we both regret it.
This is probably true. But yes, Spooky with the good advice, as if he knows. So now I have questions. But anywho,
I don't know. Some some people like a little flavor injection, and I was like, "That's gross," and I don't know what I mean.
It's like, what's that mean? I don't know, but ew. Yes.
A little turkey being on the inside. No, thank you.
Yep. Some things are single use. This is correct. Uh-oh. I'm scared, Matt.
What meme had just happened?
Anyway, we'll be back next Tuesday. And we're also changing the name of the channel to Misinterpretations. So you definitely want to go there with your memes. Mary's not on anymore, is she? I mean,
join us next week for another human sacrifice dry run. We're just really bad at human sacrifice. Just can't quite seem to pull it off ever.
Good callback there. I appreciate that. I'd forgotten about that. But so yeah, well, I think I'm ready to wrap this up. If you are, Matt.
Yeah, I should go eat some things besides cashews.
I mean, cashews are good though.
Well, they are, especially Kirkland's from Costco. They're salted whole cashews. It's a good price, and they're tasty. They have less of that fishy smell that cashews have. Have you ever noticed that?
No.
You're like, you're a seed from a fruit. How the fuck do you smell fishy?
Yeah. I mean, I'm more of a pistachio guy myself, but yeah. Which, okay, here's like fun tip for anyone who likes pistachios, and you can get them like with the shells or with like already shelled, but the shelled ones are more expensive. But here's the thing:
with the shells?
No,
no, shelled. Meaning, okay, not there.
Yeah, so just the kernels, they're more expensive. But here's the thing: like people have like done the math, like by weight, it's more expensive. But when you factor in with the ones with the shells, like a big portion of the weight is the shell, which you're taking off and not eating. It actually works out to being the same price per amount of it that you're actually eating to get the ones without the shells. So yeah. So it's really just a matter of preference. If you like, some people just enjoy cracking the shells open or whatever, but fine. Just so you know, when it comes to the actual amount that you're eating, it's like the same price for the amount either way.
Sweet chili pistachios are really good.
Yeah, or I like the barbecue ones are really good. There's a honey roasted one.
I haven't had that one.
Yeah.
What bunch of old farts listening? Look at this, bunch of old farts. It's pistachios. Yeah. There's one pistachios that tastes like barbecue. My goodness.
The barbecue are my favorite. I must say. But anyway. Ah, I suspect similar math applies to crab. Ooh.
Crab.
Yes. But yeah, pistachio mathematics can be
I
complicated.
don't
But
like anything that looks like it comes out of an insect.
yeah, but go enjoy eating some salty nuts, Matt.
Well, you know, some sweaty balls.
All right, I think Marin's gone, so I'm free to belch. So, all right. Well,
Nut math.
and there. All right. So yeah, in summation, yeah, I guess we're trying to get to 200 subs now. I never knew this was going to be a thing, but so what's the plan? If we get hit 200 subs, we'll do the glitter beards, and what was the other thing we said we would do?
I don't know, but you know, if we do glitter beards now, like we're gonna have to keep topping all this shit. So
Or
do we
we
want
could
to pace
just-
ourselves, or or just get reckless faster? That's what we have to do.
Or just I don't know. I say like just don't worry about it. Like don't worry about what the next step's going to be. Like if we get an idea for this step, like if the next milestone isn't as extravagant, then that's fine. That's just where we are, man. But now I'm like,
Are
what
you
was it? We
grooming
just
me?
no.
No, the lead into that, you're like, hey, let's just not think about the next step. Let's just.
Sorry. But for real though, what we came up with something that we would do in addition to the glitter beards for hitting 200 subs. What was it?
I just think Bree's trying to get us in drag as quickly as possible.
No, I want to say it was something we would watch or.
Oh,
Damn it! What was it?
shit. Fuck.
Oh, the man camp. Yes, like what
Oh,
happens at man camp is no longer staying at man camp. Yes, that was it. Right.
Yeah, and we'd have to show one of the trailers with that one.
Oh yeah, at least. So yeah, so 200 subs for glitter beards and the one time at man camp. Yes. So hey, so people want this, then do you know what to do? Create more sock accounts and subscribe with those, or whatever.
But for that to actually matter for YouTube's purposes, you'd also have to watch from this.
So normally what I do, like if I'm not working, if I'm watching a stream, like I'll have it like going on my TV, but then I'll also have it on my phone because like that's where I'm doing like the commenting and like interacting with the chat. So I mean, you could do it that way.
Doubling up.
Yeah. Yep. But then, but yeah. So speaking of which, if for people who see me like out in the wild in the chat in other streams, that I'm under the handle the human Tommy. So if you see that out there, that's me. So yeah, feel free to say hi. I will admit, like since I'm doing it on my phone, was the whole like tagging someone where you have to like hit the @ and like write their whole name out. Like it's
too hard.
A lot harder for me to do on.
They
the phone.
need just like a hover highlight function so you can tag people quickly with
or like an autocomplete kind of thing.
Yep.
Because they'll do that on other apps like Facebook or Instagram. If you hit the @ symbol and you start typing something, it'll like automatically like fill it in with stuff.
I think YouTube just hates the olds.
This could be. But yeah, but like I said, if you see me out in the wild, feel free to say hi. Like I said, I wish even if I don't directly reply to you, just know I probably saw it and appreciated it, and it meant a lot. But sometimes when it comes to trying to do the responding, I just can't.
Being nonverbal comes easier to us online.
Yes, this is true. So, yes, easily available within 2 years. I would hope so. I mean,
well, here's hoping, Spooky.
Yeah, I mean, we got 85 in just like 4 months, so sure.
Spooky's got to pull his weight and get us some more UK viewers.
Yeah.
Like, what are you even good for?
See, this is.
I literally don't mean that.
Yeah. See, this is one of those things I talked about earlier. Like, it's funny because of how completely untrue it is. So, anyway. Oh yeah, so like Fox was a good idea. Yeah, just watching 2 tabs. Like that Canadian internet, I could probably do 4 tabs. Well, you just need to rub 2 moose to get a higher tone. Man, I love how Canada works. It's a beautiful thing.
I don't know if you
All
can
right.
if you can, based on how violent I hear the meese are. If you rub 2 moose together, I think if you could get anything to happen pleasant from that, it's just magic. I think you create plasma or something.
Or plasmoose. So yeah, other than that, yeah, like I said, if you see and Matt, you're in chats every now and then. What's your handle nowadays?
Humanity adjacent. Well, it's just because Tommy was using the humanity account, and
Yeah.
so he was the humanity, and I was humanity adjacent.
Yeah, but then I started using just my personal account because I realized I would be out there just as the humanity, but like people didn't know. People kept asking, "Is this Tommy or Matt?" So
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
yeah,
I'll probably go back out as Matt the Human. This was my older
yeah,
one.
yeah. But yeah, I actually came up with the human Tommy. I think it was during one of Dr. Ben's like trivia night streams. It was like I was joining that, and that was like at first I was just on there as Tommy, but then I noticed everyone else had like cool nicknames. I was like, oh, I need a cool nickname, so that's what I came up with. I'm like, oh, I should just make that my YouTube thing now, and so I did.
I also like the original Matt Hill. That was another one that I used.
Oh yeah,
Because there's actually too many of us in like my same age range. Like even in Deer Park, there's another Matt Hill. It's like there's not that many thousands of people here.
oh, wow. Why like? Also, I originally read this as "your fuck I'm watching." I don't know what that meant either. And I'm assuming this is supposed to be "you're lucky." Yes, lucky. Oh, here Maya has a suggestion for you, Matt. I approve, but thank you, Maya. That's good. All right.
Spooky's a trooper.
Yeah, for real though, Spooky. Like I don't know
Somebody's
if
a
I
night
can.
owl.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if I can express how much I appreciate slash and am concerned about you. Like sticking it out. This like yeah. But I know we say it, but I feel like I don't say it enough. Like just how much we like love and appreciate all of you just for hanging out and being awesome. And so yeah, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, you guys are like definitely equal parts of the show.
Yes.
Or whatever's happening. Calling a show sounds weird. But
yeah. I love like Matt the description you came up with a while ago. It's almost like this is just a bunch of friends hanging out and we're playing YouTube show and we just happen to be the ones playing the hosts and you all are just like playing the chat. It's like that's kind of what this feels like.
It's like okay, we'll be the hosts, and you guys pretend you're in the chat. This will be great.
Yeah, which is why I almost like the whole idea of us just like growing our subscriber count, not with real people, but just like with everyone creating fake accounts. Because like honestly, like the size of it, I'm kind of cool with this because I feel like if it actually did get bigger with more actual people, I don't know if I'd be able to handle it. But if it's like just the numbers and then because I would love to do all the stuff you can do with higher numbers, like have polls, memberships. I mean, obviously, like we'd love to monetize it. Like I said, neither of us plan on turning this into a full-time job, but if we could make money off of it, sure. But have like memberships with all like how much fun it would be to come up with like custom emojis for stuff like that. And so I don't even know what the sub like threshold is for having memberships and such things, but yeah.
Well, you got scratch business daddy.
Oh hey, okay, first. Yes. All right. Okay, yeah. Obviously, much love for Kelly as well. Now, I'm not saying this makes it more impressive, but I guess the reason we're pointing it out with Spooky is because he's in Great Britain and he literally is staying up. Well,
I think so Spooky's like, already up.
Yeah, it's like already been all night for him. But hey, Kelly, like this is not at all to diminish our love and appreciation for you being here as well. It's
I
like,
mean,
we love and
you're in like
appreciate
our
all.
same time zone.
Yeah. Yeah, but she's working and watching
You're
while
our people.
working. I appreciate that. So anywho, give all the regulars wrenches, then there you go. There you go. Yeah. Which also, by the way, like we have been pretty liberal with the wrenches. So if anyone wants one, let us know. We may or may not let you have one.
Can we do anything somebody with a wrench does?
I don't know.
Like if they ban somebody, we can like
Unban them? I don't know.
because we're like not saying anybody here would do that, but like if we like throw a wrench at somebody who or a shield, whatever it is, fucking now, and they abuse it. We did throw Spooky a shield or a wrench at that time, like pretty early, and people were like, "What are you thinking?"
But hey, I have
It worked out.
Yeah, I have seen no ill effects from that. Okay, so members open at 500 subs. Damn.
Huh.
And 3,000 hours over 12 months. Which, I mean, let's see what we are over. Like, I can give you that.
3,000. What you basically got to be working for Google at that point to get paid.
Hours.
It's like what you got to do is work for us already for 6 months, and then we'll start giving you nickels.
Oh, we're close. So actually, for the past 12 months, we have 2,334.8 hours. So I think if we got up to 500 subs, we'd probably hit 3,000 easy. But
nice. Toot our own horn, but beep beep.
Yeah. Also, lifetime. Hold on a sec.
Lifetime ass kissing. Here's a plaque from YouTube.
All right. So here's how much like our channel has grown, like just in the last year, like versus like the first year when we did it. Okay, so
first
in the
year
last,
was sad on that.
Especially on YouTube. Yeah. The first year, most of our action was actually happening on the Facebook side, which still wasn't much, but but yeah. So just in the last year, we've had 2,300 hours. But in the full lifetime of just over 2 years, it's been 2,500 hours. So only like 200 more hours in that first year.
Wow.
But so now I'm curious. Like, so total views in the last year, 13,400.
Wow.
But lifetime only 14,300.
That's what they call exponential growth.
Yep, or something. Anywho,
so you know the Lord's working. He says as he tries to swallow fucking cashews and it's not working. Wow, my body rejected that.
Oh, hey, here's an idea. Like, so Kelly's at 325, we're at 185, so we can just combine and get monetized. Hey, that works, right?
Unionize, let's do it.
Yep. Good looking out, Kelly. All right. So yeah. So I think I've said that's probably about it about an hour ago.
Yep.
But
so we should just end.
Yeah. This was fun. Thanks everyone for hanging out and whatever the hell this was.
It's getting to be a bit too early in the morning here.
Yeah. And I guess thank you, John Lennox and Alex O'Connor, for letting us put your names in the title, so maybe this gets more attention. But anywho, I think that's all I got. Other than we'll see you next week again. Hey, share, let everybody know so we can get up to 200 and do some special things because that sounds fun.
Special things, right. Special people.
That's us. All right. Well, you should probably just take us out, Matt. I'm done.
May your things and stuff forever be for. May your things and stuff be forever with your people.
Nighty night.